Thank you.
I'll give you the exhibit list so you can keep that. And if the jury has questions, I have to go in the back. Client is still here in front of the jury, so I need him to be here. I trust him, but he needs me to sit here with him. Yeah, while the jury is being able to see him. So he likes the jury discussion.
Yeah. Alright, and yeah, I'll take notes.
Yeah, that is one thing, if you don't mind sending me like notes for closing. Anything. All right. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, it is live. Yeah.
What are we down to? Just two? We have. Good morning, how are you? Ms. Feely, you ready for Mr. Kamdem to come out?
Yes.
Yeah, if it's all right with you. We're still getting set up, but let's bring him out. Yeah, guys. Sorry. Great, thank you.
I think it's gonna be
All right.
today.
Be careful, yeah. Watch the cord.
What are we doing? Oh, okay. All the jurors are here, so how much time does she need?
She said they're in the building, but they're still downstairs.
I know, but they'll be here short. I want to engage these folks while it's happening. So I don't mind you guys talking. Is it 5 minutes or is it lengthy?
Maybe the next break will be better.
Okay,
Maybe just possibly brief the rest.
sure. Go for it.
I'll do it for
Great. All sorts of deputies are present. Ms. Hall, are you ready once we get Ms. Feely out here with her client? Great.
So the key, you know? So the key is set. Hey, tell that key out, bring my key back. Actually, tell this guy next door.
Wait, that key's going to a whole nother floor? We're never gonna see it again. Yeah. The deputy or the key? Yeah. Ms. Rivers, you ready? Okay. Let's get on the record in State versus Kamdem. This is 22 SC 183536. It is Tuesday, the 26th, a little after 9. We have all our jurors here, and they're going to go around that side. Okay. And we are ready to begin. Ms. Hall, anything from the state before I bring the jurors out?
Yes, Your Honor. Actually, 2 things from the state. The first being, Your Honor, that we just were informed this morning that our lead detective, he had death in the family. So we're gonna try to get him in tomorrow. So
Okay.
he became unavailable.
That's terrible. I'm trying to get my hands on the,
Detective Smith.
okay, K. Smith.
Yes.
Okay, and he or a she?
It's he.
He can be here tomorrow.
So I just now expect for us to spill over into tomorrow. I know I told you one day, but unforeseen things.
Like you forecast.
Also, me and co-counsel went to go visit Ms. Robinson on after jury selection on yesterday evening, and she's not in a condition to testify. As you're aware, she is suffering from dementia, and we went to see if we could get any responses or anything from her. As you're aware, if you're aware, in this case, she wasn't very responsive anyway, but we know that she can respond to certain things. After we visit her, we made a decision that she's not able to be moved safely or to testify. She couldn't even respond to us, her name. We did record that visit with her. I'm happy, I haven't done it at this point, but I'm gonna share with counsel. At this point, Your Honor, the state does plan to play that for the jury so that they can see the current state of the victim. And I just haven't sent it over. I just got on a USB and I will get that to her. But that's the only other issue that we're dealing with this morning.
Okay, so Detective Smith, working through a family tragedy, he'll be here tomorrow.
Yes.
Ms. Robinson won't be here at all.
Correct.
What would be the mechanism? Through whom would you get the video of Ms. Robinson into evidence and before the jury?
Detective Spear, who the investigator that took us out to see Ms. Robinson yesterday, he is the one who recorded the video, and he'll be the one to admit it into evidence when we decide to play it.
You say detective, that's a DA investigator?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor. Investigator Spear is one of our investigators in our office.
And he was there with you and Ms. Marsh yesterday evening?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, all right.
And
Keep going.
I just want to add, because she's not present, we did want to use a photo of her that we're going to introduce through her wife. Her wife is the first witness to testify.
Is that Ms. Jefferson?
That is Ms. Jefferson.
Okay.
And Your Honor,
I'm curious, just thinking out loud, and I'll hear from Ms. Feely. I know she hasn't seen the video yet. Does Ms. Jefferson routinely visit with Ms. Robinson?
she does.
So why wouldn't you be able to get in through Ms. Jefferson testimony, not the video? She wasn't, unless she was with you last night. Testimony to the effect that her wife is now sufficiently disabled because of the dementia, whatever the diagnosis is, that she really can't move, she can't interact. Why would that not work?
Well, that would be her testimony, Your Honor. However, some days she has better days than others. So there are some days where she's able to be harnessed out of the bed, sit up, dressed, cleaned, and she can talk with her wife. Other days she's not responsive at all. Don't say anything. Even when she does talk to her wife, it's maybe one word, hello, hi, or something like of that nature. So the testimony will be part of her condition now, but our plan was to have her here, and because she's not able to come, we wanted the jury to see her condition. The condition hasn't changed significantly since the incident. So we will have testimony as to her condition. But we wanted to, and we haven't decided 100% that we're going to play this video. If it becomes an issue throughout trial as to how she was responding in this incident or anything like that, that is when the state will plan to play how her condition is.
So you've envisioned things happening at trial that may make it more relevant to play, or it would reduce it would increase the probative value of it because it may have some prejudicial effect. The jurors will think, how could someone ever do something to a woman in that condition? But more importantly, in terms of you making the record you want to make or getting the evidence in front of the jury, Ms. Jefferson is in a position to talk about Ms. Robinson's state of being, state of mind, physical capacities, and she'll share all that with the jury if in the end the video doesn't come in.
Correct.
Okay, all right. Thank you for sharing all that.
You're welcome.
Ms. Feely, first, any reaction? I don't think the Detective Smith thing is an issue for you. It doesn't sound like Ms. Robinson's coming, so we won't need to have that interaction outside the presence of the jury to determine if Ms. Robinson can meaningfully take the oath. There's this video that you haven't seen, so obviously you'll need to see it. My thought is maybe we table that for now and see whether the state is still heading in the direction of wanting to get it in through Investigator Spear. But I guess I'd like you to see it first. And I'd like to hear Ms. Jefferson's testimony first, because I may conclude that that is sufficient. But you, through cross-examination, for whatever the defense strategy is, may want to explore that actually Ms. Robinson sometimes is great, and why isn't she here, kind of thing. So I guess it'll depend on how the Jefferson testimony goes before I'd be in a position to have a more meaningful sense of what to do with the video.
I guess that my first question is kind of for what purpose is her condition now needing to be put forth via video evidence? My second concern is obviously that this is purely confrontation cause. There's not going to be any opportunity to do anything with her. And also, like the court pointed out, 403, extremely prejudicial value. I mean, I haven't seen it yet and would like to, but I imagine if it shows what was described, it's extremely prejudicial.
So you may be right on all those things. I'm sensitive to the state being, that's why I keep coming back to it sort of depends what happens on the defense side. If the defense is, why isn't she here? Why isn't she talking? Then that becomes much more probative. It wouldn't reduce the prejudicial value, but the answer would be because she can't. And we just went to talk to her. And it could be a stipulation deals with that. It could be that Investigator Spear testifies without playing the video saying, I went with the lawyers and she was not interactive in any way at all. And the sense was that it wouldn't be safe to move her. Some of that's going to depend on how you choose to explore with the jury Ms. Robinson not being here. I don't say that as a warning to you, but just that's how I'll be processing it, is that this needs to be a level playing field for both sides. And you would certainly be entitled to say, sure, would be nice to hear from Ms. Robinson. If there ever was an eyewitness, it would be the alleged victim. And why isn't the state bringing you Ms. Robinson? Well, if that's a question you pose reasonably to the jury, I think the state's entitled to answer it. Is the video the answer? I don't know, but that's certainly a proxy for, it is a form of answering that question.
Understood. And I don't think that that's part of the defense's case.
Okay. Well, they've got the video, so it may become increasingly probative. But Ms. Hall, you'll be sure not to call Investigator Spear without us talking about that, unless he's talking about other stuff as well. But let's not ease into the video. Surprisingly, if you think you're going to need to go there, even after Ms. Jefferson's testimony, let's talk about that during a break or something.
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you for putting it on our radar.
You're welcome.
Ms. Feely, anything else on behalf of Mr. Kamdem?
So yesterday we talked about the state using a picture and opening of the Ms. Robinson.
So I don't remember talking about it. This morning I heard that there's a decision by the state to use, and Ms. Robinson fortunately is still alive, but a photo of Ms. Robinson because she's not going to be here. I don't know that. Well, tell me your concern.
I just don't see the relevance if there's going to be other evidence. And plus, I don't know who they're getting that. I guess the wife, they're getting that in through, but it's not in evidence yet. So we would object to them using it in open.
Have you seen the photo?
I saw two photos. I wasn't sure which they decided on.
Okay, if you can share with me the photo, I can see how it's relevant. It just depends in what state it shows Ms. Robinson. But to show the size of the alleged victim and whatnot, I don't know that that's irrelevant to what we've got here. Okay. That's the one you want to use in your opening, and it would come in through Ms. Jefferson,
That
who would
is
say,
correct.
"That's my wife."
That is correct. And this picture was taken when she was at the man house.
Okay, how long ago, ballpark? Is it a month ago, 2 years ago?
She hasn't returned since this incident happened. So this would be a 2-year-old picture.
Oh, makes sense. Ms. Robinson is no longer at the man house.
Right.
Okay, so that's how she looked when she was at the man house.
Yes.
All right. Ms. Feely, I want you to be able to perfect the record. I've looked at what's labeled as State's Exhibit 1. Tell me your objection to not just it being used in open, assume that Ms. Jefferson would identify that as, "That's Flora Robinson, my wife." I've looked at it. It doesn't show her with any medical apparatus attached to her. It's a nice looking elderly woman in a blue dress sitting up. And it just gives a little context to, she doesn't look like she's 8 feet tall. You get to see a little bit like how she looks.
Given how things have played out this morning, I have less concern. So
Okay.
we will withdraw our objection to
Okay.
using that.
So Ms. Hall, feel free to use it in the opening, knowing that, of course, you'll need to tie it up through some witness.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Feely, anything else?
No.
All right, so the jurors are all here. My plan is to bring them in. I will swear them in. I'll give them preliminary instructions. In the course of my preliminary instructions, I do read the indictment, so they'll hear officially and formally what Mr. Kamdem is charged with. When I'm done with my instructions to them, then Ms. Hall, I'll turn to you for the state's opening. We're gonna break for lunch pretty close to noon. I have a meeting at noon. Some people are coming here, so I won't interrupt a witness or anything, but we're not gonna go to 12:30. It's gotta be noon-ish when we break. And otherwise, we'll take a morning break and an afternoon break and whenever else we need to break. Anything else from the state before the jurors come in?
Nothing further from the state, Your Honor.
Ms. Feely?
Yeah.
All right.
Everything she was me, I think the issue was we was just a trial stuff, because she had a bunch of this. Okay. And we're gonna make it approved. Okay, yeah, so she combined it. Yeah, that's all it was. Oh, Your Honor, I have a copy of the exhibit list.
Okay.
Thank you.
Can we get a copy too?
Let me see if I can put it up.
I can make a couple copies. I'll make one for Ms. Rivers as well. Sure. Give this one to Ms. Feely. Sarge. I'll hand her. It's a copy.
My number 2.
Here you go.
All right, so jury.
You all can sit when you find your seat. You don't have to stay standing.
Jury, President of the county court.
Thank you, Deputy Gordon. Everyone else can be seated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to 8D, more comfortable seats. Good to see you all. And thank you for making it on time. There still were a whole bunch of jurors. We're still picking more juries today, so it may have been a little congested down at the whatever color lots they're called. It will get less and less crowded as the week goes on because we pick fewer and fewer juries deeper into the week. But thank you for doing your best to get here on time, or particularly early. I got to buzz a few people in bright and early. We are about to start the trial of State versus Kamdem. Before we can do that, I need to give you some logistical instructions and then some legal instructions. And then I'll turn to the lawyers for both sides and they'll get rolling with the case. A couple of housekeeping things. The jury room where you just were is your new home away from home. That's where you should report whenever you're reporting to court, which you'll do at least 2 more days, Wednesday and Thursday. Tomorrow we start late because I am one of the drug court judges. And so my courtroom will be an accountability court tomorrow until around lunchtime. So you'll be starting midday tomorrow, but I'll remind you of that later. But when you show up, don't come into the courtroom, show up and go to the jury room. We'll bring you in here once we've got everyone in place. It's real important that you receive information about this case only when all of you are in the same room. And we've got a representative of the state and a representative of Mr. Kamdem, and Mr. Kamdem is here as well. So we'll be shuffling you as a group in and out of the courtroom when we're taking breaks. We take usually a morning break, kind of mid-morning and afternoon break, and then about an hour for lunch. When we break for lunch is driven in part by the flow of evidence or other people's schedules. Tomorrow, we won't have a lunch break because you'll be showing up after lunch. So you should have breakfast and lunch or brunch or whatever you want to do, but we'll be starting around 1. I'll give you a specific time before we go, but tomorrow morning will be yours. You don't need to tell work that you only had a half day of jury duty. I won't be calling anyone, but we won't be able to resume State versus Kamdem till around 1 tomorrow, but we'll go all day today. We go till around 5. There's not a whistle that goes off at 5, much like with the breaks. We'll see it at 4:45 or so. I may ask the lawyer who's asking questions of the witness, how much more do you have? And if the lawyer says about 20 minutes, and we've found that lawyer's time estimates to be reliable, then we'll say, great, let's do 20 minutes. We'll go till 5:05. But if the lawyer says, I've got another hour with this witness, then we'll just find a natural break point. Could be we end at 4:50, we end at 5:05, but there's not a hard stop unless any of you end up telling Deputy Gordon because of child care or plant care or dog care, I got to leave at 5. If I don't leave at 5, I'm going to be late and there's going to be an issue. So it's 5-ish, but that doesn't mean 6-ish. With the exception of tomorrow, because we're not going to start until about 1, it would be great if we could go till 6. But your commitment was 9 to 5. So one thing I'll ask you to do as a group is talk about the group's ability to go until 6 tomorrow. Not today, but tomorrow, because I'm giving you the morning off. That way we could get in a full 4 or 5 hours tomorrow, which would be great. You don't have assigned seats, either because you came out first or because you want to be near a place where you can stand up. You have arrayed yourself in a certain way. I encourage you to switch seats during the trial. You will literally get a different perspective on things. The 6 of you are particularly close to the witness, and so you're going to see the witness very closely. Everyone will see witnesses on the screens. Those of you back there are going to see more of the larger courtroom. I don't mandate changing of seats, but I'll kind of rib you a bit if I see the same lineup again and again, unless, of course, it's for vision reasons I need to be in a certain place, or you're one of the jurors who might need to periodically stand up because of hip or back or knee, in which case you ought to gravitate towards my left end of the jury box. It's important during the trial that you not interact with the lawyers. You may bump into them in the hallway as you're heading out to lunch, and you just say, hey, what's a good place to go to lunch? And the lawyers are going to act like you are a leper. And it's not because you are. They're not to interact with you outside the courtroom. You can imagine if you are a lawyer for Mr. Kamdem and you turn the corner and they're the 2 prosecutors chatting it up with 2 jurors. What are they talking to these jurors about? And chances are it's the restroom is that way, or the vending machine is 1 floor down. but we want to avoid any appearance of improper communication. So do your best to not ask the lawyers innocent questions like that, and they will probably sort of back away if they see you out in the hallway. And that's normal behavior for them in this context. Before I dive into the legal instructions and sort of the operating instructions I need to give you, I have to administer a second oath. Yesterday, you got the voir dire oath. Today, I'm going to administer the juror oath. So if you could all please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that you shall fairly try this case between the state of Georgia and Edward Kamdem, who is charged with attempted rape, sexual assault, and elder abuse, and base your verdict solely on the evidence? Please say yes if you so swear or affirm.
Yes.
Does anyone not so swear or affirm? Okay, you can take your seats back. You're now officially jurors. Before we start with the actual evidence in this case and presentations from the lawyers, I have to talk to you a little bit about the law. Most of the law you're going to get. The elements of those three alleged crimes of attempted rape, elder abuse, sexual assault, all that you get at the end of the trial. I'll give you a little instruction now, some framework, then the lawyers take over. At the end of the trial, I will present in much more detail the law that you must apply to the facts as you find them to be. The first thing I want to talk about, though, is note-taking. You all should have a notepad, and you are all welcome to take notes. Notes are not required. There's no test at the end of the trial, but there is deliberations. And deliberations is when you will all get together and decide, did the state meet its burden? And in doing that, you will have all the evidence that is admitted, which might be pictures or business records or whatnot. You will not have transcripts of what the witnesses said. While Ms. Rivers is taking all this down, her work is what we call takedown. It's not an official transcript yet. It takes her weeks to go over her takedown and listen to recordings to make sure that the official transcript matches what the witnesses were saying. And so your ability to recall what witnesses said will be your natural recollection as assisted by notes. So that's why you got notepads. You don't get to, during deliberations, say, wait, could we have the transcript for witness X? My answer will be no, you can't, because it doesn't exist. So feel free to take notes. Your notes should be private, as in you don't share them with anyone until you begin your deliberations. When you're deliberating, you're going to be talking openly about the way you process this case. And part of that may be what you wrote down. So you're free to share your notes then. I don't want note taking, if you are a note taker, to distract you from observing witnesses. One of the things you do is determine the credibility or believability of witnesses. And one way we do that is by watching how people respond to questions they're asked. If you're buried in your notes and never looking up, you're going to miss, oh, wait a minute. When the questions got a little tricky, that person started sweating or stopped making eye contact or moved in a certain way. That may not tell you anything. It may tell you a whole lot, but you'll miss it if you are trying to write everything down. And it's physically not possible for you to write everything down. But feel free to use them. If you run out of paper or whatever writing implement we provided, let me know and we'll get you more. Mr. Kamdem, the defendant in this case, is charged with 3 crimes, violations of the law of Georgia. I'm going to read you the indictment. You will have this document during your deliberations. So it is written as it ought to be in legalese, a little stilted language, but that's how crimes are charged in most states. So I'm going to read to you the 3 charges so you know officially what Mr. Kamdem is charged with. And feel free to take notes, as I said, but you'll have this document. Count 1 alleges that Edward Kamdem committed the offense of criminal attempt to commit rape, in that Mr. Kamdem, on September 5th, 2021, with the intent to commit rape, did commit an act which constitutes a substantial step toward the commission of the crime of rape. Specifically, it is alleged that Mr. Kamdem climbed on top of Flora Robinson and thrusted while the exposed genitals of the accused, Mr. Kamdem, were in close contact with the exposed genitals of Flora Robinson. and that this was done with the intent to have carnal knowledge of Flora Robinson, a female, forcibly and against her will. Count 2 charges Mr. Kamdem with sexual assault by a person with supervisory or disciplinary authority. The allegation is that here in Fulton County on that same day, September 5, 2021, Mr. Kamdem did unlawfully engage in sexual contact with Flora Robinson, a person who was admitted for care at the Mann House, a sensitive care facility at which the accused, Mr. Kamdem, was an employee. And finally, count 3 alleges that Mr. Kamdem committed the crime of, or the offense of, abuse of an elder person. The allegation is that the accused in Fulton County on September 5, 2021, did knowingly and willfully sexually abuse Flora Robinson, an elder person. Ladies and gentlemen, these charges are not evidence of guilt of any crime, and you should not consider them as evidence or even an implication of guilt of any crime whatsoever. Mr. Kamdem sits before you with the presumption of innocence in his favor, and the presumption remains with him unless it is overcome by the state with evidence that is sufficient to convince you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of one or more of the 3 crimes charged. A defendant should not be convicted of any crime unless and until each element of that crime charged is proven beyond a reasonable doubt. This burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt, stays with the state throughout the trial. It never shifts to the defendant at some point where I say, all right, you all have heard enough from the state. Now let's hear from the defendant. That will not happen in this trial. However, the state is not required to prove the defendant's guilt beyond all doubt or to some mathematical certainty. The state's burden is to prove the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. And that phrase means just what it says. It's a doubt based upon common sense and reason. It's not a vague, arbitrary, or speculative doubt. It's a doubt for which a reason can be given, and it's a reason that arises from your consideration of the evidence, lack of evidence, or conflicts in the evidence. The defendant, who is, as I've told you, presumed innocent, bears no burden of proof whatsoever, and it never shifts to him at any point. If, after giving careful consideration to all the evidence you receive, your minds are wavering, unsettled, or unsatisfied, that is a doubt of the law and you must acquit. But if no reasonable doubt exists in your mind about the defendant's guilt, you would be authorized to convict. The basic structure of a trial is that in a few moments, we will start with what we call opening statements. These are an opportunity for the lawyers to give you a preview of what they think the evidence will show or won't show. It is not evidence. It is a preview of what the evidence may be. What the lawyers say in their openings, what they say in their closing arguments, which I'll talk about in a moment, are not evidence. Following the opening statements, and I say plural because both sides are authorized to give an opening statement, but remember burden of proof. It may be that Ms. Feely says, I'm not giving an opening statement. She doesn't need to because Mr. Kamdem doesn't have any burden in front of you. But usually both sides give openings to give you their perspectives on what the evidence is going to look like. Once the openings are done, I'll turn to Ms. Hall and ask her to call her first witness. This is the beginning of the presentation of evidence. And after that first witness is sworn in and answers his or her first question, you've received your first bit of evidence. Evidence is going to come to you in 2 forms, likely in this case. Number 1, for sure, witness testimony, what the witnesses say, not the questions that are asked. You'll have some amazing questions like, oh, that's a fascinating point. A question is not a point, only an answer is. So witness testimony is form of evidence number 1. And number 2, I've already mentioned, it'll be the physical exhibits, a photograph or a document, something like that, that's admitted. You'll hear the state will say, we move to admit exhibit X. I'll see if there's any objection. And if I admit it, that's evidence. It will go back with you. You'll be able to review it during your deliberations. At some point, I will ask Ms. Hall to call her next witness, and she'll say, Judge, at this time, the state rests. That will be the completion of the state's presentation of its case in chief. at which time we'll have to take a break. But eventually, when we get through that break, I will ask Ms. Feely to call her first witness. And Ms. Feely may say, I call so-and-so, I call the defendant, whatever she's going to do. She also may say, the defense rests, having presented no evidence at all, because of course, the defense has no burden. Ms. Feely may not ask questions of the state's witnesses. She may not call any witnesses of her own. She, on behalf of her client, has an absolute right to do so, but may not because the burden rests with the state. After both sides have rested, we turn to what are called closing arguments or summations. That's when the lawyers are going to get back in front of you again and argue the case. Tell you, this is what was proven or what wasn't proven. Here's the strong evidence. Here's the weak evidence. Here's why you ought to do what I, the lawyer, am urging you to do. Find guilty, find not guilty. You are free to be persuaded by what the lawyers tell you, but keep in mind, what the lawyers tell you is not evidence. It's their processing, their synthesis of the evidence. But if the lawyers tell you up and down, or one lawyer says, you know what, that guy had a blue shirt on, and you're convinced the guy had a red shirt on, or the witnesses testified that the person had a red shirt, you decide what the facts are, and the witnesses provide that evidence, not the lawyers. When the lawyers are done with their closing arguments, I will give you the rest of this legal charge. That's when I'll talk about the elements of the crime and other things you need to do during the course of your deliberations. Then you go back to the jury room and begin your deliberations. Before that time, you all should not talk about the case amongst yourselves. And that may seem a little counterintuitive. The only thing you have in common is this case. And so during a break, hey, what'd you think about that witness? You need to resist that temptation, because you might start to reach conclusions before you've heard everything, and definitely before you even know the law. How can you know if the state met its burden if you don't know specifically what they have to prove? What are the elements of sexual abuse of an elder? You don't know yet. You will learn that, and then you put the pieces in. Well, the state proved this, they proved this, but that's not all the elements of the crime, so not guilty. Or nope, check, check, check. They proved all those things, and so we are authorized to find the defendant guilty of that. During the trial, as you have no doubt seen on TV, attorneys have the right to object to the admission of evidence that is inconsistent with the rules of evidence. So you'll hear a lawyer say, objection, hearsay, or whatever their objection is. I need to rule on those objections. If I sustain an objection, then the lawyer who was asking the question needs to try something different. If I overrule the objection, then we keep going in the direction that the questioning lawyer was going, because I found that objection not to be meritorious. You should consider only the testimony and exhibits that are admitted. And by that, I mean, it may from time to time be the situation where a witness says something and the lawyer who's got an objection doesn't realize there's an issue until the witness already said to something. Sometimes you can tell just by the question. Sometimes the question's fine, but the witness veers left and, well, that witness is getting into an area that's not authorized by the rules of evidence. And so the lawyer will say, objection, whatever the objection is, move to strike. If I sustain that objection, I may also tell you all to disregard what you just heard, which seems kind of unfair. You heard it. You may even have written it down. I promise you it won't be something that's central to the case. If it's something so central to the case that you heard it and you need to unhear it, then what you'll actually hear from a lawyer is, I have a motion for a mistrial because we've tainted this jury. They've heard something. You can't unring that bell. We need a different jury. I don't think that's this case, having worked with the lawyers on pretrial motions and whatnot. So what you would likely have is someone says, oh, it was cold that day. Objection, that's hearsay, whatever it is. I tell you to disregard the fact that the person said it was cold. If you wrote it down, cross it out. And during your deliberations, if someone in your group says, hey, remember that guy who told us it was cold? And you remember, wait, the judge said to disregard it. Please be my police person and say, hey, the judge said to disregard the fact that that guy said it was cold. It's not going to make your deliberations more complicated, but you just may need to excise a little bit of testimony. It doesn't come up all that often, but I don't want you to be shocked if you hear me say, hey, you need to disregard this little piece. I mentioned motions. Typically what you'll hear from lawyers in the midst of questioning of a witness would be an objection. Every once in a while, there's a motion. And what motion means for you is a free break, because that's something we need to talk about with you not in here. It's more involved than simply that question calls for speculation. Oh, you're right, it does. I just listened to the question. Sustained, ask a different question. A motion is, Judge, we need to argue about something openly in front of you. So you guys will have to step outside. I try to push those motions into your break. I'll ask the lawyer, hey, you've preserved it. Could we talk about it during the break so we don't create an extra break? But if we need to, please bear with us. It's something that I need to work through. I have to rule on all these motions and objections. You should never interpret my ruling as being a comment on the strength of either side's case, on the guilt or lack of guilt of the defendant, or the strength or weakness of any evidence that's being presented to you all. It's simply my application of the law as I understand it to the objection or motion that has been made. My interest here is that the case be fairly tried. That's it. Now, you all have a role as well. You are the fact finders. You decide, did any of this stuff alleged in the indictment actually happen? Did the state prove its case? In doing that, you must be necessarily determining the credibility or believability of the witnesses who testify. And in determining credibility, you are free to consider all the facts and circumstances of the case, as well as the manner in which the witness testifies and the witness's interest or lack of interest in the outcome of the case. The lawyers will be doing most of the questioning, but from time to time, you may have a question. A lawyer doesn't ask a question that you've got for a witness, or a witness uses a term that you don't understand. The way you will scratch that itch and get your question asked, if it's a legally permissible question, is by way of those note cards you see stacked in front of the jurors in the front row. So I'll ask you to spread some of those around in just a minute. During a witness's testimony, you should feel free to jot questions down. Please write on only one side of the card. At the end of every witness's testimony, I'll ask you all if you have any questions. So you'll have an additional time to write things down. Don't put your name on the card. Just write the question or questions down. You can put more than one question on that one side of the card. Deputy Gordon will collect all those. I'll huddle up with the lawyers real briefly because your questions, just like lawyers, could be objectionable. It may call for hearsay. Any question that is not objectionable, I will ask of the witness. So your questions will get asked and you'll hear answers. The lawyers will get a chance to follow up based on the answers that the witness gives to questions you have. This is an important process, and I encourage you to use it if you have a question, because what you may not do ever during the trial is look something up on your own. Google equals mistrial. If it comes to light that one of you like, hey, this doctor testified and used the word ulna. I don't even know what an ulna is, so I looked it up. Chances are it said is the bone that runs from here to here. But it may have said, oh, that's a leg bone because you went to a bad website and you have just injected evidence, which it's not, into the jury's deliberations that these lawyers didn't have a chance to mediate themselves and call in an expert to say the ulna is not in your leg, it's in your arm. Please, no outside research. If you've got a question, put it on the card. If it is a question that can legally be answered, it'll get answered. But it is so tempting to just get online and say, let's just see what the Google says about this. Don't. If it's important to see what the man house looks like, these lawyers will get you pictures of the man house. Don't go online to check out the man house to see what services it offers or doesn't offer. That is doing outside research. It will lead to a mistrial. And if it's real clear which juror did it, it could lead to sanctions for that juror. End of warning. Although I'll remind you every break, no outside research. It's important that you pay close attention to the witness testimony and exhibits because we don't have a rewind and replay button. So the corollary to that is if you ever need a break outside our regularly scheduled break, let me know. Get Deputy Gordon's attention and we'll pause. It could be for 2 minutes. It could just be, hey, I need to walk up and down that hallway and I'll be good again. But it's been going on for a while. It's warm in here. And we'll just do a quick reset because there isn't, as I said, a rewind button. Usually the breaks we take are enough, but if they're not, let us know and we'll take more. It's also important that you view the evidence with an open mind and resist the urge to reach a final conclusion until the trial is over. I've already mentioned, don't talk about the case amongst yourselves until deliberations start. But a related note is that it's important that you be pretty discreet with friends and family. When you get home tonight, someone's going to want to know, how was your day? And the answer was, it was super. McBurney is a phenomenal judge. And then change the topic because a well-meaning person is going to say, oh, when I was a juror, here's what happened. Oh, did the judge do this? That's bad for the state. And you know what? Maybe that was true in their case. That's not this case. So be boringly vague about what you're doing. Again, other than complimenting how fun it is. When the trial is over, you can tell everyone everything. There's nothing confidential at the end of the trial about what happened. But between now and then, you need to not be buffeted by outside information. Like you don't get on Google, you don't have your roommate, your parents, your kids, whatever, saying, oh, you know what, I had a friend who had X happen to him. Maybe so. Again, not this case. If it's to be part of what you weigh in determining whether the state met its burden, it comes in here. So as I said, just be boring. When you get home, say, I don't want to talk about it. Or I'd love to talk about it once the trial is over. That concludes what I need to share with you all. Thank you for listening. I'm going to turn to Ms. Hall now and see if the state is ready with its opening.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state is ready.
On those two screens, I can't see them. Does it show? It just went away. Now, does it show a PowerPoint? Great. Okay.
Broken trust. In this case, you'll find out that this defendant broke the trust of Ms. Robinson's family. That he broke the trust that they gave him when Ms. Robinson's 72-year-old Flora Robinson was in her bed in the man's house on September the 5th, 2021. And this defendant attempted to rape her. You'll find out through evidence in this trial that this defendant was caught. That someone walked in on him. That he broke the trust of Ms. Jefferson, Ms. Belinda Jefferson, the victim's wife. She trusted the man house to take care of her wife. And this defendant broke that trust. When he went in her room on September the 5th and got on top of her while she had dementia and took advantage of her. He took advantage of his title at the man house and took advantage of our victim, Flora Robinson. Who is Flora Robinson? Flora Robinson, she's a daughter, she's a sister, she's a wife, and more importantly, she's someone that depends on someone else to do her everyday living. She can't walk on her own, she can't stand on her own, she can't eat on her own. And this defendant took advantage of that. Ms. Robinson trusted this place to get her needs done, to make sure she ate, to make sure she was clean, not to be sexually assaulted. And that's what this defendant did. And during the course of this trial, you will hear from Ms. Robinson's wife, Ms. Belinda Jefferson. She'll tell you that Ms. Robinson and her, they met over 25 years ago, that they're now married, that around the time that she was 64 years old, she was diagnosed with dementia, and that she decided that she wanted to move from up north, from Michigan to Georgia to be closer to her family. Ms. Robinson wanted to bring her, Ms. Jefferson wanted to bring her wife down to Georgia so that she can be closer to family. You will learn through the course of this trial that Ms. Jefferson took her time to find the perfect place for her wife. She researched over and over. She talked to many people. She consulted with many people to find the best home for her wife because they had gotten to a point where she couldn't take care of her needs. She even put her in a home for a 30-day trial just to see how her wife adjusted to it. And she decided on the man house. And Ms. Robinson, she went to the man house on January the 20th, 2021. This incident happened on September the 5th, 2021. Ms. Robinson hadn't even been at that home for a year. She hadn't been at the home 10 months before this defendant assaulted her. We're here today because of the actions of this defendant. He is charged, as you heard from the judge, with attempted rape. He's charged with sexual assault by a person with supervisory or disciplinary authority. And he's also charged with elder abuse. And you'll hear through the course of this trial how every single one of those elements the state will prove to you. You'll hear witnesses come on the stand and tell you how he is guilty of every single one of those charges that we indicted. You'll first hear from Ms. Belinda Jefferson, which, as I told you, that is Ms. Robinson's wife. She will tell you all about Ms. Robinson. She'll tell you how she was, how vibrant she was in life, how she is now. She'll tell you about moving to Georgia and what that took, how she ended up at the man house. She'll even tell you what happened after she learned of this incident. She'll tell you everything that you need to know about Ms. Robinson, because Ms. Robinson has a state of dementia. You will learn through the course of this trial that Ms. Robinson don't even know what happened to her. She don't even know what happened. She's not a person that even can have a conversation with you. She maybe can say hello. She can't talk and have a conversation. She doesn't know what's going on. You will learn through the course of this trial that this defendant was a CNA at the man house. And some of his duties was to bathe her, to feed her, to wash her clothes, to walk her, to change her diaper. She wore a diaper. She wore a diaper because she's incontinent, which means she can't hold her bowels. She can't hold her bladder. This man, this defendant here, had access to her daily. You will learn through the course of this trial that Ms. Sheena Edgerton, she was looking for the defendant because she's the supervisor on the shift that they both worked on September the 5th, 2021. You will learn through the course of this trial that she couldn't find the defendant. She was looking throughout the man house for him, and she went into Ms. Robinson's room, cut on the light, and what she saw was this defendant in Ms. Robinson's bed, on top of Ms. Robinson. His pants are down, his butt is exposed, and he's thrusting her. And if you can imagine what I'm doing, you can imagine what she saw. And she will testify to what she saw. And she'll tell you that he immediately got up and tried to explain and tried to say sorry and say that he was going through things. Well, so was Ms. Robinson. So was Ms. Robinson. You'll learn through the course of this trial that the supervisor of that shift, Ms. Sheena Edgerton, she tried to tell him to leave. Leave now, get out of here, or I'm gonna call the cops. He didn't want to leave. He wanted to explain. He wanted to say sorry. He didn't want her to call the cops. So he didn't leave immediately. You will learn through her testimony that he eventually did leave. And you will learn that she reached out to her supervisor to ask, what should I do? To tell her what happened, what she had just witnessed. She was scared. She didn't know what this defendant may do to her because of what she had just witnessed. There's a code, and you will learn this through trial, that there's a code on the front of the door of the man house, and that's how you enter. Regular citizens can't just walk in, you have to use a code if you're an employee. He had that code. He worked there. So she called her supervisor, Ms. Sellers, to ask her for help. She didn't know what to do. What was the next step? She reached out, and Ms. Sellers, she'll come here and she'll tell you that she called someone to go and sit with Ms. Edgerton to make her feel protected, so they can make sure that this defendant didn't return and do anything else to anybody. You'll hear from that witness, Mr. Earl Bagley. He'll tell you that he went to the man house. He'll tell you the state that Ms. Sheena Edgerton was in when he got there. how she reacted to the things that she had just saw. You will also learn though, that when she reached out to supervisors, she was told not to call 911. So 911 was not called on September the 5th, 2021. You will learn that the police was called on September the 8th, 2021. And if we're all familiar with those dates, that surrounds Labor Day. So Labor Day was that Monday, this happened on Sunday. They reported on Wednesday. Well, as I told you, she's incontinent. So she's getting daily baths. She's getting changed and wiped daily, every 2 hours from her pamper. Wiping off what possible evidence could have been there. Every time they cleaned her up until that Wednesday when she was transported to Grady. After the employees of the madhouse called 911 to tell them what had happened, she was transported to Grady, where she undertook a sexual assault examination, an invasive exam. She was 72 years old, and you will hear from the same nurse who did that exam. She'll tell you how invasive it is, how sometimes it can be painful. But remember, Ms. Robinson doesn't really respond. So she can't even say whether it hurts, whether it's painful. There's no reaction. But she had to undertake a sexual assault examination because of what he did to her. That sexual assault examination was taken to GBI to be tested. You will learn, GBI is going to come and testify, and you will learn that there was no male DNA that could be revealed, was not enough to show DNA in those reports. You know why? All that cleaning for days when they didn't call 911. But you'll also learn from Ms. Sheena Edgerton that when she went back to Ms. Robinson's room after he had left the facility, that her diaper was down and she had feces all over her. While she's trying to make sure that he's leaving this building, she had a bowel movement. So she cleaned her. So now she cleaned her body, but she also cleaned the sheets. The sheets have been washed. They have thrown away anything that needs to be thrown away. That's not ideal. That's something that we would have wanted to keep, but we don't have it. We weren't able to test that because it's gone. It was washed. Her concern was making sure Ms. Robinson was okay after what had happened to her. You will also hear from Detective Smith. Detective Smith came to the madhouse to take statements from people who were there, from people who know what happened, the people that Ms. Sheena Edgerton reported this incident to. We'll also show you a video that shows the defendant leaving. And you just pay close attention to the times. The shift that they're working is 11 to 7. And when you see the video, you'll see the time that he left. What time he got caught. What time he left the place and didn't never return because he was terminated. You'll see that evidence. The judge touched on this, he's real good at that, but I want to reiterate. During the course of this trial, take notes. Pay attention to what we're saying, the evidence that we're putting up, because as the judge told you, there is evidence that you will not be able to see again. You may not be able to hear again. So pay close attention to the evidence that we put up. And write notes. It's not TV. It's not going to be any big wows and stuff like that. This is just regular life. But when you take notes, remember those notes when you go back there to the jury room. Remember what you saw out here. Remember the testimony that you hear. Remember everyone that come in here and tell you what happened that night or what they were told from that night. And just follow the law. Just follow the law. And remember that Ms. Flora Robinson, 72 years old with dementia, who couldn't respond, who couldn't fight, who couldn't push him off, who couldn't yell for help. Remember that while you're listening to all the testimony. And I'm confident that at the end of this trial, you'll come back with a guilty verdict on all 3 counts in the indictment, which are attempted rape, sexual assault by someone with, a person with authority, disciplinary authority and power, and elder abuse. Thank you.
Ms. Feely? We'll take the PowerPoint down.
Thank you. Mr. Kamdem never harmed Flora Robinson. So here's the rest of the story. Mr. Kamdem didn't do this. We had to sit yesterday through hearing these charges. They're horrible, they're stigmatizing, they're upsetting charges. Now is the time that the state has to bring actual evidence from which you can raise a verdict. This is a vulnerable, sympathetic population. But Mr. Kamdem didn't do this. And he has waited over 2 years for you to hear the actual evidence in this case and the lack of evidence. The state showed you on their PowerPoint a pretty impressive long list of witnesses. None of them witnessed anything that's relevant to what you have to decide, except for one who claims to have seen what she said is going to tell you she thought was going on there. But you already just heard that despite her claiming that she saw a violent sexual assault against a very vulnerable person, she didn't call 911. And I saw a couple of you take notes of that, because that is a huge red flag. She did not call, so there was no investigation. So because of her and their decisions, any potential evidence, either way, was destroyed. You're also going to hear that Mr. Kamdem is 74. We're making a big deal about her age, as we should. They were both 72 at the time. Mr. Kamdem had worked there for a number of years, you're going to hear. And you've already been told that Miss Robinson was foul and incontinent. And we agreed with that portion. That had already happened, and Mr. Kamdem was doing his cleanup tasks, is caring for her tasks, which unfortunately do involve skin exposure and to be thorough and clean her. He wasn't, that doesn't even make sense that he would be at 72 years old sexually assaulting someone who is unresponsive and has just lost control of their bowels. He was cleaning her. And the only eyewitness is going to also tell you that she saw what she thought she saw, didn't call 911, didn't contact the police, didn't do anything with that. But she will tell you that Mr. Kamdem was trying to explain what's going on, and she would not let him. She would not let him finish a sentence. She just tossed him out. And if she was that afraid, that is another reason to call 911. The state just told you she was afraid when he didn't leave right away. But he worked there. So pay attention to her behavior as the only eyewitness after she saw what she claimed she saw. So let's also talk about what you will not see. You already heard, through no fault of Mr. Kamdem, this is not his fault, but it's certainly his problem that because of how this was handled, there is no DNA, because there wouldn't have been. There's no medical findings suggesting trauma. No photographs of the scene, so you can see where things were. Really no crime scene at all. There's no investigation here. There's no blood, no injuries, no video, except for what you did hear about, just shows Mr. Kamdem on the porch leaving the facility. Nothing from inside, nothing that will show you anything leading up or after what Ms. Edgerton mistook for misconduct. And at the end of this trial,
I'm going to ask you to base your verdict not on conjecture or assumptions or jumping to conclusions, which is what got us here. But the real, and not to base it also on the knee-jerk reaction that I know we all have in the chart, but solely on the actual real evidence. And return with the only verdict that the actuals, solely based on the evidence supports, and that is Mr. Kamdem is not guilty. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Feely. Ms. Hall, if you'll call your first witness, please.
The state calls Belinda Jefferson to the stand.
Is that? Take your time, Ms. Jefferson. Thank you. Sure. That chair doesn't have wheels, so if Deputy Gordon needs to help you move it around. Woo.
Okay, yep.
Mr. Ryan, do you swear affirm that the testimony you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth so be done?
I do.
Good Lord, amen. State your spelling name for the record.
Belinda Fay Jefferson, Belinda Jefferson.
Ms. Jefferson, if you're, first, good morning, and thank you for being here. That was almost like Simone Biles, you getting up there. If you could, it may be hard to move, but I need you to be a little closer to the microphone. And so you can either lean in or Deputy Gordon can help you slide the chair in. I want to make sure all the jurors can hear you. Okay, I'm sorry that's awkward, but if the chair had wheels, you could roll off and that would be, we don't want a second cast on you. Okay?
All right.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Hall.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Jefferson. How are you?
Good morning. Fine, thank you.
Let's just start by telling the jury where you're from.
Originally from Detroit, currently residing in Atlanta.
And how long ago did you move to Atlanta?
About a year.
Okay. And what do you do for work?
Currently, I'm retired.
When you were working, what did you do?
I was a consultant for a building service contractor. I wrote up their efficacy, their processes.
Okay. And what brought you to Georgia?
Several things. My mom moved here during COVID and my sister. And of course, I wanted to be where my mom is. And I wanted to be in warmer weather, being from Michigan and working in Chicago.
Okay. And I'm going to, Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may, both sides have continuing authority to approach witnesses with exhibits.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 1. Can you tell me if you recognize that?
Yes, this is Flora E. Robinson, my wife.
And is that a picture of her?
Yes, it is.
Did you take that picture?
Yes.
Is that a picture that you sent to me?
Yes, it is.
Is that a true and accurate depiction of the picture that you took of your wife?
Yes.
Your Honor, State tenders and State's Exhibit 1 is evidence.
Any objection to States 1, Ms. Feely?
No, Your Honor.
It's admitted.
Permission to close?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Jefferson, who do we see on the screen here?
Flora Robinson.
And how do you know Ms. Robinson?
Flora's my wife. We met, about 25, 26 years ago.
And how did you guys meet?
We met through a mutual friend. I was having a going away party for the mutual friend. And, you know, Flora was part of her guest list.
And what happened after the party?
the friend, she's a very good friend to both of us, which we didn't know at the time. I also had a painting contracting company in Detroit, besides running the family business. So she suggested, Flora had just purchased a home, so she suggested that Flora give me a call to give her an estimate on the painting. We did that. She did that. We got together. We suggested let's meet and have dinner. We had dinner, it was the night of the fireworks in Detroit. We went to the fireworks and kind of had not been separated since that time. We made a bet at that time about grass because my grass was immaculate and she says hers was the best. So we made a bet about whose grass was the best. And when you cut it down, was it going to be green or was it going to be slightly brown? Needless to say, I lost the bet. And so the bet was for $100. So I sent a duck with $100 and a bouquet of flowers to her home.
What was the duck part of it?
We were talking about something at dinner.
Okay. So there is it's not
There's
a random
some-
pickup.
yeah,
line,
no,
like, hey, there's a duck.
There's a duck connection.
Because I'll
there.
try that, but okay.
Now, I heard you said that you guys were inseparable. Did you guys start dating?
Yes.
Did you eventually become a couple?
We started dating. We became a couple. Eventually, probably her mother ended up living with us as well, who had dementia. We didn't know at the time, but her mother had accidentally set fire to her home. And since Flora and I were together all the time, it was easier for her mom to be in Detroit. Flora was an IT professional with Chrysler, and she sometimes had to travel. So I agreed to let her mom stay at that time at just my residence, which was in Detroit, because I was home with greater frequency. And then we had someone come in and out during the course of the day to make certain that she had eaten and everything. And then probably a few years later, we had our own ceremony at the house.
A few years after you guys met, you had
Yes.
a ceremony? What kind of ceremony?
We had a wedding ceremony. It was not legal yet in Detroit, so it was just a small ceremony with friends and a minister.
And that was about 23 years ago, the ceremony?
Yes.
Okay. And did you guys eventually get legally married?
Yes, we were legally married. What is this, 23?
Yeah.
I think in 19.
And tell me a little bit about y'all's relationship. After y'all got married, did y'all move in together?
Yes, well, she had already been staying at my house, so there was kind of really no extra movement that needed to take place. Since her mother was there, she was there all the time when she was in town, not working. We were the best of friends. We did everything together.
And tell me a little bit more about Ms. Robinson. Where does she work?
She was an IT executive at Chrysler. She started at Chrysler. She'd been there 45, 50 years. Started as a secretary, worked her way up through via several degrees later, infrastructure manager for all of their IT department.
Okay. And you said she was there 45 years?
Yes, a little over 45 years.
Did she retire?
Chrysler retired Flora. She her behavior became a little different than what they had been. She was a very consummate professional, very intelligent, and her behavior started becoming a little bit erratic. I believe I got a call one day. I guess she had been going to work with rollers in her hair. And so they called me in and we had a nice conversation. They gave her several years of short-term disability and several years of long-term disability until she was able to draw her pension. So I think she was at 67 or 68, they officially retired her.
So when they first started noticing things like you being called in for the rollers being in her head, was she already diagnosed with dementia?
Well, at that point, I guess I didn't realize, we were both had our own careers and, you got to get caught up in your day to day. You see each other in the evening, at home in the evening, everything is fine. I guess she had been doing some other things, perhaps not having, and they didn't say this, but maybe not having all of her work, not dotting all of her I's. And this is what she did for a living. So she always dotted all her I's, crossed all the T's. So by the time they called me in, they were talking about putting her on STD. We went to short-term disability. We went to see a doctor, and they gave her the cognitive testing. And at that time, he determined that, yeah, she did have early onset dementia.
And do you remember about how old she was?
I think 63, 64.
And forgive me, I don't know much about dementia. Can you tell me kind of how her dementia affected your everyday life?
I just had to be more aware, since the doctor did not immediately revoke her driver's license, which was a mistake. I had to be more cognitive of where she was, whenever she was. Eventually, probably a couple months after the first initial doctor visit, she had a couple accidents, and I had the Secretary of State revoke her driver's license.
And during this time when after she had been diagnosed with dementia, did you all travel or do anything together still as a couple?
We did. We still visited our friends as a couple. My family was her family. Her mother had died a few years prior to Flora being diagnosed. Her brother had been deceased many years, probably 10 years prior. So my family was her family, basically. And Flora had always kind of been a loner. So my friends became her friends, and we developed friends jointly. We just kind of did everything together. Went to my family reunions together. I had taken her on a cruise in 2019. I think we went to Australia. In 2018, we went to Australia on a cruise. 2019, we went on another cruise, which I knew would be her last cruise because it became more and more challenging to navigate and maneuver her. It just became more challenging, and I would have to assist with her feeding. So
when you guys were taking trips, was she still able to communicate and have conversations with you?
Relatively, yep.
And were you still working in Detroit at this time?
Yes, initially, yes. I went to Chicago permanently in 18. And I would come back home on the weekends. And I had 24-hour care for her in Detroit.
Okay. So at what point did Ms. Robinson start needing 24-hour care?
When I left, I had her 24-hour care when I was no longer in the home at night.
At that point, was she able to still do things for herself, maybe walk?
She could still walk. She needed assistance with dressing, assistance with, I long since taken the knobs off the stove so she couldn't prepare food. So her meals would have to be prepared.
Did she try to prepare foods before you did that?
No, but I knew better from the experience with her mom.
Okay.
That's how her mom set the house on. It was trying to cook.
It's her house, yeah.
Right. When
Yes.
You mentioned her, that Ms. Robinson's mother's house had caught fire, and it was with her mother trying to cook.
Yes.
And tell us a little bit more about Ms. Robinson before the dementia set in. What were some things that she liked to do and how she was in life? Oh,
she was a vibrant person. Flora loved life. She loved road trips. She bought me my first ring because she liked the way my thumb looked on the steering wheel. So she bought me a thumb ring. She loved to party. She loved roller skating. She loved music. She used to be a DJ. Her handle or name, whatever you call it, was Foxy Flora. She just enjoyed life, had the most wonderful, bright smile.
So I'm gonna move along now to when you started making the decision to transition to Georgia.
Mhm.
When was that decision made?
Probably late 19. It became very difficult working in Chicago, going to Detroit, coming to Atlanta to check on my mom. It was a challenge, and I wasn't a spring chicken anymore. So I sold some of my real estate. I couldn't sell the primary residence because she was there. So the decision was made when speaking with the realtor, because it was always a challenge to show the home. And it was a home in the historic area, should not have had any difficulty in selling, but they were limited in terms of when they could come and view the home. So I believe in 2019, late 2019. See when did we COVID was when 20?
Yes.
Okay, so we came to Georgia to visit in late 2019. Christmas of 2020, I brought Flora. My mom and my sister had a house at that point. I brought Flora down Christmas, a little before Christmas, and we stayed a month with my mom and my sister. Began looking for property for myself. And then during the Christmas, New Year holiday, Flora became non-ambulatory. She was unable to move herself from the bed to the toilet, dresser. She just was not able, and I don't know if it was progression of the disease, because at that point then I took her to the hospital. They committed her to run a lot of tests to make certain it was not anything physical. So it was the progression of the disease. So that kind of changed the dynamics of my plan, because the initial plan was to have her set in an assisted living facility, which is what I had been looking for and thought we had located the perfect assisted living. With her becoming non-ambulatory, no assisted living would take her. So then we had to start over again. In the meantime, I had to go back to work in Chicago. So what we ended up doing for 30 days, she was put in a state facility. In the meantime, I continued to work with some agencies and some consultants to find the perfect care home at this point. And I wanted her in a care home that was small. We had means to pay. So she did not have to be in a large government-run facility, which was what she was in for the first 30 days of her stay in Georgia, which was, for both of us, probably a terrible experience. So I wanted her in someplace small. Like I said, I worked with several consultants. A place for mom, and I don't remember the name of the other consulting agencies, but Man House was one of the places they recommended among several others. I went and viewed them. I had a friend of mine that was living here go view them, and we finally ended up at the Man House.
Just take it back just a little bit. You said that was a bad experience that the government ran.
Yeah, government run facilities, and that's why I didn't want her in one. They're large. It was during COVID. They're always understaffed. My history with homes is I sold products. So I knew what the government facilities were like. I sold janitorial supplies, equipment. I sold the products that they try to mask the urine smell with when you walked in the door. So I didn't want her in a facility like that. So.
Is there any other reasons why you didn't want her at a state facility?
Because it was no dedicated CNAs. You didn't know how many people would be on staff. And that's why I wanted a privately run facility, where it gave me the assurances that I thought she would have better care and the level of care that she would have had at the same level of care that she had at home.
So after you put her in the state facility, the original place in January, I'm sorry, when did you put her in the state facility?
In January, right before I had to go back to Chicago.
Okay. And did you eventually find a place that you thought would be good for her?
Yes, that was the Mann House. After visiting several places, talking to several people, we ended up at the Mann House, on the Mann House.
And is the Mann House located in Fulton County?
Now, I'm still
You still
not
getting used to
clear
it?
on the
Okay.
counties. I know it was in Sandy Springs.
Okay. Before she became, and help me with this, was she considered a patient, or how does that work?
In the state facility, she was considered a patient. At the Mann House, she was considered a resident.
Okay. So what was the process like making her become a resident?
Well, she had to stay in the state facility for 30 days in order for that to happen,
Okay.
after she was no longer eligible for assisted living.
And do you remember what date she started going to the Mann House?
I believe it was around January the 20th.
Okay. And did a fee come along with that?
Yes. I paid $6,000 a month for her to reside at the Mann House.
And was that different from when you were comparing the Mann House to other facilities?
Yes, the ranges were from $4,000 to actually 10. There were some places that were $12,000 a month.
And what made you choose the Mann House?
It had a homey feel when we went to view it. It didn't, when I went to view the facility, they didn't have the same restrictions. Now, recognizing, I don't know if the restrictions that they imposed were because of COVID and they just never let up on the restrictions, but you could go in anytime. The place was clean. I didn't smell urine. It appeared when I asked the questions about how many CNAs per resident, there were 3 residents per CNA. A care assistant, I'm sorry if you don't know what a CNA is. So for me, that was adequate.
Tell me about how Ms. Robinson was as far as conversation or being able to talk, walk, or anything before going to the Mann House.
She did not walk, and that's why she ended up being in a care facility versus assisted living. She still needed to have assistance with feeding. She could feed herself a little bit. She would talk a little bit. She was no longer independent.
Did you see changes that she had made after entering the Mann House?
After entering the Mann House, she became, and I don't know, again, the progression of the disease, there's no stages, there's no levels. So you know what to expect after. So this is going to occur, and after this occurs, this is going to occur. You don't know. So at the Mann House, she became a little more, I guess, recluse. She didn't speak as much when I would come visit, and I had friends go visit every night. You know, she was, when the people would visit her on a regular basis, she was talking. She would play cards, and then she just started going into this dark spot where she didn't smile much anymore. She would always kind of be protective of herself like this. And I didn't know if it was because maybe they weren't getting her out and socializing her. This is a disease where you have to be socialized. Even if they're not talking back, they have to have socialization. Otherwise, they go into that dark spot.
At this time, were you still living in Detroit or working in Chicago?
I was working in Chicago at this time. I had a condo in Chicago. I think my house still had not sold. So later, 21? I think the home sold in 21. but I had a condo in Chicago, so I was just going from Chicago at this point to Atlanta.
And how often would you come and visit Ms. Robinson?
I would try to come every weekend.
And if you weren't able to come,
I had someone else go visit her.
so someone saw Ms. Robinson at least once a week.
Yes.
Who would that someone be? A mutual friend or a friend of
A
yours?
friend of mine or my sister was in town. A friend of mine, Anne Marie, who's here in the courthouse now, would go visit her when I was unable to come. The nature of my job, I was not always free on weekends.
Okay.
When you would go and visit your wife, would it be in her room or would it be somewhere else?
The man house, which I think alluded to when I first started talking about them, didn't seem to have restrictions. Once Flora was placed there, we had to make an appointment to see her. So there were never any opportunities for random visits. So when you would make an appointment, they would bring her out to a community area or the lobby.
So you were never able to have private moments with her in her bedroom?
No,
And would they bring her anywhere else other than the lobby?
the community room.
Okay.
I think once or twice we sat in the dining area, which is like kind of all connected a little bit.
Now, is it private or are there other residents in the same room?
The community room, there were always residents there because it was a community room and it was a facility, it was a care facility that had different levels of patients.
Did you ever meet any of the CNAs that were working with your wife?
I think, yes, I did meet them because they would have to bring her out to the lobby.
And do you ever remember meeting the defendant in this case?
No,
Do you get any reports from the man house as to Ms. Robinson's condition or how she's progressing or degressing?
no, they would call and, I'd ask for, occasionally the physician would come and, our condition is stable. They'd have a dentist come in, a podiatrist, and I would have Flora take advantage of those services or someone, a nail tech or someone to do her hair. I'd always take advantage of those services.
Okay. And is Ms. Robinson still at the man house today?
No, she is not.
Why not?
After she was sexually assaulted, she was hospitalized once I received notice. And then I came in and myself and Anne Marie and my sister, we tried to find a place for her to go with the social worker from the hospital. So once we found the place, the hospital was very accommodating. They allowed her to stay and I stayed there as well with her until we were able to find a place. So she never went back.
Okay. And when did you find out about the sexual assault?
I believe it was a Wednesday.
Okay. And did you receive a call or how was that information communicated to you?
I received a call from Mr. Mann. Apparently, he said he was on vacation.
Hold on one second.
Hearsay.
I'm sorry?
We're pausing for a second. So I heard from Ms. Feely. Now I need to hear from Ms. Hall. The objection was hearsay.
Oh,
It's okay.
Yes, Your Honor. I'll rephrase my question.
Okay.
Did you learn that your wife had been sexually assaulted in the man house?
yes.
And was that told to you by an employee of the man house?
Would you consider the owner an employee?
No. Who told you this information?
Mr. Mann, I believe, is who called me with the information.
Okay. And when you spoke with Mr. Mann, did you come up with a plan as to how to treat Ms. Robinson?
Mr. Mann asked me, what did I want him to do? I said, immediately take her to the hospital because I'm thinking initially when he called that this had just that this had just occurred, not 3 days prior. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, you need a
Ms.
moment?
Jefferson, you don't need to apologize. If you need to take a break, let me know.
Thank you. So I asked him to immediately take her to an emergency services facility. And at that time, it was late in the evening when he called. And I remember this because I was on my way to a job site and I had to call the crew and let them know I wasn't coming. I immediately pulled over and started calling airlines, trying to get out of Chicago. I talked to every airline possible. I tried to do hidden cities to go someplace else to get to Atlanta, and there was no way I could get here before morning. And I knew I had been up already probably 18 hours and I couldn't make the drive. So I was able to fly out that next morning. Anne-Marie picked me up at the airport and we immediately went to the hospital.
Is Anne-Marie one of your friends that visit Ms. Robinson?
Yes,
And so it's your understanding that your wife was still at the man house when the call was made to you about the sexual assault?
yes.
Was she transported to a hospital?
She was transported to Grady Hospital.
And did you go to Grady when you arrived to Georgia?
I did.
And were you able to see her?
Yes.
Were you able to talk to her?
I was able to talk to her, but she wasn't very responsive. In the meantime, that whole evening, I had talked to the detectives. I had talked to a social worker at the hospital, I guess once they got her there, and did the intake. And then I had called, once I got the information, all the information had been talking to them, I'd asked Anne-Marie to go to the hospital and sit with her that evening till I could get there.
When you said that you couldn't really talk to her, was that more or less than the last time you had spoken with her?
Probably less.
Did you see any changes in her when you saw her at the hospital?
Yes.
What kind of changes?
She would not move her arm from her chest. She had her arms crossed like this and she would not move it. I had to physically move them.
So I remember earlier you testified and you said she would hold herself. I'm putting my arms across my chest for the record. Was it that same way or was it more this time?
It was more this time. She would just do this. This time it was both hands.
And you said you had to remove her hands for them to come down?
Yes.
Would she put them back?
She would put them back when I did not. I would take her hand down and hold her hand.
Was that only during the time in which she was at the hospital?
She is that way now.
So she's never stopped doing that?
No.
So when you visit her now, where is she at now?
She's at Grace Living now.
Is that another assisted living?
It's a residence. I think they have about 17 residents. Flora has her own private CNA.
And when you visit her now, you have to move her hand from her chest as well?
I do.
At what point did Ms. Robinson leave the hospital?
I think she was there, I don't know if it was 5 days or 7 days.
Was she still being treated for the sexual assault?
No, they were allowing her to stay until I could find some place for her to be placed.
So had you made a decision not to let her go back to the man house?
Absolutely.
Did you speak with her doctors or any nurses about the sexual assault?
Yes.
Did you learn from the information that was given to you, did you learn that she was sexually assaulted?
I learned that she was sodomized.
And did she go straight from Grady to Grace Living?
Yes.
Okay. And so she's been at Grace Living since she left Grady Hospital in 2021?
Yes.
And how is she now? How is she affected by what she's been through?
She is very withdrawn. Occasionally we can get a few words out of her.
In September of 2021, was your wife, Ms. Robinson, able to have conversations with anyone?
When you say a conversation, So a conversation is I'll say something to you and you'll respond to what I'm saying in that same text context.
Yes.
No.
Was she able to say anything?
Yes, she would talk, and sometimes occasionally it would be in the same vein, but not often. She would ask questions about things. When I would tell her that I love her, she would say, I love you back.
So if she was being assaulted, would she be able to protect herself?
No,
Would she be able to tell a person to get off of her?
no,
Would she be able to fight them off?
no.
After she was removed from the man house, never went back, now she's at Grace Living, was there anything that, did you file suit against the man house?
I did.
And how did that end?
We were awarded, I think it was 500,000.
And Your Honor, may I have a moment?
Yes, ma'am.
Just a few more questions, Ms. Jefferson. Can you tell us about how Ms. Robinson is now in communicating versus when she was at the man house?
She still isn't communicating well.
And no further questions, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Feely, do you have questions for Ms. Jefferson?
I do not, thank you.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have any questions for Ms. Jefferson, now would be the time to write them down. If you do, hand them to your left to Deputy Gordon. He'll collect them all and I'll take it from there. What do we need? Temporarily? Oh, a pencil? Is it sharp? Okay. I won with an eraser. Ms. Jefferson, I have a question unrelated to your trial testimony. My younger son just broke his leg and he just got that same scooter. It's different color, but it's the same brand and everything. How long did it take you to figure out how not to like crash and fall over? Because he's real wobbly on it.
I didn't have any issues.
Good. I mean, like right away you were good.
Right.
Okay. I got to see what he's drinking. Okay.
I took myself off the pain meds too.
That could be it. Thank you. But it's helpful. I mean, that you seem to get in
It's
here.
very helpful. I mean, my knee hurts, but he's younger, so his knee won't. And he doesn't, probably not 200 plus pounds.
He's younger. All right. Thank you, sir. Counsel, if you'll join me out here, I'll be right back. Good, push it, bam. Ms. Jefferson, a few more questions.
Sure.
Do you know what, you described one of the places that Ms. Robinson resided as a state facility. Do you know what that was?
I think it
The
was
name of it?
Jones. It had a 3-something rating. It was the highest rating out of all your state
Okay.
facilities.
And where was it specifically? Was it in Atlanta or?
It was in Atlanta. I think it was Jones something.
Okay. And when you describe it as a state facility or state run, tell the jurors what you understand that to mean.
It is paid by Medicare, Medicaid. It was always my preference to, like I said, we both worked well. God had been good. We'd done well with our money. We had the means to pay for her to have adequate care.
Did Ms. Robinson have a private or a shared room when she was at the Mann house?
She had a private room at the Mann house.
Did you get to know any of the CNAs by name or recognize them because they were with Ms. Robinson frequently enough that when you were there, like, oh, I remember you last time was here, it was you.
I remember the faces.
So they're familiar faces, but you don't remember Fred or Sally or anything like that.
No.
And you mentioned that ultimately you and Ms. Robinson received $500,000 from the Mann house. Was that a settlement or was that the result of something that actually went to trial?
That was a settlement.
Okay. Do you have any follow-up based on those answers, Ms. Hall?
I do not, Your Honor.
Ms. Feely?
No.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Jefferson, for being here and sharing the testimony. Carefully step down and we'll have Deputy Gordon help you. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to let Ms. Jefferson get past you all. We're going to take our morning break now. We have to break for lunch at about noon. So if we wait much longer for the break, you're going to have 20 minutes between break and lunch. But the lawyers asked for a break. I'm going to give you all a break. Please don't talk about the case while you're back there. I neglected to mention the little Red Riding Hood basket full of snacks. That's for you all. That's not just to tempt you, but you may eat them. The refrigerator is yours. If there's water in it, that's your water. You're welcome to bring water out here. Try not to bring liquids out here that if spilled will leave stains. If you're running low on anything, let Deputy Gordon know and we'll restock. We have plenty of water. I can't promise you if you're into strawberry Nutri-Grain bars that will have more strawberry, you might have other Nutri-Grain bars. Also, you're free to spread out along that hallway if you don't want to all be in the same room during the break. Nothing wrong with going down the hallway all the way down to there's a window. You can see sunlight. Just while you're further down there, try not to be super loud because my colleagues will fuss at me. Jurors are making a racket, but it's not a problem to fan out down the hallway as well. We'll try to keep this to about 10 minutes, but the break can't end until you say you're ready to come back. But I'm going to dispatch Deputy Gordon to corral you all in about 10 minutes. No outside research. Don't talk about the case. Talk about anything else you want. Thank you.
All right, the jurors.
Ms. Hall, anything else from the state?
No, nothing right now, Your Honor. No.
You've got witnesses that'll get us through noon.
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Feely, anything else?
Yeah.
I will make every card submitted by jurors part of Court's Exhibit 1, whether I ask the questions or not. The record will reflect which questions were asked, but all the cards that are submitted will be Court's Exhibit 1. I'll see you all in about 10 minutes. Thank you.
There. Just.
That's way. watch foot. Where's your foot? Course on the foot. Oh, yeah.
So what I was trying to explain, is that there's rules of evidence. Okay, so if the jury wants to ask a question, the judge has to make sure that it's allowed under the rules of evidence before it can be asked of the witness. So that's what they're talking about. Does that make sense?
Specific criteria
Mhm.
for evidence.
Mhm.
Until those specifics are met, there is no evidence.
It can't, the jury can't hear it, yeah. So that's all that we're talking about. Yeah. Actually, you can do it back there. I can bring it to the judge. So you want to just have last witness? You could just this witness, the last witness. You couldn't hear.
I couldn't. I just had
You can't hear. It's hard. They gotta speak out.
So, she can see.
Were you, I mean, I assume you were.
Oh, yeah.
She has to hear, she has to write it all down.
Ah, okay.
But yeah, I mean, she was a little.
Yeah, so.
I don't know, I just been saying that for so
These?
yeah.
Okay, we'll get folks to really get it in the microphone. Okay. We also could get, we used a set of headsets for Jerry Peck, who you've never had to represent, old case though. Ms. Abbasi is handling his case. He's gonna get hearing aids, but doesn't yet. And so they were able to bring in some computer that hooked up to a headset. Why don't we try closer into the microphone with the witness? But if that's not working, I could have my team reach out to IT and bring in that headset if. Oh, is it still right there? Oh, I don't know that I'd have him touch it, but no, do you want to see, well, maybe during the lunch break, you can see if you can get that to work. We'll leave it right there. Do you remember what it had to do or? Okay, we can get IT down here to help out, or Ms. Hansberry may know how it worked. So let's see with this witness and getting closer to the microphone, and then let's fire it up. Okay. All right. Are all the jurors back? Ms. Hall, Ms. Marsh, Ms. Hall, anything before we bring the jurors back in? Okay. Ms. Feely, anything other than we'll work on if Mr. Kamdem has trouble hearing the next witness, using that headset to see if that amplifies things.
There's nothing other than that.
Okay, great. Let's bring the jurors in, please.
All right, adjourned. The president accounted for.
Thank you, Deputy Gordon. Everyone can be seated. I'm gonna give you guys about a D- for rotating seats. A couple of you did only because you were forced. I saw you come out like, whoa, someone's in my seat in the back row. You don't own those seats. After lunch, sit in a different seat. Unless you really want the seat, in which case I'll be quiet. We got through one witness. We took our morning break. As I mentioned, we're going to have to break for lunch around noon. I have a county commissioner who wants to come talk to me. I hope I'm not in trouble. Hopefully I'll rejoin you after lunch. But we will break close to noon and just pick up wherever we were at the time. Ms. Hall, if you'd call your next witness, please.
The state calls Sheena Edgerton to the stand, Your Honor.
When you sit and raise your right hand, you swear affirm that the testimony will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth of God. Put on your hand, see. When you spell your name for the record.
Sheena Edgerton, Shena Edgerton.
Good morning, Ms. Edgerton. I'm going to need you to get even closer to the microphone so everyone can hear you. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning, Ms. Edgerton. How you doing?
Good morning.
Can you start first by telling us where you work?
At the Man House in Sandy Springs.
And where's the man house located?
In Sandy Springs?
Is that in Fulton County?
I think so.
And how long have you worked at the man house?
11 years, I think.
Is there only one I'm sorry. How long?
11 years.
And does the man house only have one location?
They have two, one in Sandy Springs and one in Cumming.
And do you only
Georgia.
work in one location?
Now I work in one, the one in Cummings.
Okay. Was there a time that you worked at both locations?
Correct.
And tell me what's your title?
CNA, CMA is what I'm certified for. And I worked as a 3 to 11 supervisor at Sandy Springs location. And when they opened the Cumming location, I became the nurse's assistant.
When you say 3 to 11, is that 3 a.m. or 3 p.m.?
3 p.m. to 11.
Okay. And what is a CNA and what is a CMA?
A CNA is a certified nurse's aide. So basically caring for the resident, nutrition, hygiene, safety, activities. And a CMA is certified medication aide, which means I can also give them their medication for the day.
And were you a CNA and a CMA in September of 2021?
Yes.
Okay. And working at the man house, we're going to be talking about the Sandy Springs man house. While you were working there, what was your title at that location?
3 to 11 supervisor.
Supervisor. When did you become a supervisor?
Maybe 6 months after I worked there, maybe shorter than that.
Okay,
I started in in the 2012, I think.
So for the majority of your time being employed at the manhouse, you've been a supervisor.
Yes.
Okay. And as a supervisor, do you have more duties than as a regular CNA?
Yes.
What would those duties be?
Just giving out assignments, letting people just know what's needed for the shift for that day.
You said telling people?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I just didn't hear you. Does that include writing people up?
Yes, I can.
Are you able to create schedules?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me more about the manhouse, Sandy Springs, how you operate. How the manhouse operate in general for CNAs or CMAs.
Well, you can't be a medication aide without being a CNA first anyway. So you have to be a CNA. At that location, you have to be certified. Some of the other locations you don't have to be, but at that one you do. And it's pretty much you're doing the same thing. The added on duty is giving out medication. It's still caring for, like I said, hygiene, nutrition, safety. It's just an added on thing to do is pass medication as well.
Okay. And tell me the size of the manhouse in Sandy Springs. How many?
I believe it's a
beds?
25 bed.
25 beds. And how many CNAs would work during a shift?
On a 311 shift, it would be 4. Same as morning shift, and then 11 to 7 shift, it goes down 1 person.
So 11, are we saying 11 p.m.?
11 p.m. to 7 a.m. It would be normally 3 people.
Okay. And would that be you said this location you had to be a CMA as well as a CNA?
No, you had to be a CNA.
Oh, you had to be a CNA.
Right.
Okay, sorry. So the 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. shift, there would be 3 CNAs.
Oh yes, everyone there is a CNA.
And with the 25 beds, how is that divided in the manhouse between the CNAs?
Just amongst it's divided separately. Well, not separately. Like normally, whoever the supervisor is will have less people to get up out of bed because they're also passing medications and doing blood sugars. So normally they would have maybe 2 people, and then the other 2 people would have normally 3 to 4 people to get up. Generally,
Is the manhouse, Sandy Springs, is it ever completely full? All 25 beds, are they ever full?
I think maybe in the very beginning when I started working there, it was. As the years keep going on now.
And how did you communicate with other CNAs at the manhouse? Do you guys have any working relationships? Would you hang out during lunch hours or anything like that?
Oh, for sure. Sandy Springs had a very low turnover of hiring people, so we pretty much were like family there.
Okay, so
Like even the people there still now have been there. There's some people that have been there 20 years or more. So
you all were familiar with each other.
oh, absolutely.
Wasn't a lot of coming and going, people
No,
quitting and
not at all.
I want to take you to September.
Okay? Okay. Okay. Deputy Gordon knows CPR, so it's all right. If you fall out, he's got you.
I want to take you to September of 2021. Do you remember having a patient by the name of Flora Robinson?
Yes.
How often would you care for Ms. Robinson?
See, during that time, I was at Sandy Springs part-time. So normally I was there in a pay period 4 to 5 days. And I took care of her, not specifically as her caregiver, the person that had to clean and feed her, but if I didn't do that, I was a supervisor for the shift. So that many times a week, I guess, a pay period.
So you were familiar with Ms. Robinson?
Yes.
Tell me how, was she able to communicate with you?
I mean, she could talk, but she didn't, she wouldn't be able to hold a conversation. Maybe more than just, hey, how you doing? And she, okay, I'm all right, baby. But that was pretty much it. not much more than that.
And that was pretty consistent the whole time that she was there?
Yeah, she may have talked a little bit more in the beginning, but not before she left. She had declined.
And when you would interact with her, could she walk on her own?
No,
Could she stand on her own?
no,
Could she go to the restroom on her own?
no.
So how would she use the restroom?
She will pull up to a diaper.
Okay. And that would be something that a CNA would help assist with putting on her?
Yes.
Would it be a pull-up diaper, or is it the kind that snap?
The snap.
Okay. And tell me how often she would be cleaned.
As far as a diaper change, or
I'm sorry, I should have been clear. As far as taking showers.
showers is every other day.
And how often would she be cleaned if she had, say, a bowel movement, or she?
Just as often as she went. Like the checks are every 2 hours.
Okay. So is there a way for her to notify you if she did have a bowel movement, or if she urinated in her pamper?
No, she's incontinent. So we would have to check her.
So you'll have to tell me about how you check her.
It's just, like I said, every 2 hours, there's rounds has to be done. And some of the diapers change color.
Okay.
And I mean, you can just feel it sometime and tell if it's soiled or not, so.
And was she incontinent the whole time that she was at the man house?
Yes, I believe so, yes.
As a supervisor on shift on September the 5th, 2021, what were your duties that night?
So pretty much the same. We set up the dining room. We do the residence laundry. We do the dining room linen, vacuum. There's some light house duty to be done. We have to change residents. We have to check them, make sure no one's, out of the bed or uncomfortable in bed, things like that.
When you told us that during that late night shift, was this the shift we're asking about, the 11 to?
I was gonna clarify, yes.
That there's one fewer, so there'd be 3 CNAs?
Generally it's 3, but that night it was 2.
Okay.
It was a call out.
Okay, so there's even fewer. Are you one of those 2, or as the supervisor, you're not counting yourself among that number?
No, I'm included.
Okay, so that night, then there were only 2 people working there. Okay.
And just to clarify for the record, what was the shift time?
11 p to 7 a.
Okay. And what time did you arrive for your shift?
I didn't get there. I got there late, about 11:45-ish, maybe.
And was there a reason why you got there around past the 11 p.m. time?
Yes, my brother was from out of state visiting, and I took him out before I came to work.
Okay. And tell me about your relationship with working with the defendant.
Me and my brother worked together for, quite a few years. He even was at the Cummins location at one point when I needed help up there. So, pretty good. Like I said, he's worked for me. Like, if I needed to take a weekend off and he was off, he would work it, and vice versa. So we had a pretty good working relationship.
And you said he had been there quite a few. Had he been there as long as you?
No, I believe he was hired before I was.
Okay, so if you told me 9, 10 years, he would have been more than that.
Yes.
Okay. So you said sometimes you guys exchange shifts in Cummings and in Sandy Springs.
Mm-hmm.
So how would that work? Would you work the same week at all?
Right, it would have to be in the same pay period.
Okay. And would that same pay period require you to work at the same facility that entire week, or could you switch?
No, it would
out?
have to be at the same facility you swap the time for.
Okay, understood. So on September the 5th, 2021, do you remember that night?
I do.
And you said you came in about 11:45 or so.
Mm-hmm.
And
yes.
And when you got to work, what did you do?
Well, I didn't do initially what I generally do because he was there already, and he had already set up some of the things. Like the dining room was set up already. He had pulled laundry that was due for that evening, for that night shift. So some of the things that we normally do together, he had done already, because I came about 45 minutes late.
Okay.
So he had already set up.
Okay. When you say he, who are you referring to?
Eduardo.
And is that what you guys call him at the man house?
Yes.
Okay. And normally on a normal day, if you hadn't gotten there at 11 p.m., what time would this stuff that was already done, what time would it normally be done?
11:30-ish or so.
So was it unusual that everything was done for you when you saw that it was completed?
No.
Okay. And so you didn't do what you would normally do when you get to work. What did you end up doing?
I had to count narcotics. You have to count the narcotics before I come on the shift to make sure the count is right. And I had to count in the front of the building and in the back, the memory care, because it's two different med rooms. And then you do rounds, just going around the rooms just to make sure, like I said, nobody's out the bed, nobody's arm is stuck in like a bed rail or anything like that. And then we come back, and then normally that's when we start. We pull the laundry, but then we do the dining room.
Okay. You started by saying you had to count, and then we normally do stuff. So when you count the medication, is that something you do alone or with the other CNA that's on the shift?
With the other CNA.
Okay, this particular night on September the 5th, 2021, did you get help counting those pills?
No, I'm not sure if the person I spoke with them on the phone to let them know I was coming late, if she had counted with Eduardo already, or if she had left just before I got there.
So when you spoke to her, did she tell you she had counted already, or did you have to come in and count?
She told me she counted, but I still count them out myself.
You still
Yeah.
recounted?
Right.
When you recounted, let me ask this. Have you ever come to work past the start of your shift before?
Yes.
And would you ever recount the pills even if they were already counted?
Generally, yes.
And generally, would the defendant, if he was on shift, recount those pills with you?
No.
Okay, so that was just
Because he wasn't in charge. He didn't have the medication drawer.
Okay, so you wouldn't expect to see him while you were counting pills?
No.
Okay.
He would need to be there because it's only between the two people who left the drawer and like I'm coming on to take the drawer.
Okay.
And he didn't pass meds that day because I was the one to pass meds. So he would need to count the narcotics because I would be the one to pass in the medications in the morning.
And why would you be the one?
Because I was the lead, the supervisor.
Okay, so anytime you were on a shift, the defendant wouldn't have to count pills because that would be your duties.
No.
Okay. So on this night, you think you spoke with the person that you were changing shift?
I know I spoke to them. I just don't remember if she left slightly before me or was leaving when I was coming in the door, kind of thing. Yeah, I don't remember.
And when you first came into work, did you immediately go count pills, or do you check in with the other CNAs?
Talking about what happened for the evening shift. He was telling me what was told to him, things like that. If somebody had an incident or somebody had asked for medication before I got there, things like that. Just what happened before I got there.
And are you referring to the defendant or the person you changed shifts with?
No, Eduardo.
Okay, so when you got to work that night, you had spoken to the defendant.
Yes.
Okay. And at what point did you go to assume your duties in counting the pills?
Shortly after. It wasn't very long after, and it doesn't take that long to count them. We might have talked for 10 minutes or so, maybe.
Okay. After counting the pills, what'd you do?
Started doing rounds, because I didn't have to do the dining room. Like I said, I knew he had pulled laundry because I could hear the wash machines going. So just with the walk around the building, make sure everything was fine.
Okay. At some point, did you start looking for the defendant?
Yes, just to tell him, just to be clear on who were getting up, who he had to get up, and who I was getting up.
So are duties not assigned before you start a shift?
There are assignment sheets. But that can change depending on if somebody passed, if somebody moved out. So if the census goes down, the care plan will change. Although it might not be changed on the paper, we know we have to change it because now the census is lower than what it was.
Okay. So this particular night, even though you came in past the start of your shift, you still had to give out an assignment to the defendant?
Yes.
Okay. So you were looking for him to give him an assignment?
Yes, just to make sure he knew exactly who he was getting up and who I was getting up.
And do you do that often with him?
I do. Eduardo sometimes, because of his hearing, or say he didn't hear certain things or he didn't know something changed. So I always made sure I spoke to him and always asked him, you heard me, right? When I talked to him. So that we were clear on, I didn't want to, in the morning time, he tell me he didn't know something had to be done. When I explained it to him the night before. So I always make sure I talk to him before.
And you said his hearing, because of his hearing, what did you mean by that?
Well, he said he doesn't hear well. He acts like he doesn't hear well as well.
When you say he act like he can't hear, do you ever call out for him or ask for assistance and he can't hear?
If I don't call loud enough, yes. Generally, if I'm just talking how I would normally talk to anybody else, they would normally hear me. But sometimes I'd have to kind of look at him and Eduardo, and then he would respond. But
was that a known thing at the man house
Yeah,
that he was
for
hard of
sure.
hearing?
yes.
So tell me what happened when you started to look for him to give an assignment.
I believe I did a pretty much sweep of the building, but with the doors being closed and sometimes you're just in the room changing people. Sometimes their TVs is loud. You can't hear somebody calling for you. So I went back around again and pretty much was looking in every room and looking, because sometimes we sit in areas and wait for our bells to go off when somebody needs us. So I looked in those areas, on the couch. You might sit on the couch. There's a couch in the hallway. I looked in places like that for him. And then I finally went back to the memory care in the annex. And then that's when I saw him in the room.
And before we get there, I've heard you say something about memory care a couple times. What is memory care?
Memory care is for people that have dementia, but they're further along in it. So they're normally in a separate part of the building. It's normally a lockdown unit. The door wasn't always closed though, because at that time we didn't have people that would elope. Or would be certain times we would have to close, and then certain times we didn't. So.
And what other sections did you have at the man house other than memory care?
The AL side, that's considered the assisted living. They are, some of them can walk on their own, things like that. They don't need as much care.
And is this divided into zones?
The zone is, yes, yes.
How many zones were there at the man house?
For the 11 to 7 shift, it was 3. And for the morning and the evening shift, it was 4.
And I'm sorry, when you
It was
say
7 to 3 is AM.
Okay.
The evening is 3 P to 11 P, and then overnight it's 11 P to 7 A.
Okay, thank you for that clarity. So, in the memory care, do they also have bells? You said they can.
They do. A lot of times they won't ring them. They can't ring them. They're not capable.
And you also mentioned that doors were closed when you did, well, let me ask this. When you did your first round of walking, looking for the defendant, did you walk the entire man house?
I walked in the areas I thought that I would find him.
Okay. How big is the man house where the patients would be?
Well, I mean, it's a 25 bed, so there's 2 floors. There's a common area, activities room in the front. There's a area to sit down in the front by a piano. There's the dining room. Then there's another area for staff where we take our breaks at. It goes in a circle though. The building goes in a circle.
So what are the patients, the 25 beds, are they all on the same level or are they on different levels?
No, there's, I think 8 in the memory care. On the AL side in the front, there's 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 in the front, and then the rest are upstairs. Those are more like suites. They're bigger rooms upstairs on the 2nd floor.
And those, are they called residents or patients?
They're residents.
So the residents that's on the upper floor, are they able to care more for themselves?
Sometimes.
They still need assistance?
They do.
Okay, but not as much assistance as those that are located in memory care?
Generally. Sometimes, the family members will just maybe want them on a certain floor or a certain size room, and they would just go along with that.
Okay.
Not necessarily meaning that they should be there though. But.
Okay. If you remember, where was the defendant assigned? I know you were looking for him for telling what patients he were assigned to, but what zone was he assigned to this particular night?
I don't remember.
That's fine. I understand it was 2 years ago. So let me ask you, is there ever a time where as a CNA or a CMA, you would have to get in the bed with the patient?
No, you're not supposed to actually get in the bed to help a patient,
So if a patient,
a resident, excuse me.
Can you say that last part again?
A
You say you're
resident-
not supposed to get in bed with a patient and then you said something else.
I said resident. We don't generally call them patients.
Okay.
That's their home.
I'm sorry, resident.
Mhm.
So you shouldn't get in the bed with a resident. Is there anything you could think of where how long have you been a CNA?
22 years.
22 years.
Mhm.
And how long has that been with the man house, whether coming in or Sandy Springs?
About 10 years or so. But, you know.
In your 20+ years of being a CNA, is there ever a time where you needed to get in a bed with a resident?
No. I've fallen into a bed with a resident, lifting them, trying to get them into a bed, things like that. If they don't bear weight, depending on who's helping you lift. I've fallen into a bed, but I've never gotten into a bed to help someone.
So you were looking for the defendant and you tried the common areas where you thought he may be.
Mhm.
And then you said that you decided to start going into rooms.
Right.
Did you check every room?
Just with lights on, or in the annex, I checked all the rooms because I checked. Some of the doors are open, so you can clearly just walk past and look in the room and see no one's there. But her door was closed, so I went in her room and opened the door.
Is it a reason why doors will be open versus doors being closed?
Just depending on who the patients was, the residents were. Some of them are a little busy, so they'll go in people's rooms. So if we close the door sometime, that discourages them from going in there. If we turn the light out, they don't see a light, they won't go in there. So it just depends on what residents were there at that time. And it wasn't uncommon for a door to be closed though.
Okay, so when you were looking for the defendant and you saw that Miss Robinson's door was closed, it didn't stand out or seem suspicious to you? Okay. And are you required to knock on the door before you open it?
We are. With her, she wouldn't be able to tell me to come in, so it's just a habit that we knock. So we knock and then we open. For her, we wouldn't wait because she wouldn't say, come in.
Okay.
She wouldn't be able to say that.
Did you knock on the door this particular night?
Like I said, generally it's kind of like we pull the door open. For her, especially because she wouldn't answer us. We would have to wait if we know somebody's in the room. They can say, "Oh, wait a minute," or "You can come in now," type of thing. She wouldn't be able to do that, so it would be more like a knock and pull open the door.
And
If I did that,
do you remember if you did that night?
not really, no.
Okay. So you opened the door
Mhm.
to Miss Robinson's room, and was the light off or on?
The light was off.
And what happened when you opened the door?
I opened the door, flicked the light on, and I saw him in the bed with Miss Flora.
Were you calling out for him before you opened the door?
I was.
Did you call out for him once the door was open, or?
Possibly.
And
I
it's
kind of
okay.
remember just turning the light on and like screaming at him. Yeah. I know when I was walking down the hall, I wasn't yelling Eduardo because it was late. So it's kind of just like Eduardo, when I'm walking down the hallway. Yeah.
About what time was this when you went into Miss Robinson's room, if you can remember?
Like I said, it didn't take me long because he had set up. So maybe 12, a little after 12.
So you open the door to the room and you turn on the light.
Mhm.
What do you see?
Him in the bed with Miss Flora.
When you say him in the bed with Miss Flora, who is him?
Eduardo.
And when you say he was in the bed, was he completely in this bed?
Oh, yeah. He was in the bed.
So his feet were not on the floor at all.
No.
And how was Miss Robinson?
She was laying on her back, just kind of like flat, laying in the bed on her back.
And how was the defendant?
He was on top of her and his pants was down
How do you know his pants were down?
because I could see his butt.
Could you tell how far down his pants were?
No.
Was he doing anything when you saw his pants down?
He was like moving and most like thrusting or in the act of that, I guess.
Let me ask you this. What did you think you saw, or what did you see when you saw him on top of Miss Robinson?
Look, he was having sex with her.
You said like he was having sex with her?
Yes.
And how did it look like he was having sex with her?
He was on top of her with his pants down, making motions like he was having sex.
When you say motions, did it look like he was trying to help Miss Robinson?
No, you don't help residents with your pants down. No, he was not trying to help her.
Did you see her doing anything?
No.
Did you hear any sounds from either the defendant or Miss Robinson?
No, she generally did speak. I mean, like talk just out loud. Be walking around sometimes, she'd just be saying things. But I didn't hear her yelling or say anything like that. No.
And when
I'm sorry, but what was she wearing? You described how Mr. Kamdem's pants were down. What was Ms. Robinson wearing?
I believe she had on a gown. That's what I believe, because I went back to clean her up, and I believe that's what she had on.
could you see if she had on any her the Pampers that the pull-ups that we talked about earlier?
Not at that time when I opened the door and saw him in the room with her. When I went back is when I saw what she, how her diaper looked. It was just, it was pulled down.
Okay, so when you opened the door and you saw this, what you perceived to be him having sex with Miss Robinson, what happened next?
I started screaming and yelling at him,
What did you
and
say?
like, no, stop, like kind of disbelief, like yelling, and I just thought to go get my phone. So they call the cops on me.
And did you go get your phone?
I went to go get my phone. I left it in the dining room, and he kind of surprised me how quickly he came behind me. And he went into trying to explain what I saw.
Okay. Before you left to go and get your phone to possibly call 911, did he do anything?
Yes, he motioned to start getting out of the bed. And that's when I kind of just went, like, jotted towards back out of the memory care to go to the dining room.
The next time you saw him, I know you said you were pretty surprised. How was he? How did he look?
Like he just kind of like rushed up on me and was fixing his pants.
What do you mean by fixing his pants?
Like he was gathering himself, getting himself together, pulling his pants up. And I just told him he needed to get the hell out of the building.
Did he say anything to you?
He sat at the table at the dining room, is kind of like with his head and saying he was going through some things and he was sorry. And, I really didn't let him finish. Like, I didn't let him explain anything because at that time I got nervous and I just wanted him out of the building.
Why were you nervous?
I mean, if he can do something like that to her, I don't know what he would do to me because I saw it or try to do to me.
Did he say anything to you to make you think he was going to do anything to you?
He just wouldn't leave. I kept asking him, and I said, I'm going to call the cops. I need you to leave. Just leave the building, Eduardo. And he said, oh, you're going to call the cops on me? And I'm like, I said, you know what? Just leave. Just get out the building. I just want you to leave. Get yourself and just get out the building, please. And he kept sitting there for a while. And that's what made me uneasy, is him not leaving.
When you say it made you uneasy, what do you mean by that?
I mean, I looked in the dining room and picked something up to hit him with because I didn't know, by him not wanting to leave, I didn't know what I would have to do.
You remember what you picked up?
I didn't pick up anything,
Oh,
but I was going to pick up something. I looked to see what I was going to pick up if he tried to get up and do anything.
Okay, I'm sorry, I misunderstood. So you were just preparing yourself?
Absolutely.
Okay. So when you're steady trying to tell him to leave, is he saying anything else other than you're gonna call the cops on me?
Just still, he was going through stuff. It's been hard. You know, it's been hard. He's going through things. You know, I was cursing at him. But he still just kind of just kept sitting with his head down. And I just kept asking him to leave.
I know you said you wouldn't let him explain. But what do you think he was trying to explain to you?
Objection, speculation.
I rephrase, Your Honor.
Okay.
When he was telling you he was sorry and that he was going through things, was he also telling you that he was trying to help Miss Robinson?
No, he was trying to explain to me not to say anything.
Okay. So from the time of getting, you told me the memory care is in the back of the facility.
Right.
So where is the dining room in respect to the memory care?
If you're coming through the front door, you would go walk through the dining room before you get to the memory care. The memory care would be past the dining room and then to the left.
So from the time that he walked up to you to the dining room and was saying sorry and let him explain, he never told you that he was also trying to help Miss Robinson or he was trying to change her?
No.
He didn't explain to you why he was in the bed?
No.
Okay. Did he eventually leave?
He did.
Did you assist him in leaving?
I didn't touch him. Like I said, just kept asking him to leave. And he went to the memory care, I guess, to get his bag. You know, to carry a bag and stuff with him. And I went to the front of the building. They have a piano. It's a courtyard that has a door that you can walk over through the courtyard and go to the memory care. So I kind of stood there and just watched to see what he was going to do when he walked back there, because I didn't know what he was going to do. So I just stood there to watch to see what he was going to do. But he went and got his things, and then he walked back up the hallway, and that's when he came around the front. He stood there, still trying to explain himself for a little while, and eventually he went out the door.
And how were you feeling before he went out the door?
Objection, relevance.
The relevance of how Ms. Edgerton was feeling when Mr. Kamdem left.
Right. She said that she was scared and she was thinking about grabbing something to protect herself. Then she said she watched him go to the memory care and just try to see what he was going to do. So I wanted to know how she felt at that time, her feeling at the time of him not leaving the facility after she had called him.
I misunderstood your question. Why don't you ask it again? And then we'll see if there's an objection and we'll go.
Okay. Before the defendant actually left the man house, before was able to convince him to leave, how were you feeling?
So hold on one second.
Still don't see how that's relevant to this case, how she felt about Mr. Kamdem.
Okay, overruled.
This anxiety, high anxiety, fear. A few things.
Let me ask you this. Do you know how tall the defendant is?
Maybe 5'6", 5'7".
And how tall are you?
I'm 5'11".
And why would someone of that size normally scare you?
Because of what I saw him doing. You know, I'm not from a great area, but I've never walked on someone doing something to someone like that I know definitely couldn't have said, sure, come on in. So seeing that alone, I didn't know what he would do.
And you said that you were able to, he finally left.
He finally left.
And I know I asked you if you assisted with that and not physically touching him, but did you walk him to the door? Did you walk him out?
Yes, I walked him to the door, opened the door, opened the door for him. It's kind of just like, come on, get out of here kind of thing.
Was he moving when you were asking him to get out, or was he still hesitant?
He was hesitant. Like I said, he would stop and, oh, come on, please, you know. He was saying, get out, you gotta leave, just get the hell out of the building, you gotta go. So he would stop and talk again. Then he'd walk up a little bit more, and then I opened the door, and then he finally went out when I opened the front door.
And do you know if he left immediately?
I know he didn't leave immediately because I waited. I went into Keisha's office to watch him to make sure he was going to leave because there's a code to get into the building, but I know he knows the code, and I didn't know how to switch it so that he wouldn't be able to get back in the building. So I sat in her office. Her office is right at the front. So her window is like where the front porch is. And he would park right there. So I could sit there and I waited for him to leave. He wouldn't leave. Well, he didn't leave. I didn't go outside and say anything to him, but that's when I called Keisha and let her know what I just saw and that he had me nervous because he was still sitting outside, even though he left the building, but he hadn't pulled off. And told her what I saw and, so I wanted to call the cops.
Who is Keisha?
Keisha is the business office manager.
And so you went in her office and you continued to watch him. Did he eventually leave?
When I called her and he hadn't left, and I went back to watch him again, and because she told me to call back if he hadn't left. So I sat there for a few more minutes. He still didn't leave, so I went and called her again. And but once I got on the phone with her, I went back to see, and he was pulling up the hill. I could see him leaving there.
So if you were scared and you weren't sure if he was going to come back in, why didn't you call 911?
I don't know. I wanted to call 911, but when he wouldn't leave, I don't know. It just made me I don't know. That's why I didn't even touch him. I didn't even go close to him. I stood away from him and just asked him to walk out of the building. I don't know.
Is it a part of policy to call 911 if something like that happens?
Yes, we are taught that for sure. I just had never experienced that. So I was taken back, shocked. Yeah.
Did you ever think about leaving? Just leaving the premises?
No, because the residents are there.
But they were still there?
Yes, couldn't leave him in the building.
And if you had left, would it have been anyone there with them?
No, well, him, but
So you said you called your manager, Keisha. Did you call anyone else?
I don't believe so. At that time, I called Keisha, and then she assured me that she was sending Earl, he's the maintenance guy, to come sit with me because I was the only one left in the building. Yeah.
And did you ever go and check on Ms. Robinson?
After he left and after Earl came in the building.
You waited for Earl to come?
Yes, I didn't leave past the door. I was going past out the front door until I made sure somebody else was in the building.
Okay. So when you went and checked on Ms. Robinson, what did you see?
Just, her blankets was pulled back. Her diaper was open. We don't leave people diapers open. You snap them up like you would snap a baby's diaper. And she had feces on her.
And when you say the diaper was open, was the diaper still on her?
It was just pulled it was unsnapped and down.
Like a flap was down in the front?
No, it was.
I don't know how the diaper works.
So it wasn't open and laying on her lap. It was more pushed underneath her legs.
And you said you saw feces.
Yes.
And what'd you do next?
Just talked to her like I normally do and cleaned her up.
How did she seem?
She seemed like herself.
And you said you cleaned her up?
I did.
Is that a part of the protocol if something happens to a patient to clean them up?
You mean after seeing what I saw him doing?
Yes.
I wouldn't know. Yeah.
Did you think about, say, preserving anything for when police were called?
I didn't. She just had feces on her and I washed her.
Okay. And what did you do with the sheets?
Her sheets wasn't soiled. I didn't change the sheets.
Okay.
I just changed her. I might have changed like her padding. Like they have like chucks on the bed to protect the sheets so the bed is not fully wet if they wet or things like that. So most likely I changed that as well. But
And when you say change that, what did you do with the used one or the soiled one?
throw them in the garbage.
Okay. Did you wash anything?
No.
Okay. So after you cleaned her, what happened with Miss Robinson? Like, did she just go back to sleep? Did you sit with her for a while?
Yes, well, I checked on her a few times. But like I said, she seemed like herself, you know, nothing, she just seemed like herself.
And when you say seemed like herself, are you,
Just confused but she wasn't doing anything abnormal like yelling out or anything like that. She wasn't.
and that's not something she usually do?
No.
Okay. So you clean her and then, but at this point, Earl has made it
Yes.
to the location. And what was he doing?
He was just sitting there, because you know he doesn't do care. I was just happy that someone else came in the building. Like I said, I didn't know if Eduardo was going to try to come back or what he was going to try to do. So he was just there, and that's when I was able to give care to the rest of the residents because you know care started to be given. I just wanted to make sure somebody's at that door while had to do what I had to do.
And did Earl stay the remainder of the night or
He
the
stayed-
remainder of the shift?
He did. He stayed until the morning.
And what time was the shift over again?
The shift ends at 7 a.m.
Now, you told me earlier that you're, as a supervisor, you have the power to write a CNA up if
Mhm.
they do something wrong. Before this night, had you ever wrote the defendant up for anything?
I don't believe so. We've gotten to a few things that he hadn't done. So I spoke to him about things, but I don't believe I actually ever wrote him up.
Did you,
So they call it giving verbals.
okay, so did you have to give him verbals?
Oh, for sure.
Okay. But that wasn't something that went into his file or anything like that?
No.
Okay.
Cheryl would know about it though, but
So after you would give the defendant a verbal, then you would have to tell someone else about it?
Cheryl would know if we were going to give somebody verbal because normally we would discuss like such and such wasn't done last night and he knew or blah, blah, blah. She would generally know what we were going to discuss with him. And then it would happen that way. I would discuss it with him and then she would know about it.
And who is Cheryl?
Cheryl was a nurse there, the healthcare director.
Okay.
Healthcare director was her title?
Yes.
And on this night, did you write up the defendant?
I did not write him up. I wrote an incident report that had his name in it, but I didn't write a report on. Well, his name was in it, so I guess it was about what I saw that night.
Okay, so an incident report is different than an actual writing a.
Right, that's different.
Okay, so you wrote an incident report.
I wrote an incident report.
And what was the purpose of writing an incident report?
Because anything happens if somebody hurt their leg, if they got out of bed and was walking around the building, if somebody left, any incident that happened, I had to report on it. So I wrote the report of what I walked in the room and what I saw.
And where does that incident report go?
It's normally left in Cheryl files it away, and I believe, not 100% sure, but the family is normally notified, and then I believe the state is filed away so that the state can see or something like that.
But in terms of what you do, who do you give it to?
Oh, I leave it in the office, the nurse's office.
So that would be Cheryl?
That would be Cheryl, but she was on vacation, so I left it on Keisha's desk.
Okay.
Right.
And Keisha, you said she was the office manager?
She's the business office manager. Or, yeah, she's the business. That's what I know her as.
Okay. And she was able to take the incident reports as well, just as Ms. Cheryl?
Yes.
Okay. So did you just leave as normal when your shift ended?
I reported to Miss Elizabeth. She's the supervisor that came on the next shift. What happened? I explained to her who I spoke to, and just to check on Flora, just in case if she had showed any signs of something different. And that was that. I left.
Okay. Going back for a moment to when you saw the defendant on top of Ms. Robinson, I know you said that before you left the room, he started to get off of her. Did you ever see his penis exposed?
No,
You only saw his buttocks.
I saw his butt, yeah.
And when you went to check on Ms. Robinson, you saw her exposed.
Correct.
Okay. When he saw you, did he have any facial expressions on his face?
Yeah, he seemed like he wanted to cry almost. He kept saying sorry, but it, that didn't. I just didn't want to hear anything he had to say.
Come on, Your Honor, if I may. Few more questions and then I'm done. Is there, do you not like the defendant?
I didn't hear you.
When you were working with the defendant, did you not like him?
Objection, relevance.
No, we got along well.
Hold on, stop. There's an objection. Any response to the objection?
Well,
Objection was relevance. Your question was, while the two of you were working, Ms. Edgerton and Mr. Kamdem, did Ms. Edgerton not like the defendant?
Can we approach, Your Honor?
I don't think we need to, but I think it's relevant. I'll let you.
I was
But
gonna,
you repeated it.
Okay. I'm assuming that's your question. If you were asking something different, I interpreted it as, hey, when the two of you were working together, was there discord? Did you not like Mr. Kamdem?
Right.
And if that's what you meant, ask the question, or you can answer the question now that you've heard me.
No, we got along fine.
and did you have any reason to lie on the defendant?
No,
And did anyone tell you not to call 911?
I didn't word it as 911. I just kept saying, call the cops. And that's when Keisha said no to wait or not to, actually, because I asked twice, especially when he didn't pull off. I told her, hey, I'm going to call the cops. Like, he's not leaving. And then he started to pull out of the driveway.
And you know what having sex looks like.
Yes.
And how do you know that? When you see it.
Well, because I'm a person that has sex, I guess.
So when you saw the
I don't know
defendant,
how I'm supposed to say that.
I'm sorry.
I'm not sure how you want
Fine
me-
to say that that was an awkward question for you to have to answer, but you can understand why it's being asked at this time.
Yes.
When you saw the defendant in Ms. Robinson's room on top of her, what did you see him doing?
He was laying on top of her in the bed. His pants was down, and his body was moving. That's what I saw. I did not see his penis.
Without seeing his penis, what did you perceive that to be?
Having sex.
And the person that you saw having sex with the Ms. Robinson, do you see him in this courtroom today?
If you need to stand up, that's okay.
Yes. Can you point him out and describe an article of clothing that he's wearing?
I can't see that far. I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's where is he sitting?
In the middle.
Okay. Your Honor, may the record reflect that the witness has identified a defendant.
She has.
Thank you. And I have no further questions.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we need to take our lunch break right now. I'm going to start with you, Ms. Edgerton. Unfortunately, we need you to stick around. You can go have lunch, but we need you to come back. We're going to try to restart by your watch, 1:10. If you can be back in an hour. During the lunch break, please don't talk about your testimony. If folks say, how did it go? Just wait till you're done, but don't talk about anything you testified to. And we need you back here by 1:10. Jurors, you're next, 1:10, so that's an hour. If any of you think that's not enough time, let Deputy Gordon know. There's I think a sheet of paper on the table there that lists some options. It's tough. If we were about 2 blocks closer to Georgia State, there'd be a million options because Broad Street you could get to, eat there, and be back in an hour. If you try to make that trek, you'll be late unless you chew fast and eat while you're jogging back here from Broad Street, which leads to a messy afternoon. So there's a place right outside the courtroom, American Deli, new Thai place up Mitchell. And there's something called Fuda, which is a larger vendor that aggregates vendors. And so they, on a given day, might have something from Fox Brothers, and it's not called Doc Chay's anymore near here. I think it changed names. And they have stuff over in the government center, but that's all on the little sheet in there. You're also free to bring your own lunch or to fast. But this is your hour. Don't talk about the case. It's fine to eat with each other. Just don't talk about the case. No outside research. Any logistical questions before you go? What time are we back? 1:10. All right. Thank you. Ms. Hall, anything from the state before we break? Ms. Feely?
Other than just an update, I think he was still having a hard time hearing, so we could.
Okay, if you get back a little early or try right now, that equipment's right there. And if we need to bring the IT folks, the sooner we know that, the better. I don't know how it works. I doubt it's super complicated, but if it requires a password, then we'll need someone from IT. So maybe on the front end, you want to try it out. But you're welcome to come get it. You'll see a silver laptop, headphones, and some plugs. And that's what this gentleman was wearing to amplify the audio. Okay. And when we get back, you'll be up with cross-examination. If you have any for Ms. Edgerton, then we'll take juror questions. Okay. Thank you so much. Does it work better now? Good.
It does, it does.
Fantastic.
Thank you very much. It's too much.
It's okay, you can turn it down.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yes?
Would you like our witness to take the stand before the jury come out, or are you going?
Sure. Oh, it's later than I thought. Dang, that clock is off. That clock. It's not even accurate.
That's what you went off of though, right?
It is, yeah, but I would like it to sometimes like, oh, we have 5 more minutes and then it's already 1:15. If you check on the jurors, everyone's here. Okay, yeah, if we could have Ms. Edgerton in here, that'd be great.
And Judge, I gave you another exhibit list, made some corrections with numbers.
Okay.
Yeah, and I gave y'all one too. Y'all need more than one?
Is this it?
Yeah, I put it on top of the old.
Okay.
If you look at, there's
I think it was
one
just one
for,
thing that was double number,
and
and
then I
then
made,
the medical record for not ABC.
I see, okay, thank you.
that's it.
Got it. So there were 2 number 4s. There's not 2 number 4s now. Okay, Ms. Rivers, are you ready? let's get on the record. We're back from our lunch break. We've got prosecutors here. Mr. Kamdem is in court with his lawyers. Ms. Edgerton is back on the stand. Ms. Hall, anything we need to discuss before the jurors return?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Ms. Feely?
No.
Okay, let's bring the jurors in, please. So Ms. Feely, Mr. Lewis is going to be brought over on Thursday. Is that not a good idea? Ms. Nelson just asked about that. I know you're focused on other things. I'm not asking you to shift focus.
What time?
I don't know. The question was Thursday afternoon or Friday morning, and I voted for Thursday afternoon. We can do. We can do it at any time. I just wanted to not bring him over if there's no point in bringing him over.
Thursday.
There is a point? Okay. Thank you, Deputy Gordon. Everyone can be seated. Welcome back from lunch. Did anyone brave American Deli? Yeah, all right. Let me know how that goes. Kidding. I always pick on poor American Deli. They're most convenient spot if you go out. So did anyone do Fuda? What was today's Fuda? Barbecue. Barbecue. Did they say what restaurant it's from or just like mystery barbecue?
Somewhere cheap.
Okay, great. And it worked. It was food.
Yeah.
Good. Okay.
Within an hour.
Yes, that's right. When someone has to go running out of the courtroom. Well, thank you for being back on time. We are continuing with the examination. Someone's speaker. It's the headphones? They're that loud?
Too loud.
Yikes.
It's going up just by itself.
Okay, we'll work on that. I'll talk less loud. Better yet, talk away from the microphone. Ms. Edgerton is still on the stand. When we broke, Ms. Hall had completed her direct exam. So it's now an opportunity for Ms. Feely if she has any questions on cross-examination for Ms. Edgerton. Ms. Feely?
Thank you. Good afternoon, ma'am. It's fair to say you care a lot about the residents of the Mann House, right?
Yes,
You still work there
I do. It's a coming location.
at the coming location. Thank you. You care about their safety
Yes,
and you care about their comfort,
yes,
and you would never do anything to hurt them.
No.
And you would never allow them to be hurt if you could help it.
correct.
And you said you worked with Mr. Kamdem. I don't know if you quantified it in years, but it was quite a while. Is that fair?
Yes,
If you thought Mr. Kamdem was a predator, you would have said something, wouldn't you?
I thought he was a predator. You mean before what I saw?
Yes.
Yes,
If you thought he was abusing the patients, you would have said something, right?
yes,
But you said that you were shocked by this, right?
yes,
It was completely out of character for him before this date, right?
yes,
And you were upset,
yes,
and because you never seen anything like it, right?
yes,
And at some point that day, after, I think you said it was after Mr. Bagley arrived, you went back to check on Miss Robinson. Is that right? And you actually, I guess, bathed her sort of there on the bed, right?
Yeah.
And you said she was behaving her normal self, right?
Yes.
And you didn't note any injuries on her body, right?
No.
Because if you thought she might be injured, you would have called for an ambulance, right?
I would have put that in a report, an incident report that I wrote.
But after you evaluated her, you didn't have concerns that she needed medical care at that time.
I wouldn't say I didn't felt that. I just didn't call them.
And at no point that day did you call 911, right?
No, I did not.
And instead you called Keisha in the business office, is that right?
Correct.
And that day you didn't tell anybody besides Keisha, the business office manager, right?
Correct. Well, technically, I told the supervisor that came on, but because it was after midnight, but yeah.
Now, you told the jury that you saw Mr. Kamden's butt, is that right?
Yeah.
You remember giving a statement to the Sandy Springs Police Department.
Yes.
That was closer in time, fair to say, than today is.
No, yes.
I'm showing you defense one. See if you recognize this document.
Yes,
And is that your signature there?
it is.
And that's the date of September 8th, 2021, is that fair?
Yes.
Is this a fair and accurate depiction of the document that you wrote and signed that day?
Yes.
Or this time, we would seek to admit defense one.
Any objection? You know what defense one is?
I do, Your Honor.
Okay, any objection to the admission of defense one?
No objection, Your Honor.
It's admitted.
Now, when you spoke to the Sandy Springs Police on September 8th of 2 years ago, you told them that you wouldn't let Mr. Kamden finish his sentence. Is that right?
Yes.
And you also never told the police that you saw Mr. Kamden's butt. Is that fair?
Not in this written statement. Yes, no, I didn't.
Now I'm showing you defense two, just if you recognize that document.
Yes,
That your signature there,
yes.
and this document is dated September 10th of 2021.
Mm-hmm.
This is a fair and accurate depiction of the document that you drafted that day.
Yes.
And at this time, we need to admit defense two.
Any objection to defense two?
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, what would you describe? That's not the statement to the police. This is documentation for, okay.
And on September 10th, when you gave another written statement, you again did not mention seeing Mr. Kamden's butt. Is that right?
That's what if I didn't write it.
I'm not trying to trip you up, you were welcome to look at it, but at that time, you did not tell them you saw his butt. So you would agree with me that, and this other written statement that you gave, you also did not mention that you saw Mr. Kamden's butt that day.
Okay.
So, okay means, yeah, I mean, you had a chance to read it.
Yes.
What's known as defendants two, and your review of that is that in that written statement to the folks at Mann House, you didn't say anything about seeing Mr. Kamden's rear end.
Correct.
Okay.
That's all the questions I have, Your Honor.
All right, any redirect, Ms. Hall?
Yes, Your Honor. Just a few questions. When this incident occurred, you already testified that you called Keisha to let her know this happened. And you also testified that Earl came to sit with you.
Yes,
When he got there, did you tell him what happened?
some of it, yes.
Did you tell anyone else that worked in management what happened?
Not until Miss Elizabeth came the next day.
Okay.
So who?
Miss Elizabeth, the supervisor, came in the next day.
And the police were eventually called?
Correct.
And when the police got there, was there a discussion between you and the other employees in management at the man house
Yes,
about what happened?
yes.
At that time, did you tell anyone else what you had saw?
I don't believe so. But
And
that
I'm-
was a few days later.
And when I'm sorry, let me be clear. When I say anyone else, when the responding officer arrived at the man house, did you speak with him?
I did.
Did you tell him what happened?
I did.
Did you tell him that you saw the defendant having sex with the victim?
I did. And I definitely told him I saw his butt.
Okay.
Hold on one second. Ms.
You
Feely's,
object to leading at this
Oh.
point.
okay. You keep asking. I don't know that you're suggesting the answer. You're asked if something happened, so overruled for now.
And did a detective arrive on scene?
Yes,
And did you speak with him?
I did.
And did you tell him what happened?
I did.
And what did you tell him?
That I saw him in bed with her, having sex, and I saw his butt.
Okay. Do you know if that was Detective Smith?
No, I don't remember his name.
Okay. Is that the same detective that you wrote the statement for?
I'm not sure.
It's okay if you don't
I
remember.
wrote a few different statements, one for the man house. I wrote a few, I'm not sure.
And it's safe to say that you wrote or told this story at least 5 times to either law enforcement or management at the man house.
For sure.
And in those times that you reported what happened, is it, as you already testified to, you said that you saw him having sex with Miss Robinson?
Yes.
And in other reports, you said you saw his butt and his pants down.
Yes.
One moment, Your Honor. No further questions.
All right. Any recross?
No, Your Honor.
All right, jurors, do you have questions for Ms. Edgerton? And if so, write them down and pass them to your left. Thank you. Counsel? All right, Ms. Edgerton, a few more questions. You told the jurors about how you give verbals to a coworker or maybe someone you supervise, which is hey, you got to I'm making this up. Make sure you put the forks on the left when you're setting the table. But that's something that you clear with someone else before you give the verbal. Remember what I'm talking about? This concept of verbals?
Yes.
Okay. Were the verbals that you gave Mr. Kamdem in the past only about failing to complete a task? Or were they ever involving some form of misconduct? Like, hey, I saw you treating someone the way you're not supposed to treat them.
No, completing tasks.
Completing tasks. The internal report, so it would be defense 2, the longer handwritten report that you did, the one you did for the Mann house.
Yeah.
Is that the same thing as the incident report you said you did before you left that night. So the night of the incident, that's a different thing.
Correct.
So is it different from the police report that Ms. Feely showed you, which was defense one? So 3 reports at least.
Yeah.
There's the little snippet you wrote for the police, the longer one that was, I guess, later
In a man house.
for the man house, and then also what you described as an incident report the night of.
Yes.
Okay. When you entered Ms. Robinson's room and saw what you saw, where did you see Mr. Kamdem's hands, if you recall? We've talked about a different part of his body a lot. What about his hands?
I couldn't say.
Okay. You don't remember anything distinctive? They were up in the air or around the, you just don't remember where his hands were? Okay. Are there phones in the resident rooms? Telephones?
If the family member wants them.
Okay. Do you
They don't
recall?
come with the phone though.
They don't come with the phone. Do you recall if Ms. Robinson's room had a phone?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay. When you were thinking about calling the police, 911, I think you said I was going to call the police, right after the incident happened and you were interacting with Mr. Kamdem, was that more for the police to come get Mr. Kamdem or more for them to show up to keep you safe?
It's gonna get in.
Explain to the jurors the steps that are required to change a soiled diaper on a resident.
I mean, it's like changing a baby's diaper. It's just an adult.
Okay, but maybe they're jurors who haven't changed a diaper, so you leave the diaper there and do something and then put a new one in, or if you just walk through what's.
Down, you wipe from front to back. You turn the resident over. You clean their backside, apply cream, like butt paste is what they generally call it. So it won't be breakdown from being wet. And you roll the diaper that's on her or underneath them now, underneath so that you can pull it out on the other side and you roll them over and you slide the new one under. The clean one goes under, behind the dirty soiled one that's rolled up underneath them. And when you roll them back the opposite direction, you pull the dirty one out. And take the flaps out of the clean one and bring it up and strap it across their stomach or their waist.
So these adult diapers are not pull-ups, they're things that have Velcro or something that stick.
Right.
Okay. Have you ever heard Mr. Kamdem make any inappropriate comments about residents before?
No.
Explain to the jurors why you didn't call the police at any point in this process.
Like I said, my initial thought was to call them. I don't know, something just startled me the way he came behind me in the dining room. And from there on, it just heightened. And once he was out the building, like I said, that's when I called Keisha to tell what I planned on doing. But you know, it didn't happen.
Okay. Ms. Hall, do you have any follow-up with Ms. Edgerton?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Feely?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am, for your time. Appreciate it. Next witness?
He calls Keisha Sellers the same.
What is it, there's no driver? We swear affirm that testimony will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but true self regard.
Yes.
Go ahead and have a seat. Oops.
Okay.
Can you state, spell your name for the record?
Keisha Sellers, Keshallars.
Hello, Ms. Sellers, how are you today?
Good, how are you?
I'm good. You first start by telling us, where do you currently work?
The mansion's at Alpharetta
And how long have you been there?
since March 27th of this year.
Where did you work before?
The Man House Assisted Living in Sandy Springs.
Is the place,
What was your role at the Man House Assistant Living?
When I left executive director, when the incident happened, the business office manager.
And as the business office manager, what were your duties and responsibilities?
Invoicing for vendors, billing for residents, overseeing employees' files.
And did you interact with residents?
Normally, no, just when I'm out in the community, if I'm in the activity room or in the dining room, just to greet and say hello.
Did you know Miss Flora Robinson at all?
I knew who she was, yes.
Did you ever have a chance to talk to her?
Once, when she first got there, but she didn't communicate very well.
Did you ever see her after she got there?
In passing, yes. Just in passing when I'm going to rooms to check on things.
And would you go in her room and speak to her, or were you just in passing her
Just
room?
passing. When I saw her, she was never in the room. She was out in the activity area in the back.
Was she ever, when you would see her in the activity area, was she ever communicating with someone?
No.
Would she be alone?
Sometimes she would be sitting there alone while I'm watching the TV.
I want to take you back to September the 5th, 2021. Do you remember that day?
Yes.
Were you working that day?
No.
Do you normally work night shifts at the Man House?
No.
What are your hours?
9 to 5.
And when you get off, are you on call or?
I was on call at the Man House Assisted Living in Cummings, Georgia, not Sandy Springs.
Okay, so if an incident happens at Sandy Springs location, who would a CNA call?
Normally the nurse, Cheryl. If she's not available, then me. If I'm not available, to just go down the line, Earl or whoever.
Okay, so whether you're on call or not, you are in the line of getting a call.
Correct.
Okay. Did you receive a call from one of the employees on September the 5th, 2021?
Yes, I did.
Who did you receive a call from?
Sheena, Edgerton.
And what did you learn from that call?
She told me she saw Edward on top of.
hold on one second.
To hearsay and bolstering, we just heard from this witness.
Okay,
Your Honor, it's prior consistent statement. We did just hear from Ms. Edgerton, but this is the person that she called immediately after seeing what she saw. And I think it's important for the jury to know.
but before you get into what they should know, because you think this is what this witness will say, is it your view that Ms. Edgerton's credibility was in any way called into question during the course of the cross-examination? In other words, was she impeached?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and what's an example of something that is in your mind that you think would then not make this bolstering, but it in fact would be a prior consistent statement that ought to come in?
The questions as far as what was referenced as to what she saw the defendant doing.
Okay, I'll allow the question.
Thank you, Your Honor. What did Ms. Edgerton tell you?
She said she was looking for Edward and found him in Miss Flora's room on top of her in the bed.
And when she told you this, did you tell her to call 911?
She asked me, should she not call 911? And I said, yes. And then I said, stop. No, where was he?
You say that, you said, don't call 911, and your question of her was what?
Where was he?
He meaning Eduardo, Mr. Kamdem.
Correct.
Okay.
Because of the way Sheena sound, and if you see Sheena, she's a very tall, very big woman. To hear her in fear, she kind of made me nervous, and she was more concerned that she thought he was going to do something to her. So she was like, can you just get somebody here? I believe. My thing was, I knew Earl, I could get him there in a quickness, and I knew Earl, if something happened, he would protect her.
Okay. What is the policy? Is the policy to call 911 when something
Policy is to
happens?
call 911.
And that didn't happen here.
No, terrible judgment.
Um, I'm gonna show you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 3. Can you look at this and tell me if you recognize this?
I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
This is the investigation that was done at the man house
What kind of investigation was done?
regarding the incident, asking all the employees what happened, getting their statements to what happened.
Okay, can you, I'm sorry. Is that record, kept in normal course of business?
Yes,
And do you keep records in normal course of business?
yes,
And would they have been kept amongst those records?
yes.
Your Honor, State tenders in States Exhibit 3.
Ms. Feely, any objection to states 3?
No, you're.
It's admitted.
Ms. Ellis, can you pull out your report from that record? And can I have you read to yourself the first 2 sentences of that record?
Cheryl and Ophelia, I spoke to that next morning. It was at the beginning, sorry. That is the beginning. No. Cheryl and I spoke to that next morning, still shocked.
Is that the beginning?
That's, unless it's misplaced. Okay, it's, sorry, it's misplaced. September 5th at 12:37 a.m., Sheena Edgerton called me to inform me that she caught Edward Kamdem having sex with Flora Robinson. Shocked. I told her he needs to leave immediately. You want me to keep reading?
No. So you testified more specifically when I first asked you the question about him being on top of Ms. Robinson. When you condensed your statement during the interview, during the investigation with the man house, did you change what was told to you, or was that all in which what was told to you?
That was all in which I was told to me.
So in that statement where you said that she told you she saw him having sex with Ms. Robinson, that is what you learned when you talked to her on the phone?
Yes.
Did you later find out more details as to how he was positioned when she called him?
Later, yes.
Okay. And can you look into your same statement? And can you read down the middle of the page where it talks about after you sent Earl?
I called Earl Bagley, the maintenance director, at 12:48 to go to the man house to change the code on the door and to stay with Sheena because of an incident that happened.
Why did you have Earl go to the man house and change the codes?
We didn't want Edward to be able to come back in the event of, because like I said, Sheena was afraid that he was going to do something to her.
And do you, so when Ms. Edgerton called you and told you what she had witnessed, and she was acting in what you took to be her being scared, you told her not to call the police, but you sent Earl over to help her.
Correct.
Do you know what Earl would have done had the defendant returned?
You have to know Earl. Earl is a protector. So as long as I've been at the man house, if any incident was to happen, Earl will always be there to just protect the building. That's just what he does. He's just been very overprotective of everybody.
And what's Earl's title?
Maintenance director.
Maintenance.
Yes,
So he does beyond maintenance.
he does beyond maintenance.
Okay. When you called him, was he responsive?
Yes,
Did he go over immediately?
right away.
Did he change the code?
Yes.
Okay. And after Earl reported to the man house, Did you report this to anyone else?
I notified the owners by text message. I knew they were on vacation, so I didn't know if they was gonna get the call, but I notified them by text message.
What did you text them?
I needed them to call me immediately regarding an incident that happened at the man house,
And what was the purpose of doing that?
to inform them what was going on, to get their feedback, what they wanted us, I guess, to do next.
Were you looking for direction?
I guess, yes. This incident has never happened before, so
Do you know the defendant?
yes.
You've worked with him?
Directly, no, but I know who Edward is, yes.
You've seen him at the man house?
Yes,
And have you ever spoken with him?
yes.
Are you aware of, when, in speaking with him, have you been aware of any, just scratch the question. Do you see the defendant in the courtroom today?
If you need to stand up, that's fine, to see if you see him.
Yes.
Can you point him out and tell us the article of clothing that he's wearing?
A gray blazer, gray top.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
She has?
What happened after you sent a text message to the man and Mr. Charles' man?
I called Cheryl and Ophelia.
Is that a step in the procedure?
Well, Cheryl was the administrative person at the time, so yes.
And did you call them, did you send the messages and make those calls during the night?
I want to say yes, but I don't really remember.
Did you eventually talk to Cheryl?
Yes,
And did you inform her what was going on?
yes.
And what did she do?
I think she just wanted me to make sure that the owners were notified.
And you're not sure if this was the early morning of the 5th or the next day?
I want to say it was early morning. I think the early morning of that Sunday morning. I think it was a Sunday.
Okay, so still the 5th?
Yeah.
It's just daylight?
Correct.
Okay. And she said she wanted you to notify, can you repeat what she?
Charles, man, she wanted me to notify Charles to let him know what happened.
Did you inform her that you had already done that?
Yes.
And so what was the next step?
I guess we were waiting for direction from him.
You said that he was on vacation. When did he return?
I don't really remember.
Okay. When he returned, was the police called?
Yes,
Do you remember who called the police?
I did, I believe,
Do you remember why?
because they told us to call 911 immediately to make sure Miss Flora was okay.
And who is they?
Charles the Fourth and his wife.
Okay. And when the police arrived, did you speak with the police?
I believe I did.
Did they take statements from everyone?
They did.
And what happened with Miss Robinson?
She was taken to the emergency room, I believe.
Do you know if anyone went with her?
I do not remember.
And can you tell me what happened with the defendant?
Well, he didn't come back, so we didn't see him, but I believe they went and served him or tried to give him a warrant.
Not as far as the investigation, as far as the man house and his employment. I'm sorry.
He was terminated he was coming back after that night, like he was terminated.
He was terminated the night he left. And I'm sorry, do you know who communicated that with him?
I'm not sure.
But you are aware that he was terminated.
He was terminated.
So he never returned after that night.
No.
In his termination, did it say why he was being terminated?
That I do not recall.
Come on, Your Honor. No further questions, Your Honor.
Ms. Feely, do you have any questions for Ms. Sellers?
I do, thank you. So Miss Edgerton is who notified you originally of this, is that right?
Correct.
And she actually wrote an incident report about it, right?
Correct.
And she left it on your desk?
I do not know. She might have left it on my desk or the nurse's desk.
But you're aware that she did
Yes.
do the,
Correct.
because that's policy, right?
Right.
And you told Miss Edgerton that night not to mention it to anyone, is that right?
Correct, not to say anything to Earl.
Okay, you're saying you only told her,
Well, I don't really remember. It might have been not to mention it at all. I'm not sure.
would it refresh your recollection to take a look at Miss Edgerton's statement from a couple of days later?
That's fine. Okay,
You told her not to call the cops or mention it to anyone, right?
correct.
And anyone includes calling 911, right?
No, anyone meant the staff.
Certainly didn't mean her family members, right?
No, that wasn't the thought. It was mainly the staff.
Now, after this, there was some, I guess, let's call it reminders of some office policies, let's say. Is that fair?
That is good. That's fine.
You, it's a state's five. State's five. Three. I'm going to show you portions of states 3. So on September 9th of 2021, Heather Doyle reported that she had never seen any abuse take place at the manor house. Is that right?
Correct.
And she specifically says she has never seen any form of abuse by Mr. Kamdem, right?
Correct.
Same thing with this employee.
Let's make sure you're welcome to share things, but I want to make sure the pages you've got don't get mixed in with actual states 3, unless you've handed her, because I think states 3 is in front of her. So if you've just got another copy of it, you're welcome to give her whatever you want. It's just, I don't want the pages to intermingle.
Yes.
So that states 3 is now over at the podium.
Yes,
Okay,
just to keep everything separate.
thank you.
And this employee, artist Belinda, also says he has never seen abuse or neglect at the man house.
Artist is a chef. I don't think he would. He's not a caregiver. Artist is not a CNA. He's a chef.
If you could get closer to the microphone, thank you.
He
Hard to
would-
move the chair.
Yeah, artist would not be able to, because he doesn't do any care. He's a chef.
And he never would have seen the abuse or neglect by Mr. Kamdem, which he acknowledges, right?
Yeah,
And Ms. Swain also says that she's never witnessed abuse or neglect at the man house, specifically from Mr. Kamdem, right?
correct. And Marva worked in the one, I think Ella worked 11 to 7, so she wouldn't have seen it either.
And an employee, Elizabeth Philpott, was asked the same questions and again affirmed, no, she has not seen abuse or neglect, specifically of Mr. Kamdem or anyone else, right?
Correct.
This is Miss, I won't assume gender, but another employee, Mr. and Mrs. Lowry, also says no to having ever witnessed abuse and no to having ever seen anything with Mr. Kamdem, right?
Correct.
Joy Walker also says she's never seen any abuse or neglect by Mr. Kamdem. Is that right?
Correct.
And Siobhan Campbell, never seen anything abusive or neglectful from Mr. Kamdem.
Correct.
Michelle Bagley,
Correct.
sorry. Constance, same answer.
Correct.
Ms. Flores, also, same answer, right?
Correct.
How many of these people would have been in a position to work directly with Mr. Kamdem? I mean, I'm hearing lots of names.
They all work with Edward, but some of these employees work with Edward at another location, not at Sandy Springs.
Okay, but they're saying what they say. It's just that their interactions with him would be in a different place.
Correct.
Okay.
And some would not have worked with him because he worked 11 to 7, and some of them did not work 11 to 7.
If he was working at the other location, though, he would still be doing the same job, is that right?
Correct.
And Patricia Reed, same answer, is that right?
Correct.
Alicia, same answer.
Correct.
And, all right, trying to speed it up a little bit.
No, you're fine.
Terrell Thomas, same answer.
Correct.
Adrian, same answer.
Correct.
Morty, same answer.
Correct.
Ms. Chisholm,
Correct.
and I think we finally found it into the list. Sorry, that
Oh,
was a
you're
little
fine.
painful, but thank you. That's all I have at this time, Your Honor.
Any redirect, Ms. Hall?
Just a few questions, Your Honor. Ms. Sellers, you testified that this is something that's never happened before, correct?
Correct.
And that's why it shocked you?
Correct.
And do you have any reason to not believe what Ms. Edgerton
I
all the
have
time?
no reason not to believe what she said.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Ms. Feely, anything else?
There you are.
Questions from the jurors? None? Okay. Thank you very much, ma'am, for being here. Oh, there is one? I'm not shortchanging anyone. I couldn't. Okay, take your time. Thank you. Counsel? Ms. Sellers, were you at the Mann house during the time of this alleged incident?
I was.
You were there.
And I wasn't there. I was working there, but not at that.
I didn't ask the question well. Were you on site at the time
No.
of the alleged incident?
I was not.
So whether Ms. Robinson had her diaper changed or not changed, the only way you know about that is because someone told you, not because you saw it.
Correct.
Okay. So the allegation is that this happened to Ms. Robinson late on the 5th of September. When did Mr. Mann get notified that Ms. Edgerton said, hey, I saw a coworker trying to have sex with a resident?
If I recall, that morning.
Okay, so within 24 hours.
Yes.
Were Mr. Mann's directions, what were his directions as to what ought to happen if he provided any?
I didn't, by the time I called him, he said, call 911 right away.
And I guess you said the first thing you did, you texted him?
I texted him that morning because I
Okay.
knew they were on vacation.
And so walk us through, he receives a text, he calls you back.
He did not call back. I wound up calling him because I hadn't heard from him in a day. And so we called him a couple of days later.
Okay, so if it's the 5th, if that's the Sunday when you texted, there's radio silence from Mr. Mann. And so on the 6th or the 7th, whatever the day is,
Correct.
yeah, I need to call this guy.
Right.
And you got him on the phone. And that's when he said, you got to report this to the police.
Correct.
And then that's when you did
That's
call
when we
Sandy
did.
Springs Police.
Correct.
Okay, all right. Ms. Hall, any follow-up for Ms. Sellers?
No.
Ms. Feely?
No, you're.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. We need to take a quick break. Okay, full like 10-minute break or like a 4-minute break? 4-minute break. Okay. Why don't you all go to the jury room? Don't talk about the case, no outside research. I'll keep this one shorter. We'll take a longer break, more like 3 o'clock or something. But Deputy Gordon told me someone needs a facilities break.
All right, the jury.
Ms. Hall, anything we need to cover before you leave the courtroom too? Who's your next witness?
Officer Tennessee. Oh, I'm sorry.
Earl Bagley.
Earl, the protector.
Yes.
Okay, Ms. Feely, anything before we break?
No, you're.
Okay, it's your call whether Mr. Kent, well, it's Sergeant's call, but he's welcome to stay here if they'll support it. I'm not actually going anywhere. Did you pick up, someone knocked all the cards up, you picked them up? Thank you. Is he gonna try to make things work? Is that screen not working? Oh, come on.
It wasn't.
It was, once you unplugged that, it had a ripple effect. It did. It did. How long has that one been out? Yeah. Makes the wave.
The guy on here, smile.
Yeah, handsome guy, darker beard.
It's not called another man handsome.
I won't make it awkward for you.
You're all right with me, so I do it.
Thanks.
Like you going to class and IT, he'll be able to do this stuff.
It would be nice.
Joking.
Yeah. Although you guys got the headsets running just fine. That was good. We had to do some serious coding to get it to work. The truth is out. You didn't get them to work.
I'm measuring nothing will be working in it. And they trying to do.
Little circuit. Little circuit.
So are you working on Saturday with me?
Yes.
Don't say this is better than being at Publix or something.
Yes.
We can't figure out where it's going to be. They're killing the power here.
What's gonna be here?
So I was going to be, so Dooley said, we don't want to move anyone other than to the booth. So it's Zoom. Inmates aren't coming off their floor. Because I had said, I'll go out to the jail. We'll do it at the jail. That's fine. And bring everyone in. It'll be in person. And apparently there's not staffing for that. So they're not going to move people off their floors. And so if it's going to be Zoom court, then why not be right here? It's just easier. And I think everyone else is virtual. I don't know if the ADA has shown up in court, although I need to tell them where I'm going to be if they want to. She said, great, we'll do 8D. Well, this Saturday is cut all the power at 7 a.m. because they're replacing all the power meters. So there will be zero juice in the Justice Center. So no Carnes, no here, no Slayton. So juvenile court or government center, they have this fancy conference room, or courtroom 3. I go back to courtroom 3. Okay, well, I'm letting you know it's TBD, but it won't be 8D. And so I've been asked, well, which do you want? I said, whatever is easiest for everyone, I'll just show up, I'll do it. But Zoom needs to work because these guys are going to be in the booths. So that made me a little nervous about juvenile court because I don't know what their tech setup is. And that's why I was happy here because we'd have someone from IT. My guess is that even fancier tech is across the street in the government center, and we'd be most likely to get it to work. So I've told the court administrator, you tell me, and if the default is just go to courtroom 3, I'll go to courtroom 3. It'll just be annoying to go all the way out there and the inmates are 3 floors up. I bring them down. Let's meet face to face.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Dooley and Edwards, I was told, said, could we just leave them where they are? Oh, all right, then I was like, can I do it from my bed? Why do I need to wake up?
Yes.
Government center?
Courtroom 3.
Is that somehow closer to your house? Is that why you're predicting? Oh, and bring them down there. Are you gonna go up and get them?
That's what we usually do.
Oh,
I mean,
13, please.
All 13, bring them down.
Hey, should we, I don't want to get anyone in trouble. I was just, Dooley and I had been doing that. So you're not gonna have to work it, but, so, I mean, maybe we should just sit down with the colonel or something. It's like, hey, if Gordon's gonna be there, I don't mind doing it. And if this is shut down, let's just go out there and do it. Okay. Okay. How many people do you need to support you? Because we can't do one at a time. Well, meaning we take one plea at a time, but what wouldn't work is I take a plea, like, I need 10 minutes, we'll go get another one.
We usually just sit.
Don't they just line up in the benches? I've seen it before and they have like 5 guys sitting out there, like, all right, you come on up. And so we even do it in one group of 6 and one group of 7 and just take a break after the 6th. That I don't mind. All right, let me circulate that idea and see.
You said you have 12 of them?
I've been told there'll be 13 on the calendar. Someone will drop off. There'll be some, so it'll probably be 12.
Bring all 12 down, put 4 in this, and the rest of them take.
Oh, so there's a tank right next to the courtroom. Oh, yeah, so bring them all down and then just bring out 4 at a time. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that's.
All right. Let me circulate that and see, because that'll be easiest for, and I know then, I mean, we still need Zoom because I think some of the stakeholders, whether it's the PD or the DA, may be virtual. But I know it works in there because we've connected with it before. Okay. Huh. I've never been in one of those courtrooms.
Simple as that,
Yeah, I think it's the statements too.
I don't know about for me.
yeah.
Yeah.
Don't worry about that. I got you. Don't worry about that.
All right, let's check on them, please.
All right, to the jurors.
So it's kind of hard when you guys leave the last seat open. Someone's gonna have to shimmy by all of you. There you go. It's like Tetris, just slide down to the bottom.
Great observation. Judge President accounted for.
Thank you, Deputy Gordon. Welcome back, folks. Hopefully people are refreshed. Ms. Marsh, are you ready with the state's next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Earl Bagley.
Is the big screen working now or not? It is. Okay. What did we do?
I connected it back to the network. I'm gonna check to see if there's some type of drop off or something.
Okay.
Check the comment.
All right. We'll see, can you raise your right hand? You swear or affirm that the testimony you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes. Put on your hand, seat. Can you state and swear your name for the record?
Aubrey Earl Bagley.
Mr. Bagley, can you get closer to the microphone, please? Thank you.
Aubrey Earl Bagley.
Can you spell the last name?
Bagley.
Great.
Good afternoon, Mr. Bagley. I'll just start by asking you, where are you currently employed?
The man house at Sandy Springs,
Right, and about how long have you been there?
12 years,
What do you do there?
maintenance director.
And what type of duties and tasks do you do as a maintenance director?
I fix everything there.
All right, give me some examples.
Fix the air conditioner, fix stuff in the kitchen, redo rooms, paint, electrical, plumbing, air conditioning, doors, windows, you name it.
All
I
right,
can
so
fix it.
would you consider yourself just an all-around handyman?
Yeah,
Now, throughout your task as a maintenance director at the man house, do you ever interact with the staff?
all the time.
Are you familiar with Miss Sheena Edgerton?
Who?
Sheena Edgerton.
Yes.
Okay, and who is that?
At the time, she was the lead nurse.
When you say at the time, at what time?
Huh?
Well, you just said at the time she was the lead nurse. I was wondering, at what time are you referring?
At the time all this happened. Right now, she's working, she's back up there, but she's was rehired.
And let's actually go to around the time this happened. So September 5th of 2021, were you still a maintenance director at the man house then?
Yes,
And did you work with Sheena at that time?
yes.
When you were a maintenance director on that day, what was your shift?
My shift always is from 9 to 5.
I mean, that's 9 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Yeah, but I get I'm on emergency call 24 hours a day, so I can get called any time of the day or night.
Okay. Let's talk about emergency call. Exactly what is that?
Anytime something breaks in the building, whether it's the fire alarm goes off, the nurse call station goes down, somebody pulls a fire station, somebody walks outside the building, need help, whatever they need, I do it.
Okay. So outside of the, I guess, emergency maintenance, have you ever been called to the man house outside of responding to emergency maintenance calls?
Just this one night.
Okay. Let's talk about that night. Did you receive a call about an incident that occurred at the man house?
I just received a call. I wasn't aware of the circumstances.
Okay. When were you contacted?
12:45.
Okay. All right. Is that AM or PM?
12:45 in the middle of the night.
Okay. And how did you receive this notification? Was it a call, text, something else?
Text message.
Who was that text message from?
Keisha Sellers, the executive director.
Once
But she was business manager then.
Okay. Once you received that message, did you do anything in response?
I went there, like
And
I
why did
always do.
Why did you go there?
That's my job.
Okay. This particular night, why did you go there?
Because I was asked to, like I always do.
Okay. When you got there, what was the shift like at the man house that night?
It was quiet.
About how many people were working, do you remember?
They usually have 2 or 3 people working that night, but on that shift, they usually have 2. Now they have 3, but they usually have 2 on that shift.
When you arrived that night, how many people were there?
I think only Sheena was there. I'm not sure. I'm not 100% positive. I think only Sheena was there too.
Okay. Did you speak with Sheena that night?
Yes.
And let me ask you, you mentioned that you worked with Sheena before. How was your interactions normally with Sheena?
We're good friends. We help each other out.
That night, how did you, when you had that conversation with Sheena, what was her demeanor?
She was kind of upset about everything and worried.
Had you ever seen Sheena this way?
Not that particular way, but I've seen her worried about stuff, but everybody worries about stuff.
Right. What did she say or did you see that made you think that she was worried?
Just the way she acted.
Okay, explain that to me.
Like she was kind of shaky, and her voice was kind of shaky and all, and she was kind of worried that she didn't want him to come back that evening. So she was worried about him coming back that evening.
Did Sheena say anything to you?
She told me what happened.
Okay. And what did she tell you?
I don't even want to say because I don't remember stuff word for word.
Okay.
But she basically described what happened, but
At any point, after she spoke with you, and was this incident investigated by the man house?
yes.
Okay. When this incident was investigated, do you recall writing a statement?
Everybody had to write a statement that was involved.
Okay. And the reason I asked you that is because you said you didn't remember. Would perhaps seeing that statement help you remember what happened that night?
Maybe.
Your Honor, I am showing the witness what has already been marked as State's Exhibit 3.
And admitted, this is a document from States 3.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Bagley, what I'd like you to do is just read that silently to yourself. Once you're done, look up at me. Okay. Have you had an opportunity to review your statement?
Yeah.
After reading that statement, does it better help you remember what occurred?
Basically what I told you.
Okay. So after reading that, I'll ask again, what did Sheena tell you that night?
She just told me that Eduardo, she called Eduardo in the room and she asked him, like I said, she asked him to leave 2 times and I think he was hesitant about leaving, so finally he left, but you know, she was just worried about him coming back too,
Okay.
once he left. So I stayed all night.
Okay. When she, you said that she told you she called him in a room. Did she say what he was doing in that room?
She said she's seen him in the room with his pants down.
Okay. Now, I want to talk to you a little bit about, I guess, how the rest of the night went. So when you arrived there, did you see Edward there?
No, ma'am.
Okay. From your understanding, had he already left the location?
Yes.
Okay. Talk to me a little bit about the security of the man house. How does one get in and out of that?
It's got a keypad on the front door. You got to know the code to get in. Only the residents, only the people who work there know the code.
Okay.
So if I'm coming to visit my aunt who's staying there, I have to be buzzed in. I'm not going to know the code. How do I get in?
If you got a family member there, they'll give you the code. You can come anytime you want.
Okay.
While you were there that night, did you do any maintenance related tasks specifically as it relates to the code?
Nope.
Okay. What did you do when you were around the house that evening? Did you sit or talk, or what was your purpose for being there?
Just to be with her.
Okay.
Just to make sure nothing happened the rest of the night.
And from your understanding of being there, did anything else occur that evening or that night into that morning, I should say?
No, ma'am.
No question. No more questions, Judge.
Ms. Feely, any questions for Mr. Bagley?
No.
Yours? Not seeing any hand movements? Yes, hold on. Thank you. Counsel? Mr. Bagley, I had asked you the question about if I was visiting my aunt who was at the Mann house. You said, well, if you're a relative of a resident, you get the code and you can come at any time. Meaning if my aunt wanted to see me at 3 a.m, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I hit the code, I'm in, or are the codes time limited?
The codes stay the same 24 hours a day, but the business hours are usually until about 6 or 7 at night.
Okay, so I wouldn't be welcome absent an emergency at 10 at night.
Not unless, the only time people can come in that late at night is whenever there's someone in there that's in transition and their family member is in the stages of dying, and that's the only time they let them stay all night.
Okay, otherwise.
Other than that, they can't stay late.
but I wouldn't need, if I wanted to visit my aunt at 3 in the afternoon, I don't need to make an appointment. I've got the code. That's during visiting hours. I can come and go as I please.
Yes, sir.
Was this the only time you can recall being called into the man house after hours?
No, I get called in all the time.
Okay.
All the time.
Is this the only time you were called in after hours for this purpose, to kind of be security or a protector?
No.
You've done that before too?
Yep.
Okay. Did you change the door access code that night?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Hall? I'm sorry, Ms. Marsh. Any other questions for Mr. Bagley?
No, Judge.
Ms. Feely?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, sir, for your time. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Next witness?
Your Honor, the state calls Officer Kennedy.
What part of the testimony you give, truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth of God? Good morning, LC. State and spell your name for the record.
My name is Chase Tenety, spelled Chasetenety.
Good afternoon, Officer Kennedy.
Good afternoon.
Where are you currently employed?
Sandy Springs Police Department.
All right, and about how long have you been there?
I've been there for 4 years now.
Officer, do you mind getting a little closer to the microphone? It's adjustable, so you can, it doesn't slide, unfortunately, but it goes up or down.
Okay.
Perfect.
You said you were there for how long?
For 4 years.
Do you have any law enforcement experience prior to that?
No, ma'am.
Are you post-certified?
Yes.
Okay, and explain to us what that means.
A certified peace officer in Georgia. So you go through a couple 100 hours, 400 hours of training, and you're a certified peace officer in the state of Georgia.
Is that required to be a police officer?
Yes, it is.
You said about 4 years, so that would mean, were you employed with the Sandy Springs Police Department on September the 5th of 2021?
Correct.
And did you have the occasion to respond to 5413 Northland Drive?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, is that location in Fulton County?
Yes, it is.
From your understanding, what is that location?
It's a assisted living facility. I believe it's called the Man House, but yeah, assisted living home.
Why did you respond to that location that day?
So I was dispatched to a call for service. It was categorized as a sexual assault.
Did you respond by yourself or were you with someone else?
I responded by myself.
When you got to that location, did you speak with someone?
Yes, so I was met at the front door by the owner, or one of the 3 owners of the business, Mr. Charles Mann.
And let me ask you, at that time, would that be part of your normal responsibilities as an officer?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
what did you do?
So I made contact with the caller, who in this instance was Mr. Mann, and then he actually invited me inside into the office in the front lobby.
When you went into the office, did you see anyone other than Mr. Mann?
Yeah, so there was a number of people, probably 6 to 8 people. I didn't get the names of everybody, but all staff of the business, the owners and staff of the business.
And what was your role in responding to that call?
So I was gathering information on on what happened. Obviously, I got the initial call for sexual assault, but I had to ask a number of questions just to understand what the situation was and what actually happened.
From your investigation, what information did you receive to tell you what happened?
Well, I first went in and kind of asked, basically the gist of what had happened or when it had happened, got the dates and times. And what I was first told is that it had happened a few days prior. So I responded on the 8th, but they had told me that on the 5th is when the incident actually occurred, around midnight. From there, I just got names of who was involved and who witnessed and all the other pertinent information.
From your understanding, who was the person that witnessed what happened?
So I was told Miss Sheena Edgerton was witnessed the event.
And did you have a chance to speak with Miss Edgerton?
I did, yes.
When did you speak with her?
I spoke with her in that office. She was present when Mr. Mann led me into the office. She was one of the people there.
Okay. Now, when you responded to this location, what were you wearing?
I was wearing a patrol uniform, so a little different than what I'm wearing now. It's the tailored uniform. It's got the collar and the stripe down the pants, the regular issued patrol uniform.
Do you also have equipment that goes along with your uniform?
Yes, ma'am. Similar to what I'm wearing now, the vest and belt.
Were you equipped with a body camera at that time?
I was.
And was your body camera fully operational and functional?
Yes, it was.
Was your body camera on when you responded to the man house that day?
Yes, it was.
Now talk to me a little bit about the body camera system and how that works.
Yeah, so essentially it's mounted to your chest. It's not a way to really remove it unless you're taking it off at the end of your shift. But at any point, it's always activated at any point. You just press the center button in the middle and it starts recording. There's a light at the top, a red light for recording and a green light for what's called standby mode, which is on but not recording. So that's the way for us to tell whether or not the camera's recording.
Okay. So once you have your body camera activated, when you respond to a call, what happens to that video?
So when you go back to your car, you go to your computer in the car and you can actually upload the video and categorize it.
And what do you mean when you say categorize?
So you categorize it by call type, and then you can also add the case number. So in this case, there was a case number pulled, so the case number is attached to the body cam.
Once you upload this body camera, can you do anything to the video to change it or anything?
No, I cannot.
Okay. I am showing you what has been P-Mark States Exhibit 4. What is that I'm handing you?
This is the body cam video that I recorded from my body camera on that day.
This is the video.
I watched it.
What lets you know that this is the video that you watched?
My signature is on the bottom of it.
When you watched it, did that accurately depict what occurred that day?
Yes.
And was it changing or altered in any way?
No, ma'am.
Right, Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to admit States Exhibit 4.
Any objection to states 4, Ms. Feely?
No, Your Honor.
It's admitted.
Permission to publish, Judge?
Any objection to publishing?
No.
Okay, you may.
Hey, I'm Charles Mann.
How's it
the
going?
owner Here, nice to meet you.
Good. How are you?
Good. We're all huddled in this room here.
Okay.
Sort of in discussion.
Okay.
Come on, please come on in.
How you guys doing? Good. All right. So what's going on today?
So, we were just made aware as the owners of the building, Louise and myself, and one other that is in Texas, that there has been a situation where one of our employees was having sex with a resident.
Okay.
That resident has dementia
Okay.
and there's likely no consensual situation.
Right. Okay. Is the employee here today?
No, the employee, this happened on Sunday.
Saturday.
Was it Saturday night or Sunday morning?
Sunday morning. What's a Sunday morning?
Okay, so it was Sunday morning when this happened,
When y'all found out, or when?
when it was reported.
Okay.
Yes.
It was reported by the resident, or
By me.
By
Okay.
Sheena.
You found it, or
I walked into the room just looking for him.
right?
Um,
0230 Coach 10.
we were
Sorry.
working 11/7 shift, and I was just looking for him for the floor. Telling him
Okay. And you just happened to walk in. Okay.
And he was in the room with her.
Okay. What do you remember what time that was? You said
I don't
middle of the
believe
night?
it was 12:30-ish,
Okay.
maybe.
Okay. And what's the employee's name?
Eduardo, I'm not sure his last name.
It's right here.
Okay, you have all this information there?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. And obviously this is the one and only time you've seen this, but
Yes.
okay, so never in the past or that you guys know of. Is he still employed here, or is he already? Okay.
He's been locked out in the code. He's been changed in the door.
Okay. When was he fired?
Immediately.
Okay, that night. Do we know his date of birth or anything, or do we have like his stuff on file? Is it all in here? Okay. Is the resident still here today? Okay. Have y'all spoke to the resident since? I mean, she.
I have.
Okay. What is she? Obviously, you said she has dementia.
Right.
So
She didn't.
not too aware of
No.
what was going on. Okay. Did she say if it had happened in the past, or did she not even really
She didn't.
speak much of it?
No.
Okay. What's her name?
Flora Robinson.
Flora Robinson. Okay. All right. And what room is she in again?
I'm not sure it's that wrong.
Her file's right there on the desk.
Okay.
We don't really have rooms here, but it's a man.
And do you have your ID on you, ma'am?
This is my car. I can get it.
That's fine. I'll just get your name. What's your first name?
Sheena.
How you spell that?
Shena.
Okay. Last name?
Edgerton.
Sorry. Edgar.
Ton.
O-N. Okay. And what's your middle initial?
R.
R. And your date of birth?
22576.
Okay. And what's a good contact number for you?
404-781-7823.
Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry. Did you get that?
Warm Springs, number 10.
Is that all her stuff? Okay.
It's 8/20 date of birth?
Yes.
8/26/1949.
Has her family been contacted or anything yet?
Not yet.
Okay.
In Illinois.
We're gonna wait to do that.
She's from Illinois. Okay.
Belinda Jones, Jefferson, I think it's like a friend power of attorney.
It's a guardian.
Okay. No family that you guys know of here? Okay. Which one you said? Belinda.
Jefferson. It's 313-930-0354. She's in Chicago, Illinois.
Jefferson, right? Okay.
Belinda.
Okay. Okay. Who all talked to Eduardo? It was just you that night? I mean, obviously
That night it was
you
me.
confronted him, but have you guys spoke to him to formally terminate him, or he just hasn't come back?
He was
And I
told
told
not
him
to
that
come
he
back.
can leave.
Okay.
Like,
Okay.
Because you were the manager on the floor, correct?
yes.
Okay, so you basically told him you're not to
Right.
come back, and he hasn't been back since.
Yeah.
Did he threaten you on his way out?
He wasn't aggressive. When I mentioned calling the cops, he kind of questioned me like, "Oh yeah, that's what you're gonna do," but he didn't like say he was gonna do anything.
Okay.
He just wouldn't leave when I asked him to leave immediately.
Right.
He kind of kept lingering around.
Okay. Did he say anything as far as what was going on, or what you found, or did he
He
kind of?
just kept trying to apologize, say he was sorry.
Okay.
He wanted to explain what happened and why he did it.
Right. Okay. And then y'all haven't heard or seen anything from him since?
No.
0230, code tower major. Okay. And you guys said you didn't call that night, right? Call 911 or anything?
No, I didn't.
Okay. Just contacted like the owners and stuff? Okay. Okay. What does he look like? The Eduardo?
About 5'6", 5'7". dark skin.
Yeah, I'm sure the picture. He's shorter than I am.
He may have his driver's license in that.
Is it in here? Okay. Okay. Yeah, if you don't mind. If you could just pull it up, I'll just write down the number and I'll actually pull it up. So you said he basically just apologized and kind of
Kept on explaining what happened.
okay. What did he, as far as explaining, what did he
Well, I
say?
didn't let him. I just
Okay.
let him to get out the building.
So he pretty much okay. Do you guys know where he lives? Obviously, it'll be on his ID, but do you know if that's correct?
I don't know if it's correct, but this is his paycheck.
Okay.
The address is on his top.
I have a cool picture on his CNA.
That's him. Do you guys have a good phone number for him?
Much longer
A
is
phone
this?
number for him?
Good morning.
How long has he worked here?
So, at least 9 years.
Say 9 years?
At least.
Oh, okay.
I'll take
Maybe
it.
11 years. He's been here a while.
Okay. How long has this resident, Miss Robinson, been here?
This number is 404 317 7810.
7810. I'm sorry, you said since when?
Isn't it like January, February?
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah, I worked with January 20th, 2021.
Okay. Thank you. You said January 20th, right?
20th.
Since this year. Has he ever had any issues in the 9 years he's worked here? I mean, has he ever had any? I'll come out in a second. You said nothing? Okay. Okay. Well, I'm gonna go out and grab a case number and then also put his information in there just to make sure it comes back. And then we'll come back in and more than likely a detective will have to come out and they may talk to her. Now you said she doesn't really recall any of it or not too
Not really.
much talking about, okay. Okay. Does she doesn't have like a roommate? It's not like a split room or anything?
No.
Okay, so it's just her. Okay. Well, let me go grab that case number real quick, go put his info in there, and then I'll come back and give it to you guys, okay?
Thank you.
So Officer Tennessee, what we just saw, is that just typical of what you do when you respond to a scene as far as information gathering?
Yes, ma'am, that's
Okay.
correct.
And why do you do that?
Basically, in this case, it was to gather all the information to pass along to the detective. But essentially on any call, you gather as much info as you can and you put it into a report, and that's ultimately forwarded to the detectives.
And did you forward the report to a detective in this incident?
So in this case, in more critical incidents, they actually come out and take over the investigation. So in like a regular accident or something like that, where you do the initial report, you submit it, and then it gets forwarded to their desk terminal. In this case, when you can determine that it's a more severe crime, what I do right after that body cam concludes is call my supervisor. He calls the detectives and actually calls them out and says, "Hey, you guys need to come over there and immediately, take over basically from where I left off."
Okay. Do you recall what detective was called that day?
It was Detective Smith.
Okay. Once you give the report to Detective Smith, what, if anything, do you do with the case?
From there, my part is over. So I do a brief report. I do the initial report, and it's a brief synopsis of basically what I gathered from that room. But he does the deep investigation and does whatever he does after the fact. So after that body cam ends, I don't do any more investigation.
No more questions, Judge.
Ms. Feely, do you have questions for the officer?
Thank you.
So you had limited involvement in this case? Is that
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
You were the responding officer.
Yes, ma'am.
And then after you got the initial information, you contacted, is it Sergeant McGowan?
Yes, that's right.
And also you contacted CID.
Yeah, and that's basically the acronym for our detectives. So it's a detective unit that is contacted to call out our on-call detective, which is Detective Smith.
So it's the crime scene I guess, division.
Yeah, exactly.
And so it wouldn't be your call whether to like send crime scene technicians to the scene.
No, so me calling my supervisor, he ultimately makes the decision on whether or not it's, severe enough for them to have to come out, or if we can handle it ourselves on patrol.
And it wouldn't be your job to go collecting evidence, right, in the room?
No.
Or taking samples of anything?
No, not in this case.
Or taking pictures or anything like that?
No, ma'am.
That would be the detective's call.
Correct.
Thank you.
Any follow-up?
No, Judge.
Okay. Any questions for the officer? No? Thank you for being here, sir. Appreciate it. Who's your next witness?
Dr. DeFrancesco.
Okay, let's do this witness and then we'll take our afternoon break. We good? Did our cheap county pen stop working already? Well, if we raise the millage rate, we could get you nicer pens. I have to steal these from my wife's office. Do you need one before we go on? It's dead. You'll get, okay. There's just some on the floor. Look at that. Bonus.
Can you raise your right hand? This is who I affirm that testimony will be able to be true, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth that you got. Put on your house seat.
All right, no problem.
Please state and spell your name for the record.
Lorenzo DiFrancesco, Lorenzo DI space capital FRANCESCO.
Can you get a little closer to the mic, please?
Sure.
Thank you. Or use outside voice, either one. Your
Okay,
choice.
got it.
Good afternoon, doctor. Where are you currently employed?
I work for Emory University, but I practice at Grady Memorial Hospital.
Okay. What do you do currently at Emory?
I'm a professor of medicine, and I primarily teach and take care of patients.
Okay. But you said before you were a doctor at Grady. What were some of your duties at Grady?
I'm still a doctor there.
Oh,
so.
excuse me. Before you started teaching, you were primarily a doctor at Grady.
I pretty much, my whole career has been in academics since 1996-7.
Okay.
I've been practicing at Grady.
Okay. Let's kind of go back a little bit further. You are a doctor, so what school did you go to get that qualification?
I went to Emory University for 4 years, and then I did my residency training at Emory which was another 3 years. And then I started practicing in 96, but I joined Emory in 1997.
And throughout the course of that, since your tenure since 97, have you had to have any furthering education or anything of that nature?
No.
Okay. What typically did you begin doing at Emory up into like what you do now?
I primarily teach in the residency training program based out of Grady Hospital, and most of my career is in education.
Okay. What does your residency program at Grady kind of consist of?
My residency training is 3 years of internal medicine training, and then you graduate, and then you can practice on your own.
Okay. Now, when you go to Grady, do you ever sometimes take your own patients?
No, I don't take care of, I have, my primary duties are supervising house staff that are in the training program who are taking care of patients.
Okay.
So I don't have my own practice, so to speak. And I primarily only predominantly teach in the inpatient arena, which is taking care of hospitalized patients.
Okay. Is there any particular type of hospitalized patients you take care of?
Yeah, general medicine patients.
And what is general medicine? What is
Non-surgical patients, patients with, heart disease, lung disease, infections, diabetes, uncontrolled blood pressure, things like that.
Okay. So the things that we're discussing that you typically do, were you kind of still employed in that work in September of 2021?
Yes, I'm still employed there, yeah.
Okay. And at that time, did you ever have occasion to come into contact with the patient by the name of Flora Robinson?
Yes.
Okay. How did that come to be?
Well, I was supervising a team of residents, and they admit patients that are predominantly coming out of the emergency room, and she happened to be one of the patients that was admitted to my team, and that's how I'm aware of the case.
Okay. Are you aware of? So you said people that come out of the emergency room. So did Ms. Robinson come out of the emergency room?
She did, yes.
When was she admitted?
She was admitted on 9/8, I think, 21.
And when did she come into your team's care?
So my team's care picked up the case the next day because she was admitted by what's called a float attendant, a resident, and we picked up her case on 9/9.
Why did you pick up her case?
Well, I believe that predominantly the emergency room was concerned about the patient coming from the nursing home has potentially had been assaulted, and so the assessment was done in the ER to do an assault assessment, and then because the family did not want the patient to return back to the same nursing home where she potentially was assaulted, she was kind of admitted for safe haven and to be replaced potentially in a new environment. And so she got admitted under what we call a social admission. We don't get too many social admissions, but sometimes we have to do the right thing and take care of patients until we can dispo them safely.
Okay. And I understand you said kind of social admission is taking care of the patient. Describe to me a little bit more why a person would be admitted socially.
It's primarily because the patient might have severe cognitive impairment, and it wouldn't be right to let them go out of the emergency room because they couldn't take care of themselves. So that was a not an uncommon scenario. In this particular case, the patient was coming from a nursing home, and the family had requested not sending her back to that nursing home. So she really didn't have anywhere to go, and the family wasn't able to take her back at that moment. So she was admitted to the hospital for what's called replacement into another nursing home or nursing home facility.
Okay. And how long, I guess we said she was admitted into the emergency room on 9/8, into your care on 9/9. When was she discharged from your care?
On 9/14, I believe.
Okay.
It takes a little bit of time to find a new home, and the family had requested, particular places for her to go, and that process doesn't happen overnight, and it took a few days.
Right. Okay. So at 9/14, when she was discharged, was that into another nursing home?
Correct. And she went to an assisted living facility, I believe, in Marietta.
Okay. So I want to talk to you about what was occurring between 9/9 and 9/14.
Sure.
At any point, did you personally observe Flora Robinson?
Yeah, I met her on 9/9 when she was presented to my team. I presented her as a case, and she's unlike many of our patients who have active medical issues. She didn't really have any active medical issues. So it was, again, mostly for social placement, keep an eye on her, make sure she's safe, and try to facilitate the social transition to a new home. So it wasn't like there was a lot of active, medical issues that needed to be managed.
When you admit a patient into your care, do you do any type of maybe preliminary screening of them or try to speak with them at the beginning of their care?
Yeah, we do. We reassess them to see what they can tell us and make sure that we're not missing anything. And in her case, unfortunately, she carries a diagnosis of having significant cognitive impairment. So a lot of what she could tell us, she couldn't tell us. And so we had to use collateral information from her family or from the nursing home or from the emergency room to kind of deduce if anything was going on, because the patient really had an inability to tell us if anything had happened to her previously, because she had a pretty severe memory deficit.
Is there, you mentioned cognitive impairment, memory deficit. Is there any particular name that you call what she had?
She carried a diagnosis of dementia, which is kind of a end-all diagnosis where patients are not able to, they're cognitively impaired and they're not able to care for themselves. So that term dementia is kind of a generic term, but she was flagged as having a dementia, and that's why she was living in the home that she was in. And we reassessed her and felt that she had the same diagnosis as being demented, because she was alert, but she couldn't tell you anything. She couldn't answer your questions appropriately. And she was in a state of what I would call alert and always confused.
Okay. Tell me, describe that to me. What does a person present when they are alert but confused?
Yeah, you can talk to them. They may know their name, but when you ask them a question like, what's the date? Or, can you tell me something about your medical history? The patient's not able to tell you any of that detail.
Okay.
And has an inability to really remember any new memory. So if you tested her memory, she wouldn't be able to remember what you asked her in a couple of minutes after talking to her.
So in your career, have you had a number of patients who did have dementia?
Yeah, I mean, I've cared for probably hundreds of patients with cognitive impairment and a variety of syndromes that are along the spectrum of being demented, from kind of mild dementia to even cases that are more severe where patients can't really do much, but just kind of stare at you.
Okay. And I do kind of want to talk about that spectrum, but let's take a step back. And let's get us a working definition. Exactly what is dementia?
I guess, to categorize somebody as being demented, there's kind of like two elements. Patients have to have some tested cognitive impairment. Usually we use, formalized scoring systems to assess if somebody has cognitive impairment. And then, you combine that with the inability to care for themselves, or something we call patients have to be able to take care of their daily activities. And if the patient's not able to manage their daily activities and they have significant cognitive impairment, that would meet the kind of like rubric of a definition of a demented patient. It doesn't tell you why, it just tells you that that's the syndrome that you're dealing with. And of course, the patient has to be alert. They can't be confused to the point at which they're maybe something more active is going on that might be reversible. This is a stable patient that I'm trying to describe. Yeah.
Okay. Now, and then when you encounter Ms. Robinson, did she meet both of those prongs?
Yeah, she easily met both of those criteria. She was able to say her name, but she couldn't say anything beyond that. And certainly formalized testing would be pretty impaired. And she was not able to care for herself. She couldn't, necessarily clean herself or cook for herself or pay her bills or do those things. So certainly she met that definition.
Okay. Now, is dementia kind of something that you get and you keep it at that same rate, or does it progressively get worse? How does that diagnosis typically go?
I think it depends on the etiology. I mean, some patients have what are called degenerative neurodegenerative diseases, where they continue to get worse over time. Something like Alzheimer's, for instance, people might be familiar with that. There are other people that have had, injured brains who can manifest some degree of dementia, but it may not progress because the underlying problem isn't still happening. Does that make sense? So there are some people that have mild dementia that, that stay at that state for a long period of time, and others progress. So it's kind of variable.
Now, a moment ago, you kind of talked to me about this spectrum. You have someone that's mildly, memory, I don't want to say the wrong thing. I wrote it down, cognitive impairment. Yes. And then you have the severe dementia. Explain to me the range, I guess, in that spectrum.
I mean, there are people that, have cognitive impairment that are not able to manage their ADLs, but you can still have a conversation with them. They can tell you a little bit about their past history, but again, they don't function at that higher level where their memory is great. If you tested them or if you ask them to calculate things, they might fail at the calculation, but they can be pleasantly conversant. And that might be somebody on the more mild end of the spectrum. And then you have people that are so impaired that, they're always confused and they seem to be, unless you know them, that's their normal state. And so, those are kind of two ends of the spectrum. And there's probably a middle group in there that's kind of functions in the middle.
Okay. Where was Ms. Robinson on this spectrum?
I think my impression after reviewing the record is that, my documentation would say that she's kind of on the far right of the spectrum, more towards the severe end, because, she wasn't able to hold a conversation with you, but yet she was alert and always confused. So I'd say, I think my documentation would have said severe dementia.
Now I know you're talking about she wasn't able to have a conversation with you. Did she have any maybe physical manifestations that stood out to you?
No real physical manifestations.
Okay. And you mentioned records. Are records kept normally in the course of business when you're handling patients?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I am holding up for you at this table what's been previously marked as state.
Sure.
7A, 7B.
Correct.
And 7C.
Yes.
Have you had an opportunity to scan over and review these documents?
Yes, I have. I've primarily reviewed my records to be sure I knew what I'd written about.
Okay. And so do these documents contain the records?
Yes, they do.
Okay. And are these the records from Ms. Flora Robinson's stay from those dates we talked about?
From the 8th, correct.
And when you reviewed these records, did they appear to have been changed or
No.
in any way? Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender to evidence 7A, 7B, and 7C.
Ms. Feely, any objection to the sevens?
No, Your Honor.
They're admitted.
Your Honor, please 1 moment to confirm. No more questions at this time, Judge.
Ms. Feely, do you have questions for the doctor?
I do not, thank you, Doctor.
Okay, jurors, any questions for the doctor? Oh, all right, sir, thank you for being here. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Folks, we're going to take our afternoon break. I'm going to try to keep it to close to 10 minutes. If you need more time, let Deputy Gordon know, and it will last a little bit longer. Feel free, as I said, to spread out down the hall, move around and whatnot. Just don't talk about the case and no outside research. And I'll see you. That clock I've learned is about 5 minutes slow, but on that clock, around 3:15, 3:16, we'll try to get you back in here. Okay? Thank you. Ms. Hall, how many more witnesses do you have for today? How long do you think we'll go today? I know we don't have the detective. That'll be tomorrow.
My plan, Your Honor, is to get through 1, 2, 3. 2.
Two?
possibly 3.
Okay. They're all here, whoever they are. Okay.
Probably 3.
Is it your sense if we start at 1:30 tomorrow, that you'd rest sometime tomorrow? I don't know how long the detective's testimony will go.
Not long. Neither is, if we, who else? The 2 people that we plan on bringing tomorrow, their testimony isn't long, so yes, I plan on resting
Okay.
in an hour or so.
Okay. Ms. Feely, at this juncture, are you planning on calling any witnesses other than your client?
No, yeah.
Okay. We'll talk as a group when we end for today about what tomorrow's going to be like. It sounds like I'll need to get a draft charge to you all sometime tonight. So we could have a charge conference at least tomorrow if we And kind of close to the end of the day, I'll just send the jurors home. We'll do the charge conference and we would do closings first thing Thursday morning. So it really depends how large that window is after you rest. And of course, there's the variable of whether Mr. Kamdem is going to testify, but we'll touch on that at the end of today. Anything else we need to talk about right now? What are you going to do with those binders? That
You don't want us to put them on the USB? We can do the USB.
I mean, we have it on USB, actually.
You prefer.
But,
Okay, that would be better. I can see the way she was looking at it.
yeah. Okay, you guys negotiate that, but if there's a way to get them digitally provided to
We have it. I just wanted to make sure the physical.
Ms. Rivers, right, they need to be available if they're going out, and we'll talk about that. So why don't you, they can stay in the courtroom, but just keep them back with your stuff for now, okay? Ms. Feely, anything before we break?
No.
All right, thanks, everyone. Pardon me?
She said we could meet by phone.
Who? Oh, I was about to send an email. Should I not send the email? Just talk on the phone? Okay, great. I didn't want to, guys, like, I don't even know if I want to mention your name, and so we'll just talk to her on the phone. Okay, should we do it now during the break? Okay, you want to come back to my office? Yeah, he should go out for the break. Does the other guy have the, did we get our key back? I told you, you let the key walk. That guy has all the big guns too. We're not getting it back from him.
Take off.
Shit, you gonna be in?
I already told you did. Yeah, I told you. She said they probably already have a pool by the time you
This is to me. Somebody don't know that. You heard that? Thank you so much.
That's what I said.
He's gonna get out. Say 10 minutes, right? You sure, right? Sure, right?
Good. Like I said, you missed it. Y'all can keep going up.
I know, I'm
What
here.
you guys doing?
Yeah, you know, we're not touching it. I mean, luckily the laptop's working.
Go ahead and get. If you go home, you go, tomorrow is hot.
No, I'm not saying anything.
I mean, what, three? Wait, so. You get that
Hey, what, how'd he sneak in here? I need to refill those blue bowls, although there's stuff in them. Miss Wood, all right, I have chocolate. Ms. Hall, you ready for the jurors? Ms. Feely?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's bring them in, please.
All right, jurors.
Yeah.
Jurors are present and accounted for.
Thank you, Deputy Gordon. Everyone else can be seated. Welcome back, folks. Final stretch for today. State has a few more witnesses they're going to present, and then we'll talk about where we are in terms of the chronology of the case when we're done with witnesses for today. Or it may get to be 5 o'clock, but we'll still talk about that chronology. Ms. Hall, next witness.
State calls Julian Simpson.
When you sit down, raise your hand. You swear upon it, that testimony will give openly, and you have a seat. Will you state your name for the record?
Yes, my name is Jillian Carr. It's spelled JILLIANCARR.
Good afternoon, Ms. Carr. How are you?
Good. How are you doing?
I am good. Thanks for asking. Where are you currently employed?
I work at Grady Memorial Hospital.
And how long have you been employed at Grady Memorial Hospital?
I've been employed there since August of 2019.
Okay. And what is your current position?
I'm a registered nurse in the emergency room.
And before that, were you in the medical field?
Yes.
And what was your title at Grady in 2021?
In 2021, I was a registered nurse and a sexual assault nurse examiner.
And what is a sexual assault examiner?
A sexual assault nurse examiner is someone who collects evidence on patients who come in who are victims of sexual assault.
And what are some of your rules? Sorry, your duties and responsibilities
as a sexual assault nurse examiner?
Yes.
To collect evidence on patients that come in and get a full story, circumstances of events.
Does those duties include treating adults that have been suspected of sexual assault?
Yes.
And what is your educational background?
I have a bachelor's in science of nursing, and I also have a certificate in sexual assault nurse examiner.
And were you required to take several hours for your sexual assault examiner license or certification?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you have any other certifications?
I have my trauma nurse certification. It's called TNCC, and then I have all my CPR certifications as well.
Okay. And are there any are you still currently a SANE nurse?
SANE nurse. I haven't practiced in about 1.5 years, but I do believe my certification is still up to date.
And when you were practicing as a SANE nurse, did you have continuing education or ongoing training?
We had monthly meetings, which did have some educational opportunities within them. And then we also did have the opportunity to do some shadowing shifts.
Okay. And do you have specialized training in conducting these sexual assault examinations?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you a mandated reporter?
Yes, ma'am.
How many sexual assault examinations have you personally performed?
I would estimate anywhere between about 35 to 45.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would like to tender in Ms. Carr as an expert in SANE examination.
Ms. Feely, do you want to examine Ms. Carr on this, or do you have any objection to having Ms. Carr tendered as an expert in the medical field of the work that SANE nurses do?
I don't have an objection.
No objection? Okay, Ms. Carr, you are qualified as an expert in this trial for purposes of this trial in the field of SANE nursing.
Ms. Carr, what is a SANE exam?
A SANE exam is an exam that we do to collect evidence after an assault has occurred.
Typically, why would a person be referred to get a SANE exam?
To get that evidence collection portion so that can be handed over to the police and GBI to get run.
And are there any other purposes for getting SANE examination?
To check for any sort of injuries. And that's really about it.
Is there a particular process or procedure that you follow to conduct the SANE examination?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you explain it to the jury?
Well, in each sexual assault kit, there is a list of how we should go about doing the kit. And then we have a particular room at the hospital where we do all of these sexual assault kits as well. And they have multiple binders on how to do the process.
Okay. And did you bring a kit with you here today?
I did.
Are you able to use that and just demonstrate to the jury what is inside of a sexual assault kit?
So this is what the kit looks like unopened. It does come with a tamper-proof seal on it. So we just go ahead and open this up. Yes, we can. And then on the inside here, there is a whole bunch of swabs here. They're just cotton swabs with a wooden stick. And then we have a lot of different envelopes here. Each of them are labeled differently based off of where I'm sampling. So we have samples for like anal samples, nail clipping samples. We have some that are blank. So if we do collect any samples that are not included here, we can go ahead and write where we got the sample. We also have a small hairbrush so we can do pubic hair combings, head hair combings, and we have a small collection drape to be able to put foreign pubic hairs. So once we go ahead and do the samples, if I'm swabbing anywhere that is already wet, such as the mouth or the vagina, I don't wet the swab and I go in dry and I collect a sample. We do have a drying rack that the swabs get put on once we collect the data, because if we were to put the wet swab in the envelope, it would just degrade the paper and then the integrity of everything would be messed up. If I'm swabbing anything dry, such as skin, I go ahead and wet these with sterile water just to make sure that they don't get contaminated with anything. And I swab in a circular motion on the skin or wherever I'm swabbing just to collect the most evidence that I possibly can on the swab. Again, I let everything dry. I put it in the envelope. In each envelope, we put one of the patient labels on. I seal it and I name, date, and initial each envelope as I seal it. And then I put everything back in this larger envelope. It comes with a piece of evidence tape that I go ahead and put on the outside, again, just to seal it. I fill out the front of the envelope here, which just gives information such as the patient's name, date of assault, where the sexual assault exam took place. And then we have in the room that we conduct the exams on, we have a locked cabinet with a locked drawer in it. And that's where we've been instructed to put the completed kits and until the morning when they get collected.
Thank you, Ms. Carr. And can you explain to the jury what a safe note is?
A safe note is a note that I fill out as a sexual assault nurse examiner that includes circumstances of the events of the assault and asks specific questions about the assault as well.
And is there a time when you wouldn't use the swabs in your SANE examination?
So the swabs I use depend on how the victim says how their assault went. So if there was no anal contact, for example, I don't swab the anus just because the likelihood of finding evidence there is very slim to none. And the exam can be very invasive and we don't want to make it any more invasive than it already is.
Okay. And if a patient disclosed sexual abuse, do you expect to find physical injuries in the course of your SANE examination?
Sometimes.
Okay. In the times that you don't, is there a reason why?
There could be a lot of different reasons. Sometimes it could be that the attacker used like a lubricant that might have caused there not to be injuries, or they could use like a pre-lubricated condom. Those are some of the reasons as to why.
And if a patient has disclosed a sexual assault or a sexual abuse and you don't find physical injuries, does that necessarily disprove that the patient, what the patient disclosed to you?
No.
Okay. You mentioned one of the purposes of the examination is to collect evidence. What kind of evidence can be collected in the course of the SANE examination?
Well, the hope is to collect DNA evidence, but we're also able to, if there are any sort of injuries to the patient, we're all able to take photographs of those and submit them with the record.
And how do you determine what areas of the body to swab for evidence?
That goes based off of the circumstances of events from the victim. So basically where they tell me they've been touched is where I swab.
Okay. And is there a particular time period after which you wouldn't expect to find DNA?
We are not allowed to do exams on anyone if it's been longer than 5 days since the assault.
Okay. Waiting 3 days after an assault has taken place, could that cause evidence to be disgraded?
Absolutely.
Okay. How could this affect the collection of a sexual assault kit?
Well, the longer that you wait after the assault happened, the more likely that evidence either has been washed away or removed in some way, and that it won't get collected by the swabs.
Okay. And do you know how long DNA can remain in vaginal canal?
I believe about 3 days.
Okay. Now I'm going to take you to September the 8th, 2021. Do you remember, did you have the opportunity to review? Did you have the opportunity to treat a patient by the name of Flora Robinson?
Yes.
How were you assigned to the case of Ms. Robinson?
I was a sexual assault nurse who was on call that night.
Okay. And what's your on-call schedule?
So I used to pick up one shift a week, one 12-hour shift, and I would always work overnight. So I was 7 p.m. until 7 a.m. And then the department would go ahead and give us a call if we did get someone who came in who needed a sexual assault kit.
Okay. And Ms. Robinson came in on your shift?
Yes.
Okay. And what was your assigned role for her treatment?
I was a sexual assault nurse examiner.
And as her SANE nurse, what were some of your job duties and responsibilities to Ms. Robinson?
Well, I had to first get consent before I did anything, which I got from her wife. And then I just did evidence collection and I completed my safe note.
Okay. Was there a reason why you couldn't get consent from Ms. Robinson?
Yes, the patient was confused and was unable to give consent by herself.
Okay. Do you remember how you got consent for the patient?
I spoke with her with the wife on the phone.
Okay. Did someone provide you her telephone number?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember who that was?
I believe I got it from the medical records that the Mann House had sent over with the patient.
Okay. And do you remember her wife's name?
I believe it was Miss Belinda.
And was Miss Robinson, when you spoke with Miss Belinda, do you know if she was aware of the situation of the accusations of a sexual assault?
She was. She had just found out not too long ago.
Okay. And I want to talk to you for a minute about your safe note with Miss Robinson. Had you had a chance to review that before coming to court today?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you tell me what your SANE note, I'm sorry. Can you tell me what your exam revealed?
On my exam, I found a lot of white colored discharge from her vagina, and the patient did endorse some vaginal itching as well.
When you say endorse,
She went when I asked her if her vagina was itchy, she said yes.
Did she do anything else to indicate that her vagina was itching?
She was physically itching her vagina.
Is that what made you ask her about it?
Yes, ma'am.
Now you asked her and she gave you an answer. How was the other parts of the same examination with her when you would ask her a question?
I wasn't able to ask her any question other than a yes or no question. And if it was a yes or no question, it had to be something happening to her in the present. So for example, her vagina was itchy at that time. So I was able to ask her, is your vagina itching right now? And she was able to say yes. But when I asked her, do you remember what happened to you? She really wasn't able to say much.
Did she say anything?
No.
Okay. Did you conclude anything from her vagina itching?
Just that her vagina was itching and she had a discharge.
Okay. Could you tell what would cause the discharge?
It really could be anything. It could have been normal vaginal discharge for her. She could have had some sort of infection. It could have been semen. I'm not sure.
And what other questions were you able to communicate or get answers from or not answers from? Let me just rephrase my question. During your same examination and going through your same note as a guide, were you able to get Ms. Robinson to respond to any other questions other than her vagina itching?
I was able to ask if she's in pain at the moment and she said no, but other than that, that's it.
Okay. And you did go down your entire same note with the questions?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell the jury some of the questions that are in your same note?
Some of the questions that are answered or that were asked are during the assault, was there any kissing involved? Was there any sucking, kind of like a hickey? Was there any oral contact on you? Did you have to give oral sex to the assailant? Was there any anal contact? Was a condom used? Was lubrication used? Have you gone to the bathroom since? Have you showered since? That's really about it.
During your actual examination with Ms. Robinson, can you explain what that was like, or if she experienced any pain or any discomfort during that examination?
She, as I mentioned before, the exam itself is very invasive. We have to use what's called a speculum to look inside the vagina, which is just a piece, in our case, is a piece of plastic that goes inside the vaginal canal and kind of widens it so we can get a much clearer view of the cervix. And that part, it doesn't necessarily hurt, but it's just uncomfortable. So that portion, she was, uncomfortable and kind of trying to push my hand away a little bit. But, I tried just explaining what I was doing the best I could and reassuring her and just getting it done as quickly as I could.
Okay. And do you remember if you had to swab her at all?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember where you swabbed her at?
I did a couple swabs on her body. I did a vaginal swab. And then on every patient, we do an oral swab as well.
Now, earlier you testified that your safe note guides you as to whether you were, and of course what's reported by the patient, as to what you collect with the swabs or if you do swabs at all. In this case, she didn't report to you anything. So was there a reason why you still swabbed her?
Yes, because she wasn't able to report, what all had happened. I wanted to make sure I was being very thorough and not missing anything. So I went ahead and did every swab that I could do.
I'm showing you what's been previously shown to the defense and previously marked as Exhibit 6. Can you take a look at this and tell me if you recognize it?
Yes, ma'am.
What do you recognize that to be?
That is the completed sexual assault kit that I did on Miss Flora.
And how do you recognize that to be the same kit that you completed on Ms. Robinson?
Because I wrote my name on it and signed it and everything.
And do you see your name there?
I do.
Has that has the same examination been altered or changed in any way?
Not that I can see.
Your Honor, at this time, tenders in states Exhibit 6 into evidence.
Any objection to state 6, Ms. Feely?
No.
Admitted.
Permission to publish.
What is it you're publishing?
She's gonna open up and pull out the swabs.
Okay. Do you need anything? I don't know if it's sealed. Do you need scissors or?
I think I should be good. The evidence
Okay.
tape is pretty easy to open.
And Ms. Carr, if you could just tell the jury the swabs that you took on Ms. Robinson that day.
Absolutely. All right, so I have a vaginal vault swab right here. This is the oral swab that I had mentioned. This is just to get a reference of her DNA profile. This is the anal swab and the rectal swab, vaginal vestibule swab. Another oral swab. This one's not looking for her DNA. This is looking for a possible assailant's DNA. I swabbed left and right breast, her abdomen, and I did under her nails on her left and right fingers. I
Thank
believe
you.
that's
Your Honor.
everything.
No further questions.
Ms. Feely, do you have questions for Ms. Carr?
Yes, Your Honor. So you mentioned that you saw some white discharge.
Yes, ma'am.
And you listed off a number of things that it could be, is that right?
Mhm.
And one of those you said it could have been semen, right?
Correct.
But you would never jump to such a conclusion, right? And you didn't in this case.
Nope.
And you swabbed and sent them off to be verified.
Correct.
Thank you.
Mhm.
That's all.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Questions from the jury? Nope. Okay, ma'am, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Should I leave this here?
You should. I'll have the lawyers pick that up. Thank you. Just make sure what you're taking is your sample.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Next witness?
Yes, Your Honor, the state calls Brian Black.
Go ahead. And nothing but truth, so help you God. Go ahead, see. State, state your name for the record.
My name is Brian C. Black. That's BrianSeeBlack.
Good afternoon, Mr. C. Black. How are you currently employed?
I am employed at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation in the Division of Forensic Science.
And what exactly is forensic science?
Forensic science is using DNA to help solve crimes.
What are some of your duties and responsibilities as a forensic scientist?
So some of the duties is testing various items for DNA, such as bodily swabs, body swabs that contains bodily fluids, such as saliva, semen, or bone tissue.
Now, what, I guess, educational background do you have to do to be able to perform this work?
To perform forensic science in the state of Georgia, you have to have a bachelor's degree in a related science field, as well as specific classes such as biochemistry, molecular biology, genetics, and statistics.
Outside of that education, is there any additional training?
Sure. I have a Master of Health Science in Clinical Laboratory Science, as well as a Bachelor of Science in Cell Biology and Biotechnology. I've undergone a formal training within the GBI that contained oral, written, and practical exams, which I successfully completed. Till date, I've completed over 500 cases and reviewed over 1,000 cases.
About how long have you been employed with GBI?
Over 5 years.
And you said that you are, I know you said you work in forensic science. What is your title?
Forensic biologist.
And what are your responsibilities as a forensic biologist?
To perform DNA testing on evidence submitted by local, state, and federal agencies.
Have you ever testified in court regarding your work as a forensic biologist?
Yes,
About how many times?
20 or 30 times.
And have those instances been about your work with GBI and looking at the forensic data?
Yes,
About how many times have you been qualified for as an expert?
all of them.
All the times you testified? And in what subject? I'm sorry, was that a yes?
Yes, in forensic biology.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender Mr. Seablack as an expert in the field of forensic biology.
Ms. Feely, do you want to examine Mr. Seablack at this point, or do you have any objections to having him qualified as an expert in the field of forensic biology?
No, no objection.
No and no. All right, Mr. Seablack, for the purposes of this trial, you are qualified as an expert in the field of forensic biology.
Now, I know we generally just spoke about what you do as a forensic, well, I want to talk to you about what you did specifically in this case, but first I just want to kind of discuss the testing in general. If you could please give the jury just a basic understanding of what we mean when we say DNA.
The DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid. Essentially, it's a genetic blueprint, which is unique to each individual except for identical siblings. It's set at conception with half your information coming from your mother and half your information coming from your father.
And where is DNA found?
It can be found specifically it's found in your cells, but like I mentioned before, you could find it in blood, DNA tissue, contact, or bodily fluids.
When you are looking for DNA as a forensic biologist, are those typically, do you look for the DNA on certain samples, or how do you find that?
We have operational procedures that we follow, such as if we received a sexual assault kit, we would generally test all the orifice swabbings, which would be all the openings on the body that swabs came from. But that's primarily operationally.
Okay. And I want to talk to you a little bit about a sexual assault kit. Did you ever receive a sexual assault kit for the named victim, Ms. Flora Robinson?
Yes.
Okay. And was that within your roles as a forensic biologist?
Yes.
How did you receive that kit?
So evidence gets submitted to our laboratory by our evidence receiving technicians. They're submitted by law enforcement agencies through a lockbox with proper submission forms and incident reports. It's then retrieved by the evidence receiving technicians by the lockbox, and that's where they verify that it's been properly sealed, all the information is correct that's submitted. They then put or apply a unique barcode specific to our laboratory system that initiates the chain of custody.
And all of the steps that were required, were those steps followed in this case?
Yes.
What is contained in the sexual assault kit?
The sexual assault kit contains body swabs from either a victim or a subject.
Okay. And of the swabs, what items do you look at to test for DNA?
We generally look for the orifice swabbings. That could be from the vaginal opening or oral or rectum.
And how do you go about testing? Is there a certain item that you look at first, or explain that procedure?
No, the items are tested first primarily through a screening, and that's called a male DNA screening.
And you said that's the first line of testing?
Yes.
Okay. Did you do a male DNA screening in this case?
Yes.
And what procedures did you utilize in this case to do that screening?
So the screening consists of two testing, and that's extraction and quantification. During extraction, a cutting of sample is taken and DNA is removed from that sample. The next step is quantification, where we determine the amount of human male DNA in that sample.
All right. And those are the general procedures. Did you utilize those procedures in this case?
Yes.
Okay. On which swabs did you utilize that procedure?
Can I reference the report?
Sure. Well, let me first, let me go back. So when you're going through these examinations and when you're, I guess, testing this evidence, do you generate a report?
Yes.
Okay, and why do you do that?
Why do we do that? It's required because we're audited. We follow a set of standards by American National Standards Institute, as well as it's important for us to generate the report to show our conclusions.
Okay. And so did you generate a report in this case?
Yes.
Okay. I am showing you what has been pre-marked as State Exhibit 8. Look at that and let me know if you recognize that.
Yes.
And what is that?
This is a report regarding the subject Edward Kamdem and victim Flora Robinson.
Is that the report you generated?
Yes.
And how do you know that?
My signature is at the end of the report.
Does that report look to have been changed or altered in any way?
No.
At this time, Your Honor, the state moves to send your state exhibit 8 into evidence.
Ms. Feely, any objection to states 8?
No objection.
Admitted.
So now, are you able to tell me what swabs you tested?
So the evidence line of the report consists of the evidence that was primarily tested in this case. It was the sexual assault kit containing the vaginal vault swabs, vaginal vestibule swabs, rectum swabs, and anus perianus swabs.
Okay. Did you test any of those swabs at all?
All 4 of those swabs were tested.
And what were the results?
So during the examination of the vaginal vault swabs, vaginal vestibule swabs, rectum swabs, and anus perianus swabs, they failed to reveal the presence of human male DNA using the specific kit that we use for determining the amount of DNA.
Now, breaking that down, what does that mean? Failed to reveal the presence?
So that means through our policies and procedures, we were unable to detect human male DNA.
What are some possible reasons you may not be able to detect human male DNA?
So some of the reasons may be either that time of collection, if they were clean prior, if it was wiped off, or how long it was collected, or it may have been degraded, things like that can inhibit DNA.
If a person was perhaps bathed or showered over several days, would that also be in line with failing to reveal the presence of male DNA?
Yes.
No more questions, Judge.
Ms. Feely, do you have questions for Mr. Seablack?
Another reason why there wouldn't be DNA detected could also be because nothing happened, right?
Correct.
Have you, besides swabs, have you received any other items to test?
It's whatever swabs that were in this kit. So we did receive those, but primarily through our operational procedures, these 4 swabs were tested first.
Would your office ever get clothing to test?
Yes.
What about bedding?
Yes.
Thank you. Nothing further on it.
Any redirect?
No, Judge.
Okay. Any questions from the jurors for Mr. Seablack? Nothing about DNA? Okay. You described it well. Thank you, sir. You should leave, if that was the exhibit, you can leave it right there. Thank you so much. Appreciate you coming. Next witness?
State counsel saying Cheryl Simpson.
Cheryl Simpson. Hi, Ms. Simpson. Come on up.
What is it, can you raise your hand? You swear affirm that the testimony will be enough to be true, the whole truth, and nothing but truth, so you got. Go ahead, your Honor.
Cheryl Simpson, CHERRYL SIMPSON.
Good afternoon, Ms. Simpson. How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Can you first start by telling the jury where you currently work?
Right now?
Yes.
Heritage Hospice.
Where?
Heritage Hospice.
Okay. And how long have you been there?
Close to 2 years.
And where did you work before there?
The Mann House, assisted living.
Okay. And how long were you at the Mann House?
For almost 9 years.
And what was your title at the Mann House?
There was 2. So the Sandy Springs location healthcare director.
You said healthcare director?
Director.
And what was the other title?
At the Cumming location administrator.
Would you spend time between both facilities?
I did.
Okay. And can you tell me a little bit about the Mann House and how it's operated?
It's a social model. And so as an RN, I can't really function as an RN there. There are RNs that come in, healthcare personnel that come in, like physical therapists and LPNs and RNs that come in and do certain wound care and physical therapy on patients. It's mostly CNA, certified nursing assistants, and they're the ones that provide the direct care.
And are you involved in the everyday scheduling and assigning assignments to the CNAs?
Yes, I was.
Tell me what kind of staff work at the Mann House?
You mean like
the actual workers who are working with the residents?
They're certified nursing assistants, and they have to be certified. Most of them were certified. That was just the past practice of the late Mr. Charles. And they just had to have some kind of experience, maybe 6 months or more.
Okay. And explain to me, so as a healthcare director at the Mann House, who reports to you?
Just CNAs.
And anyone else?
No.
Would Ms. Sellers report to you?
No, she did not.
Are y'all on the same level?
Pretty much so, yeah.
Okay. And are you able to keep, do you keep business records of the Mann House in orderly fashion of keeping business records?
The files that I had were the residence files, and the employee files was in Keisha's office.
And when you said that the CNAs report to you, are there all the CNAs, or are there certain types of CNAs that report to you?
Most of the direct care staff does. I wasn't the only one, but mostly they did report to me.
And what do they report to you for?
So I was in charge of their care logs. I did care logs, CNA care logs and care plans. So I would direct them as to when a new resident came in, what they had to do for the new resident.
And you said care log?
Care logs.
Logs, what is that?
It's like, it just broke down like what that particular resident needed, like if they had hearing aids, if they needed to be fed, if they were incontinent, a bowel and bladder, that kind of stuff. Kind of like their care, what the CNA had to do to perform their activities of daily living, like dressing and toileting and feeding and showers and all of that.
And who comes up with that plan?
I do.
So for each patient that comes to the Mann House, you personally come up with a care plan for them?
Yes, I do.
And do you remember coming up with a care plan for Miss Flora Robinson?
I don't remember, but I had to have, yes.
If she was a resident, you would have come up with
I would have to, yes.
Okay. I'm showing you what's been previously marked as Stacy's Exhibit 5. Can you take a look at this and tell me if you recognize it? And Ms. Simpson, if you recognize it, you don't have to go
I
through
do.
everything.
Oh, yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
It looks like most of her chart, I guess.
Ms. Robinson's chart?
Ms. Robinson's chart.
Do you see, is there a care plan that is a part of that chart?
Yes, I did see one.
Can you pull that out? I'm sorry. Those records, you said that's her care plan. Are those care plans kept in
my office? It was in my office, yeah.
So it was were they kept in ordinary business practices at the Mann House?
Yes, they were kept in files, like file folders.
And that was something that you kept?
Yes, in my office.
The papers that you're looking at, have they been changed or altered in any way?
It doesn't look so.
Your Honor, at this time, take state tenders in states exhibit 6,
5.
5.
On your exhibit list, it says lease. Is that maybe the technical term because this is a resident?
Yes, that's what I called it.
Okay, got it. But it's the business records Ms. Simpson's been talking about. Okay, that would be states 5. Any objection to the admission of states 5, Ms. Feely?
No, Your Honor.
Admitted.
Now, can you go through her, what is this called? The entire packet.
So I'm gonna say that it's her file.
File, okay.
Mhm.
Can you, in the file, do you have did you come to the page for the care plan?
Yes, I did.
And have you had a chance to look at it?
Yes.
Is that the care plan that you came up with for Ms. Robinson?
Yes.
Can you read to me what her care plan was at the man house?
For bathing, she needed assistance with bathing. Sorry, she needed assistance with bathing, oral care, grooming, dressing. She could eat by herself. She has some level of communication. Position in bed, she needs assistance. She needs total assistance with transfers, ambulation, and toileting.
And when would you have created this care plan?
Usually the date that she comes in.
Okay. And could her care change over time after being at the man house?
It could.
And do you know if it did for Ms. Robinson?
I quite honestly don't remember. But
do you actually work with the patients once you create a care plan? Do you go back and work with them individually?
No, I do not.
Okay. So if, for instance, she went from eating herself, like you just stated, to not being able to feed herself, that's not something you would really know.
The staff would tell me.
Okay. Tell me about how the man house is, the zones are created.
So the zones were created because when I got there, the CNAs were kind of going blindly. They went into rooms and they didn't know what the resident required. So I started the zones to help them to be better equipped to take care of the residents.
And how many zones did you create?
There was 3. And sometimes there was a split shift zone. I remember that.
What's the split shift?
So a split shift zone we had at one point, if there was 4 CNAs, so each zone was 1 CNA. 1 CNA had a zone. And sometimes the split shift was like 11A to 7P. So that person came in at 11 and helped out during those hours.
Okay. How many beds are at the man house?
25 rooms.
25 rooms.
Yeah.
And are they divided into the zones?
Yes. So the memory care was 1 zone. We call that the annex. And I can't remember what number that was. And the other 2 were actually assisted living side.
Okay. And who determines what zone a resident is assigned to?
So the zones were created like down the hall, there was rooms there, and that might have been, for example, zone 1, and then there's upstairs, and then there's the back of the hallway, and that's zone 2. So those rooms were just delegated rooms, and so if a resident died or a resident left, that room would be left vacant, and whoever moves into that room, their name would be placed there.
Okay.
The only thing that stayed the same was the annex, the memory care.
Okay. Tell me more about the memory care. What kind of residents live in the memory care?
For the most part, residents with cognitive issues. Sometimes there were residents that didn't have that was back there because they liked it was secluded. It was just a smaller, just 8 beds, and some residents kind of like that. They didn't want to be amongst the other residents.
I want to talk specifically about Miss Edgerton. What was her position at the man house?
She was at one point healthcare director, assistant.
Okay, and what level is that?
So she was the one that was in charge of all the CNAs and the supervisor. So each shift had a supervisor, and they were in charge of that. So at one point she was that, but when she worked, sometimes she came in on the weekend and she worked as a supervisor.
Okay. So she had a supervisor position at the man house.
Yes.
And who would she report to if she have to?
Most of the time, me, yeah. If there's other issues, she may go to Keisha for that, yeah.
And what kind of employee was she?
She was what I say, she was a gentle giant. She's tall and people kind of were scared of her, because she's tall, but she's a gentle giant. Once she was there, I could depend on her. I trusted her judgment. She didn't get into gossip and all of that. She just, was a decent employee.
Okay. And tell me what position did the defendant have at the Mann house?
Mr. Edward?
Yes.
He was a CNA.
Okay. No supervisor?
Yeah, I mean, he could have led sometimes at night shift if there was nobody else. Yeah, okay. But mostly a CNA.
And what kind of worker was the defendant?
What kind of worker?
Yes.
From what staff it says, he one of the things I know.
Stop.
If she doesn't have any personal knowledge of this, which sounds like she doesn't, it sounds like she's just going by what people have told her. So would it object to hearsay?
Okay. The objection is hearsay.
Your Honor, I rephrase the question.
Okay.
Do you have any personal knowledge as to the defendant's work ethics at the Mann house?
Just so we don't elicit another objection. That would mean you've observed Mr. Kamdem doing good work, working hard, whatnot, not because I told you, hey, Eduardo, he's a great guy. And if that's what formed your impression, me telling you that, or he's a bad guy, whatever it was I told you, that's what we need to not share through you. We need to get that person in here to say, I have the opinion of X.
Okay.
So based on your observations of Mr. Kamdem, if you did see him at work?
My observations, he seemed to be doing his work. Yeah.
And I'm gonna re-ask the question I already asked you. You started to tell me that people have told you things about the defendant. I'm gonna re-ask you that same question. What have you heard about the defendant working at the Mann house?
Okay, before you answer, objection is hearsay? Yes. How is it not hearsay?
It's not being used for the truth of the matter asserted. She was the person that the CNAs reported to if they had any issues with any employee at this job. So it's not being used as to whether he was a good employee or not, but if anybody reported anything to her.
Okay. Maybe that question, did anyone ever report anything to you, might not elicit, it still might be hearsay, but that may be something Ms. Feely doesn't object to. If that's what you're trying to get to in the end, why don't you ask that and we'll see if there's a concern about that.
Did you get any reports about the defendant from his work at the Mann house?
Before you answer, any objection to that?
I still don't understand how it's not hearsay, because it is for the truth of the matter, sir.
It may be. The question is, do you may have no problem with it coming in. My question is, you heard what the question was. Any reports about Mr. Kamdem not doing the job he's supposed to do?
No objection to that.
No objection to that. Okay. Do you get any reports from CNAs or anyone else saying, yeah, that Kamdem guy, he's not doing his work?
Yes. There was reports that he was forgetting the laundry. There was reports that they weren't sure if he was hearing, they think it's hearing. And I just wondered if it was a language barrier.
Okay. So the reports that you did receive was based on him not being able to hear sometimes and maybe not completing all his duties.
And so that it was that he wasn't doing like laundry, like a lot of reports came. He didn't finish his laundry because that was part of the assignment.
Is that a daily assignment?
Every time they come on, like for example, when they come on the shift, they would have zone whatever. And on that zone, it would have maybe 3 residents that had to be showered. And the same shower day was their laundry day. So so the staff wasn't behind him, but they would say we would know that he forgot the laundry. And that was a lot of reports I heard.
And you said you also heard of reports of him not being able to hear?
That's what I heard. That was hearsay. I don't know. That's what they said. My thing is I wondered if he had a language barrier.
So did you have ever experienced a time where he couldn't hear something that you were saying and you interpreted it as a language barrier?
Yeah, because like I would say certain things to him and it was almost like he wondered. I don't know if that makes sense.
Yes. Do you know if there were any issues between Ms. Edgerton and the defendant?
Not that I remember.
No one ever reported anything to you?
Not that I remember. Sheena, when she dealt with, if he did anything, she would tell him or anybody and any one of the supervisors, and then that's it. So they may say, he didn't do his laundry again, he didn't do his laundry again, something like that.
So they'll come to you and report to you that he didn't do his laundry.
Right.
But is that a part of the protocol?
Yes, that's just what we had set up. Yeah.
Okay. So it's not like a formal write-up or anything. She's just telling you something that he forgot to do.
If it kept going on, they're supposed to come to me and then it becomes a write-up and they have the right to write up.
Okay. So the coming and telling you the initiation of that is just like a warning?
Right,
okay.
Right.
Now, the shifts, are you involved in creating shifts for the CNAs, whether supervisor or just a regular CNA?
The shifts were created before I got there. So that facility, it was 7 to 3, 3 to 11, 11 to 7.
And when I say if you were involved in the assigning shifts, did you make schedules?
I created the schedules.
And how often would you create a schedule for them?
Once a month and update it as needed.
And do you remember what shift the defendant worked?
He worked mostly night shift.
And what was night shift hours?
11 p.m. to 7 a.m.
And you said he worked mostly of the night shifts.
That was his predominant shift.
So you don't remember him working day shift or?
He probably has throughout the years, but it's one and sporadic. Yeah.
Tell me about the protocols at the man house. As far as if an incident happened, what is the protocol at the man house?
From what I knew, the late Mr. Charles, we always report up to our supervisor and then an investigation has to be done.
So if something, say a sexual assault occurs at the man house, do an employee supposed to call 911?
So that was, in my years of nursing, I'm supposed to report it to my boss, and then they do an investigation. We've never had that happen before. So that's just my knowledge of what it's supposed to be.
Okay. Do you remember an incident that happened on September the 5th, 2021 at the man house?
Is that what happened? Is that this date?
So unfortunately, you don't get to ask her questions. If
Okay.
you don't remember the specific date, then
I don't remember the
Ms. Hall will
specific
help
date.
frame it for you.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Do you remember an incident where a resident, Miss Flora Robinson, was sexually assaulted at the man house?
Yes.
Do you remember getting a call or a text message that something had happened to Miss Robinson?
I remember turning on my phone early Sunday morning and getting that text message.
And who did you receive the text message from?
From Keisha Sellers.
And Keisha is the business manager?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And do you remember what the message said?
I just I kind of remember. I really don't remember what it says. Yeah.
You don't have to remember verbatim, but do you remember the context of what the message was saying?
Something happened with Edward. Sheena saw something with Edward, and in case of sexual, I guess, assault.
And when you received that message, what did you do?
I told her to call Charles.
Is that protocol for the man?
Because we have to report it to our supervisor.
So would it be her responsibility to call?
Yes, because I was on vacation, and every year I leave on my birthday, August 31st, and I usually just, even before I left, I told Ophelia and Keisha, I said, the staff has been alert because they know we're not a medical model. So if anything happens with the patients, the supervisors know to call 911. And then if anything happens, call Mr. Demands. We used to say Demands.
Demands. Okay. So you were on vacation when this incident happened.
Right.
So if you weren't on vacation, would you have been the person contacted?
And then I would have called Charles, and then he would have, Mr. Mann, the late Mr. Charles, he always told me, if I know stuff is going on, then I can help, I can do something, but if I do not know. So my, understanding is he's my supervisor, he's the owner, I need to report it to him because they have to do their investigation.
And that was a directive. You're saying the old Mr. Mann or the late Mr. Mann.
Right.
Who was he?
He was the owner originally until he died. Yeah.
And who took over after he passed away?
Charles IV and Louise.
Who was Louise?
Louise Mann, his wife, Mr. Charles, the third wife. Mm-hmm.
So is it Mr. Charles Mann, his son, and his wife took over the business when he passed away?
Correct. Mr. Charles is the father's wife. Yeah.
Okay. And since you were on vacation, the report didn't come to you.
Let me pause you for a second because I was left confused. Okay. So Charles IV, sound like kings now. That's the Mr. Mann who owned the place and was in charge when this incident happened.
No, well, yes. He's the one that took over.
Okay, he took over. So at the time, September 2021, that's Charles IV.
Correct.
But Charles III's wife was also still running it?
I think they're part owners. I don't really know, but yeah.
And that's Louise.
That's Louise.
So Louise is Charles IV's mom.
Mother-in-law.
Mother-in-law.
Yes,
okay.
Yes.
Okay.
But not biological.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay. But not his own wife.
Right.
I mean, maybe in Georgia that could happen, but that's not what happened.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Got it. All right.
Was that the same that you referenced? So you worked for the
previous
original Mr. Mann?
Yes.
And the previous owner. And that was his policy. Was that still the policy once it was ran by his son?
Well, Charles IV told me he would just honor his father's wishes and so it was just like a roll in,
And you reporting to the owners before doing anything, that was just in a general sense, or was that in just a general sense?
That's just with those kind of things. We used to tell them stuff that happened with the staff. If they had to be terminated, we would tell them that kind of stuff. Anything that's pertinent.
Okay. And so in this particular incident, you received a message saying that something had happened at the Mann house.
Mm-hmm.
You said you responded back and told Keisha to reach out to Charles.
To call Charles, yeah.
Do you know if that happened?
I didn't know at that time. It's when I came back, I found it didn't happen.
Do you remember when you came back from vacation?
It was a Tuesday. It was after Memorial Day, Labor Day. It was after Labor Day.
The Tuesday after, so September the 7th, the day before police were called.
Mm-hmm.
You came back. When you came back from vacation, did you come back and go to work?
I came back and went to Kamdem, which is the other facility, and, staff bombarding you with stuff, and that's what happened. So, yeah.
So what happened on, well, let me ask you this. Did you ever have a conversation with Ms. Edgerton about what happened, or what she witnessed?
That day.
What day?
That day that I came back, sometime in the afternoon, because she was busy, doing stuff at the Cumming location. So yes.
She was working that day at Cumming.
At Cumming, yes.
She split her time between the two.
She did.
Okay. And what did she tell you happened?
She said that she said she was making rounds and she was calling Edward. And she said she was just, if I remember correctly, she was walking through the memory care, which is, down the hallway. And she knows sometimes he may be in the room, maybe he's doing changes. And she said when she turned on the light, if I remember correctly, she said she saw his pants down and he was on top of the bed. She said, what I remember, she said, oh my God, what are you doing? What are you doing? Get out, what are you doing? And she said she was scared because she said, you don't know what people will do when their back is up against the wall. And she said that, I think she said she called Keisha. And I think she said, Keisha, don't I call 911? Don't I call the cops for this? And I don't remember what Keisha said, but I was just, concerned how she was scared. And she said, I think she said she went into another area, which was a corridor, which you could look through. There was glass windows and you could see the memory care from there. And she said she saw him walking, and she went and at some point was in the dining room. And she said, I saw the butter knife on the table, and I thought, let me grab it in case he tries to do something to me. And she kept saying, you gotta leave. And then she said she called Keisha 3 or 4 times that night. And they got Earl to come because her fear was that, we had a code on the door and that he could come back through when she's there taking care of a patient. And that's what I remember.
And what was her demeanor when she was telling you what she
freaked out, like me, freaked out. Just, frozen, like, what? Like, no,
Was there an internal investigation about what she had witnessed within the man house?
Charles and them did that.
And do you know when they did that?
I think they did that the day I don't remember. I don't remember.
It's okay if you don't remember. Do you remember if the police were called at some point in this case?
Yes, they were.
When?
I think this was the next day. I believe so.
When you say the next day, are you saying the next day after you had the conversation
after
with Sheena?
Right.
So September the 8th, 2021.
I believe so.
Were you present when the police arrived?
Yes.
And what did the police do when they came?
I don't know. Charles was dealing with them.
Do you know, or do you remember if Ms. Robinson was still at the facility?
She was.
At what point did she leave?
That day is what I remember, that day.
And where did she go?
She went to a hospital. I just don't remember which hospital.
Do you know why she went to the hospital?
I guess for an investigation.
And when the internal investigation happened at the man house, what came of that when pertaining to you?
So you mean,
were there any consequences to you for the police not being called on September the 5th, 2021?
Yes.
What was that?
So Charles said, I have to suspend you because you're the administrator. I said, I'm not the administrator at Sandy Springs. I'm healthcare director. And he says, I said, I'm your scapegoat. Why? I wasn't even here. And all the stuff for the story didn't unravel all fully then, but it came out after. So he suspended me that day. And I remember just taking my degrees and my stuff off the wall because I kind of felt like, I was thrown back. And then I resigned after.
You resigned.
Mm-hmm.
So when you say everything didn't unravel at that time, what do you mean by that?
So just stuff Sheena was saying, that just kept coming out. And like Charles, I remember when I was writing what I remembered, he said, well, I need you to add this to your your statement. And if you look on my thing, I've added it on a different paper. And he bought some stuff for us all to sign. And so I put it effective the date that I received it because it was never in place before.
And was this, was anything about her story changing from what she told you?
No, it wasn't changing, it was adding. It was, you know, like sometimes, like I think I felt like I blocked out a lot of stuff when I heard it. And so, you know, stuff just started coming out more after.
You saying during this investigation, it was more fleshed out from what happened?
Say that again?
In the investigation that the man house did, you're saying that the story was more fleshed out from Sheena?
You said fletched?
Let me rephrase. You said that when you came back from vacation, she told you what you testified to me today.
Right.
But then you said that Mr. Mann had you add some things to your report.
Right.
Was that not things that Sheena had already told you?
Yes.
Was?
Yes.
Okay. You just didn't add it to your, you just
right. I didn't remember it when I was right.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. So she wasn't adding anything. You just didn't put it in your report.
Well, no. So when I say that things came, so when Sheena told me initially what she did tell me, she didn't I didn't get she didn't tell me details that Edward, Earl was there and he stayed and Keisha, I didn't know all of that stuff. Okay. So that stuff came out after.
I understand now. So you were aware that Miss Keisha contacted you to tell you, but you didn't know
what else. Right.
That Mr. Earl came and Keisha sent him. And you didn't know. Okay, I understand.
I knew he came that day, but I didn't know specifics, you know, the details of it.
Okay, I understand. So she wasn't,
Yeah.
Just a few more questions. Did you hire Sheena?
I believe I did.
And did you make her a supervisor?
Yes, I did.
And she was a supervisor when this incident occurred?
Yes. She was a lead supervisor, yeah.
Was one of her responsibilities, and I just want to be clear, this it wasn't her responsibility to call 911 when this incident happened. It was her responsibility to report to a higher up.
That's what I understood, yes.
Yana, can I have one moment?
You may.
Ms. Simpson, do you know how long the defendant worked for the man house?
He was there before I got there.
Okay. And are you familiar with Miss Robinson beyond her being admitted to or becoming a resident of the man house?
Very little.
Were you ever able to talk to her? I'm sorry, you can finish saying.
Very little. When I made rounds, what I remember hearing the staff and then seeing her, if you were really noisy, like if the staff was talking amongst themselves and she was sitting in the recliner, she would say, shut the F up, shut up, shut up. You know, that's what I remember her doing.
Were you ever able to talk to her, have a conversation with her? At no point when she was there?
No.
So I need you to say yes or no, whatever your answer is, but court reporter can't take down.
You get me in trouble.
Sorry.
No further questions.
But those were all no's.
No.
Okay.
No.
All right.
Yes.
Ms. Feely, questions for Ms. Simpson?
So as you were just mentioning, you were not actually there when this took place, right?
Correct.
But yet you were seemingly the only one who was disciplined within.
Yes.
And so you were actually, despite not being there when this happened, suspended from your job.
Mm-hmm.
And that was on,
Hold on.
sorry.
Yes. Sorry. Sorry. Yes.
And then you already mentioned you resigned after that.
Yes.
And during this couple of day time, you said Charles Mann was telling you to add things to your statement, right?
Yes.
And you mentioned that it was not, oh, let me just clarify. So Ms. Edgerton was actually the only one there, right?
Yes.
And then she contacted Keisha.
Yes.
Who then contacted you.
Yes.
And you said it would not have been Ms. Edgerton's responsibility to call 911.
From what we did, yes.
It would be her responsibility to contact her supervisor.
Yes.
Which she did.
Yes.
But it actually was Ms. Edgerton's responsibility under Georgia law to report it, right? Yes.
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 Because she is a mandated reporter.
Yes.
As is many people who work at the Mann House.
Yes.
Thank you.
Any redirect?
No, redirect, Your Honor.
Okay, questions from the jurors for Ms. Simpson? We got a few. Deputy? Thank you. Counsel, please. Ms. Simpson, is it typical that a CNA would be in a patient's room during that night shift, 11 P to 7 A, when it's dark out, with the lights out?
And so it can be because sometimes the staff used to be in a recliner in there, and that would be where they would stay if somebody was a little agitated.
Oh, so that staff might be in the room just to calm
And make
the
sure they
resident
see if
down.
somebody's getting up. So
Okay.
it can happen.
Okay. Given that staffing is a little bit lower during the night shift, how much time would CNA spend alone, unsupervised with patients?
So realistically at night, so the state says like it's 1 per 25 at night, and we at least try to have 2. So if a patient needed, like some patients needed like 45 minutes because you have to give them a shower, and that would be just the CNA in there with them.
Okay. Do you ever use chaperones for showering or changing?
No.
Last question. You talked a little bit about how you added some things to your statement because you were encouraged or directed to do so. Can you help the jury understand what was added, what wasn't in your original statement, and then you augmented it?
So I can't remember what I added, but I do remember Charles asked me what happened, and I wrote. And then when he did like investigation with Sheena and whoever, he would come back and say, did this happen? And that's when I added that, but I can't remember what I added.
Okay. But that last thing you said, I want to follow up on. Mr. Mann would come back to you and say, hey, I've learned this also happened. It needs to go in your report.
Yes.
Okay. So your initial version was, here's what I know.
But here's what I remember, right?
Or what you remember, because the report wasn't months later.
Right.
So it's fresh recollection.
Right.
But then Mr. Mann would come in and say, I've learned, pretend he talked to Earl. I learned this from Earl. I need you to put that in there. If you hadn't talked to Earl, you wouldn't remember what Earl had to say, but that ended up in your report.
Right.
Okay. All right. Do you have any follow-up questions?
I think, Ms. Simpson, so what you put in your report initially, was it what Sheena told you?
Right.
You didn't add anything that she told you to your report later?
Correct. Okay. Yes.
And would a CNA or a supervisor CNA ever be in a patient's room, let's say changing a diaper in the dark?
Not in the dark.
Doing anything?
No, I'm sorry.
Doing anything in the dark that's not just what you described as a quick run in, run out?
No.
Is there a reason why a CNA would be in the bed with the patient?
No.
Is there any type of thing you can think of where they will have to climb inside of a bed with the patient?
No.
That's it, Your Honor.
Ms. Feely?
You don't have personal knowledge of whether that light was on or off, right?
Say it again?
You don't have personal knowledge of whether that light was on or off.
No.
You got that information from Miss Edgerton.
Yes.
And you don't have any personal knowledge of Mr. Kamdem being in that bed, right?
No.
You just got that information from Miss Edgerton.
Correct. Yes.
That's all I have.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Simpson. Appreciate your time. Careful getting out of there. You can leave that right there. Appreciate it. Ms. Hall, do you have any more witnesses today? Okay. You have 2 more witnesses overall?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And you think you'll get through those tomorrow easily?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to end a little early today, in part because there are no more witnesses. I knew at least one witness was going to need to testify tomorrow because of a family situation today. I did talk with the lawyers during one of the breaks, and the state expects to rest after, we'll call it about an hour tomorrow, give or take. And then we'll see if the defense is going to put on any evidence. I'm going to talk with all the lawyers and Mr. Kamdem when you leave for the day. But I bet we'll get through all the evidence tomorrow, even though we're starting at 1:30. That won't be a problem. What we'll run into is if the evidence closes and it's, pick a number, 4:30 or 5, I have to have what's called a charge conference with the lawyers where I go over the law that I intend to give, and they have a chance to try to shape it. Judge, you should give this, don't give that. It's a conversation of which you're not a part that can take half hour or more. And if we end the evidence late enough tomorrow, I may just need to say, we'll see you first thing Thursday morning. You'll get the case Thursday morning, even if what we do Thursday morning is closing arguments. That's what we would start with Thursday. It may be that we start closings on Wednesday, but the other issue is, even if we sort out the charge conference, It might be that you get one of the closings on Wednesday and then go home and you get the other on Thursday. It's better to have them back to back rather than a night of TV in between or reading or whatever you do. Tomorrow may be a little choppy for you, as in you show up and you're here for an hour and a half and then you go home. That's not because we're wasting your time. It's because I'm trying to have this flow as smoothly as possible. Please be here by 1:30. Have eaten your lunch if you're a lunch person. We're not going to take a lunch break at 2 o'clock. 1:30, you're ready to go. I don't know that the shuttle runs quite as regularly in the middle of the day. I think it's every 15. Is it always 15 minutes? Okay, so don't get to the parking lot at 1:15 thinking I'm golden, because it may be that the next shuttle is at 1:30. And then by definition, you're late because you're getting on the shuttle when we need you to be in here. So 1:30 is when I'd like us to start, if we can get all 14 of you here. And if you have the capacity to be here until 6, that just gives us the possibility of maybe we get closings in tomorrow and you get more done. I'm going to ask you to just talk amongst yourselves right here. If you say, nope, we can only be here till 5, that's probably guaranteeing that you'll come back on Thursday at a minimum for deliberations. I don't think you'd get your deliberations done tomorrow anyway. And you may want to just have tomorrow be closings, my charge to you, and your deliberations. But that's really your call scheduling wise. So if you want to just see what people's pulse is, or if one of you knows already, I have a hardish stop at 5, then we don't really need to debate it. It will only go till 5 tomorrow. No issues? All right. We may still stop at 4 tomorrow, depending on how things go, but it's good to know we've got the capacity to go till 6, because it may be in talking with the lawyers, we decide to do a piece of the closing argument and just get more under your belts before Thursday morning. We'll talk about it tomorrow, but Thursday would be the usual. Let's start at 9 a.m. just like we did today, and work through the day. Any logistical questions? You should leave your notepads in the courtroom. Don't take in the jury room. Don't take them home with you, but you can then grab them in the afternoon when you get here, and just come on into the jury room as you show up. We'll be here. I'll be doing accountability court from 8:30 onward. So if you want to get out of your house and enjoy that jury room, you can get here as early as you want. Just be here by 1:30. Okay. Thank you for your time and attention today, and I will see you all around 1:30.
All right, observe.
Ms. Hall, anything from the state before we wrap up for the day? Detective Smith and who?
Mr. Mann.
Mr. Mann. Okay, Quattro. Mr. Kamdem, can you hear me? Good. Tomorrow, in the middle of the afternoon, I'm going to need to have a conversation with you, with your lawyers present. The jury will not be here, about whether you want to testify. You don't have to decide that today, but the way it works in court is that I actually ask you directly if you want to testify. I don't ask Ms. Feely or Ms. Pinto, and I'll tell you a little bit about your rights as a defendant, that no one can make you testify, but if you do testify, you have to answer everyone's questions, not just your own lawyers. And I share that with you now so that you're prepared tomorrow afternoon when I ask you to have that discussion. What won't work tomorrow is for you to say, I need more time to think about it. You'll need to have decided whether you're going to testify by tomorrow afternoon. Okay?
Correct.
Any questions about that?
No question, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Feely, other than Mr. Kamdem's decision about testifying, it sounds like you don't plan on calling any other witnesses. Okay. If Mr. Kamdem does testify, how long do you envision your direct going?
30 minutes.
Okay, great. We will certainly be able, apart from any surprises tomorrow, we should be able to get through all the evidence. I will get you a jury charge tonight sometime for you to look at, and we'll also do a charge conference tomorrow. We'll just need to figure out if we do that after we send the jurors home, or we give them a break, do the charge conference, and then try to get in a closing or two. I don't know that closings would be all that long in this case. You'll get the time you're entitled to, but I don't know that you'll need the full hour on either side. I don't mean to leave you in limbo, but you should be ready to do closings tomorrow afternoon. But it may come to pass that we don't do that. Anything else now that we've had that discussion, Ms. Hall?
Just wondering, if you were to get done with court early, can we do charge and conference before the jury comes back?
If I finish accountability court early. Got it. No, when you meant court, that's what you meant. So I have a conflict now that I can't move after accountability court, because normally I would say let's meet at 1, but something's come up, so that's why it's 1:30. So I'd love to do it. If I had looked at it already, I'd say let's do it right now, but I like to massage it, and I haven't been able to do that yet. So let's see if it's not a particularly messy one, and I don't have a lot of edits to it, and I've included what everyone asked for. I may put that in an email saying, I think the charge conference should be about 5 minutes. We're dealing with 2 counts that I've not dealt with before, so it'll be new language for me. I just need to make sure I'm comfortable with it. But otherwise, I don't think we don't have to wrestle over the defendant statement charge and identification and things like that. So I think it'll be a pretty streamlined charge conference. Your request is a smart one, if we could knock that out first. But my schedule, unfortunately, doesn't allow for that. Okay. Ms. Feely, anything else? Okay. Then we'll see you all. You'd be able to get into the courtroom by 12:15, 12:30 if you want to get in here. And Mr. Kamdem will be brought over in the morning anyway.